All right, guys, just a heads up. This episode, I forgot to record video for the first segment, but we have video with all the interviews and everything after the first segment. So bear with us. Got a lot going on over here. I'm an idiot. Jake's an idiot because he didn't notice either.
What do you mean? I don't have control. It does say recording now. Okay.
Yeah. You have control. Anyway, sorry, guys. Get through it. You'll survive. I promise. See you on the other side. Hey guys, welcome to Overcrest. I'm Chris.
And I'm Jake.
And you're taller today. Is this
Nobody knows that. You don't have to call this out.
No. I put in the, what is it? The YouTube.
Uh-huh.
The YouTube. Oh my God, how old am I? I put it on the YouTubes. I put it on YouTube, your vital stats of your height.
Wait,
it was
what?
like Jake Solberg, 5'3.5",
4.5,
5'4.5". I did it right, 5'4.5", and like host, and then it was me 5'8". So I put the stats, but now
you're not 5'8". You claimed last week you were 5'7". You're just growing now.
I am.
Did you go to Russia and have that leg extension surgery?
It depends on what
I've
I've
looked
eaten.
into that, by the way.
Have you really?
Not worth it.
Not what?
Because you basically walk with a limp the rest of your life. You'll be tall, but limping.
So what do? They break your shins?
They literally break your femurs.
Jesus.
And extend them out and stretch all the tendons and muscles.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, no. But like guys will get like 6 inches added.
Too bad nothing else grows with it.
I know, right? Just to proportion.
But I just was gonna say, I'm gonna move the camera now. This is gonna be a little disorienting for people. Jake is now sitting on a stool.
Do you know? Okay, but
so he's essentially way taller than me now.
Do you know why I did this? Because last time you complained that I was slouching, and you're like, I've gotten comments. Why is Jake so slouching over there?
You are slouchy.
And what can't you do on a stool?
I guess. Well, you can do this.
Yeah, well, I'm not slouching.
All right, well, that's good. You have been very, very slouchy. Anyway, this is part 3 of our Is the Porsche 911 the most overhyped, overpriced sports car of all time? And at the end of this episode, we're gonna wrap it all up. And this
is it? I thought we were having a fourth wrap-up episode.
We do. We have
okay.
The next episode. I guess it'll be next Friday.
Yep.
We have Randy Nonnenberg from Bring a Trailer coming on.
Oh, cool.
For a full episode. And we're going to talk to him about this. We're going to talk about Bring a Trailer.
You also asked me to go through my list.
Of what?
My picks.
Yes, we'll do that at the end. We'll go through your picks. Once we wrap everything up.
I don't have them with me, but I've been I'm creating.
We're going to tie a bow on it.
Yep.
And at the end, because who knows, maybe some of your picks are in these last 3 cars.
Some of them are.
Yep. Well, there you go.
Yes. You have really been stirring up the hornet's nest with this
little
series.
bit. So the majority of the comments I've been getting are like, thank God someone is saying this. For the most part.
Yeah.
For the most part, people are like, thank God I've been saving my pennies so I can finally get one when the bubble crashes.
Yeah.
And I've got a news flash for you.
What's that?
You're not going to have a crash in any of these prices. Okay, things may capitulate some, come down maybe 10, 15, decline. 20%, but you have to keep in mind there's a lot of other factors in play in the market and in money right now that don't have anything to do with cars.
You're right. Yeah, just the cost of things in general.
The question I get the most is, where the fuck is all this money coming from?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if people weren't paying attention over the last couple of years or where they were, what dimension they were living in. We had 2 things.
Okay.
And there's some other, free money that went out too. We had stimmies. Okay, so everybody got a couple of stimmies.
You're talking the COVID stimulus checks.
Yeah, and everybody's like, oh, well, that's not enough money to buy a 911. No, but you sure spent that money. You sure spent that money.
It went into the economy.
It went into the economy. It went into, you went into.
Where'd you go?
I don't know, wherever you went. Somewhere safe, probably. So you went into Best Buy wearing your little mask and like a good little boy, and you wandered around and you bought an Xbox or you bought a couple games.
Right, because you got to have something to do when you're at home.
Goes back into the economy.
Right. And how much money was?
$800 billion.
Now, do I remember the stat that's more money that's ever been printed ever?
During COVID, we printed more money. The Federal Reserve injected more money into the economy. More dollars were printed than ever in the entire history of the United States. Not at one instance, but as a total of all of it. Of all of the money that had ever been created.
More money was put into the economy during COVID than ever had existed.
And aside from stimulus checks, you also had PPP, which is
personal
payment
protection.
No,
payment protection.
So this went out to like restaurants and even like Boeing and Delta Airlines and Southwest Airlines. Southwest was under a huge amount of fire because they did really crash, pun intended, with all their cancellations and everything like that. They didn't have employees and all this other work. Hey, you guys got like, I don't know, hundreds of millions of dollars from the payment protection program.
Yeah, figure it out.
What happened? So anyway, so all that money went to corporations.
Right. Which also goes into the economy.
Another $800 billion.
Wow.
So it's estimated 8 to 12% of that was fraud.
Wow.
So just think about that for a second.
Yeah.
You've got $75 to $125 billion. Where'd it go? Nobody knows. None of this is going to be audited. Everybody's going to pretend it didn't happen, and we're going to try to move on, and that's fine. We did what we did. Right.
But to your point, like, you just look at the amount of money that now is there versus was.
It's all money in the economy. So all this money's floating around. That. And everybody's bitter because, regular people didn't necessarily see a benefit for that.
No.
This was a huge boon to corporations. And
do you know how many stimulus checks I got?
How many?
How many dollars?
How many? 0. Yeah. Well, I think I got some stimulus checks.
Who's beeping?
That's my Discord. I'm sorry. I'll cancel it right now.
Damn Discord people.
Well, if you're on Discord right now, you're watching this live.
Oh, cool.
So hello to the Discord Drivers Club members.
Yes.
So I just close it so it won't beep anymore. Anyway, so that's where all this money is coming from. So when you say, where did all this money come from? That's where all the money came from. All right. So then you've seen this huge shift of wealth away from all the stimulus checks got spent, got shifted into people who probably already had money in their pockets from industries. Savings is at an all-time low now. Savings used to be at an all-time high. Now it's at an all-time low. Everybody's buying things on credit. Economy is fucked. Okay, so that's where the money came from.
Okay.
Everybody's like, where did this money come from? That's where it came from.
After a pandemic, people would be saving? Or after stimulus checks, they'd be saving?
No, because the rate of inflation has greatly exceeded the rate
There's no point in keeping money under your mattress because
but nobody's that smart. The average person isn't going, oh well, the rate of inflation, I should spend this money and buy hard goods. Because I was looking the other day at one of the cameras I have, which is a Sony ZV-1, and it's I think $650 new.
Okay.
2 years ago when I started doing stuff for YouTube, I bought it used for $500, and the new one now is, I don't know, 20% more expensive.
Yeah.
Everything is super screwed. Okay. So everything anyway, people aren't smart enough to realize that things they bought before are now increased in value. Hard goods. You understand what I'm saying?
No, I totally do. Okay. Yeah. Like, financially speaking, you should not keep your money in the bank right now. You should invest it in other things. And right?
We know the
stock market is all over. And
do not hold
Don't
cash.
do Bitcoin or
But here's the point.
crypto.
My point is, the reason savings is down, everything like that, is the rate of inflation is much higher for goods and services than it is for income, salaries, wages.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Okay, so things are costing way more. Wages have gone up some, but they're not keeping the pace of inflation.
Correct.
That's why nobody has any money.
Yes.
Okay, everything's and it's except for the people that had fraud and got hundreds of billions of dollars, and the government gave corporations tons of money that they didn't actually need, and that they wasted or spent or took bonuses.
Yeah, Overcrest did not apply for PPE.
No, we didn't. Should have. We should have.
We looked into it, and I did all the math, and it wasn't worth it because we didn't. We don't take home money, right?
No, we don't.
So, dude, it was okay, here's your payment protection for $0 is $0.
As a nice guy, you did that. That was the honest thing to do.
Correct.
But as we know, 8 to 12% just lied.
Oh, I could have been like, we're taking in hundreds of thousands of dollars, and we need that money.
And then what do you do when you do that? You go over to bring a trailer and you buy an $87,000 Volkswagen Golf GTI.
That's what people should have been doing besides hoarding their money and saving it, is buy GTIs apparently.
Anyway, so that's why there is so much money.
Yes.
Okay.
But so regardless, bringing it back to this whole topic.
Okay.
We are getting a lot of hate for this list.
I would not say it is a lot.
No, but some
pushback.
Vocal
pushback. And one of the funny ones that I got was basically, well, are you going to sell your car? Because if you don't, you're a fraud after saying all these other cars are cooler than yours. And I'm just like, dude, if I sold my car, that would be an admission that would be anti everything I stand for, because I don't own my car for the ego or the value.
Right. Yeah, you said right at the beginning that like the only problem with this, you're not in it for the value or speculation or anything else.
It doesn't matter.
It's just it does make it hard to justify driving these things hard and into the ground because you know what it's actually worth.
It's hard to. Right. Okay, so tell me what's going on.
Yeah, well, I was going to say one of the comments I got and was asked to address this, and I didn't necessarily know how to address it, so I figured I'd just pose it to you.
Okay.
Is regarding the 911 rarity. So, quote,
they're not rare.
This $400,000 number keeps getting thrown around episode after episode. There's 400,000 of these cars ever made. And I had comments that that's bullshit. It's not like they're all Volkswagen Beetles. They're not the same across the board. Their point was they are vastly different from long hoods all the way up to 993s, and therefore they are not the same car. The takeaway is that some feel that your logic is flawed, Chris. They are stating that the 911 differs greatly across different air-cooled generations. The belief then is that each is unique, so that the 911 is in fact rare and therefore valuable.
Okay, so why in like 1989 and 1990 were they not selling any 911s? Why wouldn't they sell?
Yeah, because they were old-fashioned. Yeah.
I don't know what to say to this. It doesn't make any sense.
No,
yes, you could parse this out to be like, oh yeah, well, 993 turbos, they made this many of these. Guess what? Overpriced. RS, 911 RS, probably one of the main ones that's like rare, overpriced. All these cars, you can take engines out, you can look at when you go back and you look at like Facebook Marketplace or Craigslist 10 years ago, all you saw was a ton of bastardized cars. You had 911 SCs that looked like long hoods and long hoods that had been built up into a 993 turbo, and visually you couldn't really tell the difference.
And now everything's backdated.
So yeah, and things are getting back. These cars are essentially like Legos.
Right.
It's 4 bolts for the motor. I could pull my car up next to a 934 at the track, take the majority of the parts off that 934 and put them on my car.
Yeah.
Okay, these cars are very, very, very
similar.
much alike.
Yes.
And the only thing that's making them different is the nameplate on it. It has a turbo on it. Okay, so what's... So they made
the comment I got was, well, mine is a such and such year, so that's actually one of only 1,000 some hundred in the country.
Give me a break. What are we Mopar guys being like? Yeah, mine's grabber green with chrome trim on the bezels with the seats and the pistol grip shift knob. That means they only made 150 of these. This thing's gonna get $1 million on Mika Motion.
Here's the thing.
Get the fuck out of here with this. It doesn't make any sense.
Here's what I'll say. It's beside the point. Even if we're like, fine. They're absolutely totally different. But
they're still overpriced.
No, well, I was going to say the fact of the matter is the market doesn't seem that they're that different. Because if this were true, we'd be seeing some generations of 911 skyrocketing while others would just haven't moved, right? You know what I mean? If they're that different.
No, the tide has raised everything.
This whole market wouldn't affect all air-cooled 911s, but any air-cooled 11 have we seen is like absurd in price.
It is absurd.
Even lowly like Volkswagen-powered 912s.
And to be fair, everything has gone up. A lot of things have gone up, as evidenced by $87,000 Mark II Golf GTI 16 valves. I can tell you right now, that is a $4,500 driving experience. It might be a $20,000 nostalgia experience for somebody.
If you don't know what we're referring to, bring a trailer.
Yeah,
one just sold
for $87,000, and
a Mark II GTI.
Mark II GTI, nice car.
I'm sure it was like low miles and
47,000 miles.
See, that's not even like I was expecting some sort of time capsule.
To be fair, 47,000 miles on a Volkswagen is low.
Sure.
Those things all got
But a lot of these like super high, stratospheric price ones
it'd be like 30 miles.
It had 2 miles on it, and it's been just sitting there in the factory.
Yeah, for sure, in the factory.
On the showroom floor is what I meant. I don't know. It's been, you know what I mean? It's been tucked away. It's a museum.
Anyway,
piece.
So I think this was spearheaded a lot by the 911. You have a lot of interesting circumstances where, like I said, it's this social media feedback loop. And Jesse, my wife, you need to stop saying that. And I don't, because I really truly think that's what it is. And I went on and I found this chart that I've seen that has been attached to crypto many times.
Okay.
Like Bitcoin, Ethereum.
Yeah.
And it basically is this chart that shows the trajectory of, I guess you could call it tulip mania or overenthusiastic, buying and selling and everything like that. Tulip mania.
Oh, okay. I'm not
You don't
familiar.
know what tulip mania is?
No, I'm assuming.
Oh my God.
Referencing some sort of.
I think it was in Denmark a long time ago. Tulips were like a big deal.
Okay.
And you could get special tulips, and they were like,
well, I think they're like the tulip capital of the world or something.
Whatever. So you had, and then also tulip bulbs. Like if you could get the red tulip, things were, oh my God, that one's worth a ton of money. And people were like throwing huge amounts of money. And then all of a sudden, people went,
wait a minute.
I don't really care about
flowers.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah.
I don't care about tulips anymore. Market crashed. So that is like a really like classic example of what I'm talking about. Let me pull up on my phone here. I went through and I looked at a few things in terms of
it turns out this is
a thing,
an economic principle.
Okay,
right?
So I don't care to actually add graphics to the thing. So that's basically it. This is what the chart looks like.
For those just listening, he's showing a graphic on his phone to the camera.
Yeah. So what
does the graphic say?
It's got 5 stages: displacement, the boom, the initial boom. This is where like institutional investors get in.
Okay.
And then you have the euphoria stage.
Yeah. And so this is all an investment curve.
Yep. And then you have profit taking. Then you have, it's not listed on here, but another one that you have, actually researched this stuff quite a bit for my own purposes, but you have a return to normal. Okay, so you have euphoria,
like a correction.
And you have profit taking, and then it comes down, and then it start to come back up, and people are like, okay, it's a return to normal, everything's fine, and then it sells off again, and you have flat out panic, and then you have despair when things dropped below where they were even before the hysteria took place.
Yeah,
and then they come back up again to follow to baseline of the average trend.
Okay,
so all this stuff if you have a trend that's going at like a 12-degree angle, whatever, the trend's going like this.
Sure.
This stuff, when it like goes crazy.
When it goes vertical.
You can see this in the housing market crashes that we've had. You can see it in, and everybody, one of the things that I've fought with people about with this pricing stuff is, well, they're worth what they're worth. People are going to pay what they're going to pay.
Yeah,
so
market
that justifies the price because people are buying them. That justifies the price. And then I go, have you ever heard of like the .com bubble? Hello? Just because people are paying XYZ for something does not mean it's equitable to the value that they're paying. That doesn't mean that it is actually
the stock
worth
market,
that much.
There's intrinsic value of a company, right? And so if the stock goes much higher than the intrinsic value, people are like, well, that doesn't even make sense, right?
That was the current tech bubble. Everything's dropped about 30%, 20% in the last year. Anyway, so we have stage 3, and this is what I want to focus in on.
Stage 3.
And it's called the euphoria stage.
Okay. Everyone's buying. Prices are going up.
In the euphoria phase, we see prices skyrocket.
Sure.
The valuations of companies and assets can be many-fold of their real value. Now, I understand that cars are not stocks, but I guarantee there's a lot of speculators in there.
Oh, yeah. And
I think you see it with the buying and stuff. Like you'll see a car come up on Bring a Trailer, and then like 6 months later, it's back up on Bring a Trailer. Right. You see this is happening. Often, new kind of KPIs and measures are introduced, which is like
key performance indicators, Chris.
Yep, are introduced to somehow justify that this value must be real. Eventually, in the euphoria phase,
they're justifying it, right?
They justify it. They'll figure out whatever they need to justify it. Like, well, it's rare. There's only this many of them, but it's different. People do not want to feel had or got.
Right.
Okay. Nobody wants to feel that. Nobody wants to feel that they bought at the top of the market.
Yes.
Especially in the euphoria phase, most investors think that they will find someone else who is buying the asset for a bigger price.
Okay.
Letting them believe that there is no limit.
Sure.
This theory linked to that phenomenon is called the greater fool theory.
Okay.
All right. So the greater fool theory. And then we're going to get to you tell me when the social media feedback loop thing I was talking about, you go, aha. Okay.
Okay.
In finance, the greater fool theory suggests that one can sometimes make money through the purchase of overvalued assets, items with a purchase price drastically exceeding the intrinsic value, if those assets can later be resold at an even higher price.
Right.
Which we talked about the euphoria phase. In this context, one fool, which seems like we have a few in the audience, might pay for an overpriced asset, hoping that he can sell it to an even greater fool to make a profit. This isn't fun, guys. Take it easy. Don't take offense. Don't hang up the phone, okay? This only works as long as there are enough new, greater fools willing to pay even higher and higher prices for that asset. Eventually, investors can no longer deny that the price is out of touch with reality, at which point a sell-off can cause the price to drop significantly until it is closer to its fair value, which in some cases could be zero. Not this case.
Right.
These are always going to have value. They're hard goods. They're machines. They're tools. They're never going to go to zero, not in our lifetime. Okay.
No, that's talking more about stocks and if a company actually break up costs.
Due to cognitive bias and human behavior, some people are drawn to assets whose price they see increasing, however irrational it may be.
There's your feedback.
This effect is often further exacerbated by herd mentality, whereby people hear stories of people who bought in early and made big profits, causing those who did not buy to feel a fear of missing out. FOMO.
There it is.
This effect was explained by economics professor Burton Malkiel in I don't know how to pronounce his name. Sorry, Burton. In his book, A Random Walk Down Wall Street. All right, last one. This is a quote from the book. A bubble starts when any group of stocks or cars, in this case, those associated with the excitement of the internet, begin to rise. The updraft encourages more people to buy the stocks or cars, which catches more TV, print, and social media coverage, I'll throw that in there, which causes even more people to buy, which creates big profits for early internet car stockholders. Successful investors tell you at a cocktail party or a Facebook live chat how easy it is to get rich, which causes the stock to rise further, which pulls in larger and larger groups of investors. But the whole mechanism is a kind of Ponzi scheme where more and more credulous investors must be found to buy the stock from the earlier investors. Eventually, one runs out of greater fools. Okay? So
one thing I will say is, that's talking about like, oh, well, if you're actually buying and selling them for the profit, if you're speculating on it, which most enthusiast car people are not doing. But you also, in an earlier episode, brought up like the social currency of the cool factor, right?
The wealth.
So if you replace, cost or I guess profit with cool factor in that scenario, you have exactly what we have going on here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that I truly think that we are within probably 3 months of peak. It's either now or it was a couple months ago or it's a couple months from now. I feel like we're at the peak. We're at mass hysteria, cats and dogs living together.
What?
It's from Ghostbusters.
Okay.
Mass hysteria, cats and dogs living together. Ah! Okay. I feel like we're right there. I mean, Jesus. We just had an $87,000 Golf sell for, or a Mark II Golf sell for $87,000.
Right. Yeah.
I've seen some price capitulation happening on 911s. There was just there was a car that just sold on Bring a Trailer for, I thought it was going to go for 160 to 180.
Yeah.
It went for 140. It's a really cool hot rod looking car. It ticks all the right boxes. It's got a good motor. It's got a good interior. It's got racing stripes. It's got the Campanella wheels. It in the past, I think it would have sold for more.
Interesting.
Or it would have been increased in value from its original sale.
So my car will be up on Bring a Trailer in a month.
For $7 until you fix everything that needs to be fixed on that thing.
Hey, I heard you tell Magnus that it was the most fun driving experience you've had in a while, ringing the shit out of that.
Out of what? Your car? Oh, yeah. I love your car. Your car is great.
Which is why I don't want to sell it.
Yeah, it's a great driving experience. It's, not a stock 2.2, that's for sure. And not a stock. Don't let Jake sandbag you.
I boroscoped the cylinders. It's a factory T motor, man.
All right. So hopefully we're going to kick some dominoes over.
Well, how so?
I feel like we are reaching a lot of people with this. And I feel like there's a lot of people that are sitting there and they've been waiting to hear this kind of talk. There's people just waiting. People that are just waiting for prices to drop. What I
think we can all kind of agree and commiserate on is it is difficult to drive these cars the way we like to and to pile on miles.
Yes.
And even, like, dare I say, to like modify them in certain ways when you realize, holy crap, this is like approaching the cost of like a small house.
And there's part of me, and this is going to sound shitty, but there's part of me that is like, I drive these cars. I do it right. I do it right.
Yeah.
In my opinion, the way I do it, driving cars, enjoying them.
Well, yeah, you've said that. Right. You got to get out and drive
then you have these rich dudes waltzing in thinking that they could just buy the car and be like me or someone like me.
Okay.
No, wrong. Sorry. I don't care how many likes you're getting on Facebook. When I see it, I know you're a poser. I know you out there, you rich motherfucker, you that just bought $150,000 hot rod and you're posting it up on Instagram. You think you're cool? You're not.
Well, you better come on the rally and prove Chris wrong then.
Yeah, sure. All right. So
So let's then talk about
some more cars. I got
some
3 more cars
you could have instead of a 911.
But before we do that, what have you got for us?
Yeah, let's
maybe
take
a little
minute.
bit of Petrol Box.
Let's talk about Petrol Box. Great sponsor of ours. Petrol Box
I will
is
catch
a
my
subscription.
breath while you talk about Petrol Box.
It's a subscription box full of hand-picked items, including tools, wearables, garage gear, detailing supplies, magazines, collectibles, coupons. I forgot to talk about, like, a lot of times you get discount codes or coupons. Like, there was just a $25 gift card for eBay Motors.
Nice.
Yeah, did you use that?
No, because I deleted my eBay account.
Oh, okay. Right. Well, yeah, it's the new Volkswagen Vortex, Chris.
Ugh.
Anyways, you can get a whole lot more. There's no contract for these either. I haven't mentioned this. Like, if you say, I want to start the subscription, it's not like you're locked in for a year. You can do as many months as you want, cancel at any time. It's a great service. It's always cool stuff in there. It's fun, like we always say, getting it on this doorstep. And unlike Amazon or anything else, where you're excited to get a box, but you know exactly what it is. This is a surprise.
Unless you order multiple things, then you're like, then you have to look at the boxes and go, and you shake it, and you're like, okay, there's a tiny thing in this giant box.
Right.
Then,
so obviously it came from Amazon.
Yeah.
Yes, but regardless, Petrol Box, head over to mypetrolbox.com for as little as $19.95 a month. The price has not gone up, mind you. You can also subscribe and use code Overcrest at checkout. That'll get you $6 off.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, do you like my hat?
I do really, really enjoy your hat, Chris.
Do you know where you could get one of these hats?
I do. You could get that at overcrestproductions.com. This is a green felt.
No, it's wool.
Oh, I'm sorry. It is wool.
It is a wool.
It's a wool cap.
Mm-hmm. It's my favorite hat ever.
Sports Car Vacation Land on it.
Which is the place where we always go when we head out on the rallies. We go to Sports Car Vacation Land.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, it can be wherever you want it to be as long as you're having a good time in your car.
Yes.
But more likely, you're probably with us. That's
trademarked, by the way.
Trademarked. Thanks to
a lot of people joke about that, but this is actually a trademark. Sports Car Vacation
Sports Car Vacation Land right here. Available now in the store amongst a bunch of other Sports
awesome
Car Vacation Land merch.
Entire
I think there's
collection.
only, because these hats are left over from the rally, and I think there's probably only like 12 hats.
Oh.
And that's it. We're never going to make them again. This is it.
Yeah,
like
all this stuff is limited edition.
Anyway, all right. So, episode 3. Last one with the cars.
Yep. So
here, Randy.
4 more cars.
3. 4. 3. 3 more cars.
4.
There's 3. Is there 4? I think there's
Pretty
3.
sure I counted 4.
All right. Well, you're wrong, as usual. All right. So, the 9.
I'm going to go count now because I'm pretty darn sure there was 4.
Okay. All right. Let me look up here. We've got
1. Scroll. 2.
There's 4.
2.
There's 4.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. All right. So, the 90s did not start out well for anybody.
No?
No.
But I was born.
Well, they started out
I was born in
pretty well
late
for you,
80s,
I guess. Other than the fact that you're in diapers still. You might have still been in diapers, and nobody liked being in diapers.
No,
the 90s did
I
not.
was 4.
I don't know about your potty training. Maybe you were. I have no idea.
Definitely not.
But by the mid-90s, gas prices had plummeted to around $1 a gallon. That's $2
good old
today.
days.
I remember putting fuel in my Rabbit diesel for like 97 cents. 97 cents for diesel in my Rabbit and getting 50 miles per gallon. It was great. Burnouts in first gear only. As the decade rolled on, the doldrums of post-revolution and the Gulf War wore off, and things began to accelerate rapidly. Culture shifted away from mascara-wearing hairbands screaming into microphones to flannel-wearing depressed white men screaming into microphones. And despite Reagan's war on drugs, everybody was still on drugs.
Yeah.
In Japan, which I admittedly know almost nothing about, which is one of the funnest things about doing these series like this.
Yeah.
I got to learn all about the Japanese economy in the 90s, and I'm trying to figure out like why were things like this, and we're gonna do a British car later. And I learned all about the economy and what it was like to live in a certain period of time. It's super interesting.
Why are you looking into the economy?
The economy is like the first indicator of what it's like to live in a place at a given time.
Okay.
I think you can make a pretty good judgment of what it was like to exist in a place, judging by how the economy was, because then you can translate to gas prices. Okay, you can translate it to cost of living and whether people were happy or not. The happiness
culture.
index.
I was going to say like what's pop culture like, but I suppose that's dictated by the economy. Well, are things good? Are they bad?
Yeah, happiness index, all that thing, satisfaction. In Japan, which I admittedly know almost nothing about, things were not as good. Despite technology moving at an exponential rate, the 90s are considered a lost decade for Japan. It was the first decade where the population decline we now know began. It has been suggested that the population of Japan will fall from over 100 million in the 1990s to a mere 50 million by 2090.
Wow.
Those guys need to start fucking each other. I mean, just like, come on. From 1991 to...
It's a small country, Chris.
It is. It's not like everybody's your sister, though. From 1991 to 2003, the Japanese economy... As
opposed to where?
What are you talking about?
Not like everyone's not your sister? What?
Just move on. It's the joke you thing. All right, from 1991 to 2003, the Japanese economy, as measured by GDP, grew by only 1.1%. You generally want to see 3 to 4% GDP growth. Things were not good.
Stagnant.
Very. Let's think about this from an auto manufacturing perspective.
Sure, why not?
Things had looked great for Japan in the 80s. People were dumping their thirsty V8s for Japanese cars.
Yeah,
right after the Carter administration, inflation, there was no gas, and you had gas crisis, all this stuff. Their V8s were no longer like the USDM. I really wanted to say USDM. The USDM had no real answer for the Japanese imports.
Correct, yeah.
They just were not competitive. There was this, I watched this video, side note, of them taking, so I don't remember what it's called, and I probably should have maybe included this, but the Japanese had, the way that they did their emissions and their fuel injection was really good. Like they had emissions and the way the fuel was used down.
Very efficient.
Down. They took American cars that were no longer meeting emission standards, installed their shit on American V8s, boom, met standards. They were that good. They were really good. But with Japan's economy cratering, JDM was doomed. And 1990 to 2000 would be the darkest years ever for Japanese cars. Except we both know that even though that should be true, it is not.
Yeah.
Japan had everything working against it. But in the 90s, things went supernova in Japan's efforts to make some of the best cars the world has ever experienced. I don't get it. Everything's fucked in Japan. But the 90s for Japan was
awesome cars.
Absolutely epic. Here's some of the cars released from 1990 on.
Okay.
Every one of them is like, has a cult following or a general following, or it's amazing. Every single one.
Okay, let's go.
The Miata.
Yeah.
Lexus LS400.
Okay.
Like the VIP scene and like the reliability of that motor. It's got a cult following. The Mitsubishi Eclipse, the first one.
Yeah.
And the Eagle Talon. Both of those cars. Eagle Talon looks a little better. Nissan 300ZX Fairlady. The Toyota MR2 Turbo.
Yeah.
Toyota Super Mark IV. The one that looks like soap. Mazda RX-7. The FD.
Yes.
All right. I don't even like RX-7s, but those cars look good. The Honda NSX. The S13 Silvia.
Yep.
The Skyline R32 GTR.
Wow.
The Toyota Celica GT4.
Yep.
The Honda Civic Type R.
Yeah.
Subaru Impreza 22B STI.
Yes.
The Integra Type R.
Uh-huh.
The SI stuff. It goes, I mean, it is insane. This is the golden era for Japan, I think, for JDM. And I think that's undisputable.
Okay.
You just can't. Indisputable. Legends, all of them. So how do you pick just one? It is a good thing. This is our podcast, and I can do whatever I want. Okay. Even though you can get every single car on that list for the cost of an air-cooled 911, I still have to pick one. Car and Driver called my choice a jet fighter for the road. In fact, much of this car was inspired by American jet fighters.
Really?
Where you sit, kind of the looks of it, everything like that was actually influenced. The designer said they were influenced by jet fighters. Jake, what happens when you take the maker of some of the most reliable Econoboxes ever and turn them loose? You get a supercar that you can live with on a daily basis. In the 90s, this was an insane concept. Think about the cars that were considered supercars in the 90s.
Sure.
The Countach.
Yeah.
Wildly unreasonable.
Oh, yeah.
Okay?
No.
Unreasonable.
Can't even see out
I
the
don't
rear.
even need to justify it. The 959, huge amount of tech. The tech was out of control in that car.
Well, it's super expensive.
Very expensive.
Unobtainium.
Banned by the NHTSA in the United States. Couldn't buy it. Not great reliability. Low production numbers. Very expensive.
Yeah.
Slower than the F40, which is untouchable. Expensive. It's not even worth talking about.
It's a race car.
It's a race car, okay?
Yeah.
Pretty much every car of the time was ridiculous in some way. Honda, while an innovator, obviously was not known for supercar.
Ridiculousness? Yeah.
This was a rare, clean sheet design opportunity. And as such, it was called the New Sports Experience.
Oh!
And so eventually, when it was done, Alain Prost and Ayrton Senna pulled the cover off this thing in the world premiere of the Honda NSX.
I didn't know that's what it stood for.
The Honda NSX is on my list. Honda did something no manufacturer had ever done. They designed a first ever all-aluminum mid-engine supercar that could be serviced at a Honda dealership every 7,500 miles. And get this, it was completely exempt from the gas guzzler tax, all while still making 90 horsepower per liter, which is great.
Yeah.
The engine wasn't just something they yanked out of a gold badge limited edition Accord either. Honda designed a new cylinder block with 6-bolt main caps and larger cylinder heads to contain the complex VTEC mechanism, which didn't even make it into the car until the last minute. Really? VTEC made it into the car. They had like a different design, and then someone was like, dude, the Civic's got VTEC. How can the NSX not have VTEC?
Right.
So they had to like, to add the heads that would take VTEC, they had to tilt the engine back like another 5 degrees to get it to even fit in there. Anyway, so this
I thought it was always just like a or not a Camry, but like a Corolla motor or whatever.
No, it's
Accord. I'm sorry.
It had innovative connecting rods made from titanium alloy that were used to lower reciprocating weight while increasing overall rod strength, something that increased the engine's maximum RPM by 700, resulting in a final red line of 8,000 RPM.
Yep.
Have you driven anything with VTEC? It's hilarious.
You haven't driven an S2000, have you?
I have.
The first one where it revs to 9.
Yeah, it's awesome. It really is. It's slower than my 24-valve GTI was, but still awesome. So there's something about those revs. And generally, I need to take a drink. And generally, I don't really like high-revving sounding things. Everybody's like, well, you don't like RX-7s, so do you like V10 Formula One cars? No, not really. Yeah. I like lower. I love when lower RPM engines are made to sound like higher RPM. Their performance is built in where they can reach a higher red line than they originally could.
I know what you're talking about.
And sometimes that kind of stuff can sound kind of good. Anyway, Senna also tested the NSX at racetracks.
Yeah.
Senna.
Yes.
Tested this car.
Yes.
Gave input on how it's built.
That's cool. Oh, during actual development.
Yes. As a result of Senna's input, Honda took the NSX prototype to the Nürburgring to tune chassis stiffness. Mm-hmm. Over the course of several months, the chassis was refined in a painstaking process. Satoru Nakajima, a Japanese race car driver, legend, he was actually their first full-time Japanese Formula One driver.
Okay.
The first one. He would drive a lap on the circuit and then discuss with the Honda engineers where he felt flex in the chassis. The engineers would then hand weld aluminum braces in the area they believe would fix the issue and then send the driver back out to confirm.
Whoa.
This process was repeated over and over and over again, with the data results sent directly to Honda headquarters in Japan, or it was fed into a Cray supercomputer and translated into reinforcements in the production aluminum monocoque. As a result of this process, the NSX chassis stiffness increased by over 50%.
Wow.
With only a small increase in weight. I just think of myself over the years that I've done like suspension modifications. And I'm like, afterwards I go out and I'm like, yeah. Feel stiffer.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
That's it. This dude is like feeling like an extra 1/3 of a G-force in his left gluteus maximus.
Right. Knows exactly.
And he's like, we need to put like a little triangulated bar. It's insane.
I love that also they're just taking it off of the pit lane, lifting it up, and just welding more bars
in. Fuck it. Why not? So when I was growing up, this is the 90s. So this is peak like want car time. I largely considered these things plain, boring, and uninspiring throughout my childhood loving years of the 90s. I may have been right at the time, and a lot of people said it was plain, boring.
I remember reading about that.
Its simple, efficient design and Honda's resistance to bow to supercar trends has created a timeless car.
Sure.
It truly is a good-looking car that you can buy and drive. Take your wife out on it. They did so much shit to these cars to get it to be compliant where you could drive it every day, have it be reliable.
It's a Honda.
And the best part of all of it, the NSX at the time was faster than 911 turbo around the Nürburgring.
I believe it. Mid-engine.
Vibrating, 7.5 out of 10. Supercar has aged incredibly well. Moderate rarity.
First or second gen or post or pre-facelift.
Well,
you got pop-up headlights.
I say right here. Let me finish.
Okay,
I'll get to that. Moderate rarity, mid-engine, Le Mans racing pedigree with Kremer. So Kremer used.
Wait, really? I didn't know this.
Yeah. Fuck Porsche. We're gonna run a Honda. That's what Kremer said. They've a JDM royalty.
Yep.
Still uses the safety car at Suzuka in the twin ring Motogai circuit, which is kind of neat. But it's minus 1 point if it's a facelifted car.
Okay,
they are hideous. I do not like the facelifted cars.
The headlights. Yeah.
So I had to find somebody that owned one of these, and lucky for us, our good friend Drew Manley.
I was gonna say
from Cooled Collective is coming on the podcast.
Have you ever driven one?
I have not.
I want to. I've never been in one.
I've sat in them. I mean, it didn't occur to me that I liked this car again until I started researching all these other cars. And I'm like, you know what? This car has aged really well.
Yeah.
Honda built a wonderful car.
What's interesting, too, comparing it to a 911, 911 is always supposed to have been the everyday supercar, right? Is what you can live with.
Yes.
This, totally is more than that. It does it so much better.
I don't know that the 911 ever met that standard.
But
at least not in the
what I'm talking
world.
about. It was always supposed to be the everyday supercar, the supercar you could live with.
The 911?
Yes.
Well, they failed because everything in a 911 is fucking weird. You get into if you were not a 911 owner,
okay,
and you got in to a 1987 Carrera,
sure,
and you're driving it, and the windshield starts to fog up.
Oh God,
you're fucked because you are not going to know what to do. You're going to look at those sliders and go, I have no idea. What? And there's a little knob down in between the seats with a heat.
You're right. That is the most ridiculous part.
It's not for everyone.
Yes, but anyways, the NSX does feel like it is that.
All right, let's talk to Drew Manley about the phenomenon of the 911, which he's really plugged into.
Yep.
And the NSX. I'd love to hear his thoughts on that. Div, how's it going, dude?
What's up, Chris? I'm a little frazzled today, trying to get everything set up, but I'm here, man.
It's good. It's good. I just spent the last probably 20 minutes talking about how the NSX and my perception of it has changed. And I really wanted to talk to you about it because you have, obviously you have a lot to do with Porsche stuff. You're really deep in that, but you're also come from a heritage of JDM. And I know you have an NSX. So you have this really, really unique perspective that I think is important to address with this car in specific. So over the last probably, when I was 15 years old, when I started knowing what an NSX was, and you'd open up the magazines.
What year was it?
I probably started paying attention mid-90s. I know they came out earlier, but I was 10, 11 years old when they came out. So I wasn't really paying attention. By the time I started looking at things, it was always this impression that the NSX was boring, that it was plain, that it was simple. And that was in those times, that's kind of the way that, some of the magazines put it out that way, although it did get great reviews. But as I'm looking back, I feel like all the things that made me feel that way are now kind of what make it special. That car didn't really go after supercar trends, right? I mean, it was a very, very unique car, and I think it has caused it to age extremely well. What do you think? You don't agree with you? I see the gears are turning over there.
Well, I don't know. I guess thinking about it from my perspective, because the way you kind of introduced it, I don't think that was how it was for us in SoCal. I think it was always a prized car. It was always it just was always seen with the highlight. You know what I'm saying? It was never seen as a boring car over here. And by the way, when we were in high school, it was a car that was so far from reach. Most people kids our age didn't really get into the nitty gritty of it. It was just kind of this car exists, but it was meant for rich people. So
right,
it was hard to say.
Do you think that perspective is a little bit because you were into you were kind of a JDM kid, right?
Well, at the time, okay. So if we go back, I remember the first time I saw the NSX. It was in 1991. I was in junior high, and I was on my way to school. And the story goes, I was in the back of a minivan, and we're at a red light. I remember this Ferrari pulling up next to us. And I remember looking at it, saying it had an Acura badge on it. And so when we got back home, one of my buddy's older brother, he's about 10 years older than us, was big into cars. And I had told him that I saw a Ferrari with an Acura badge. And he was like, there's no such thing. And I was like, well, why would you buy a Ferrari and put an Acura badge on it? This must be a new car. And he was like, no, there's no such thing. And sure enough, a few months later, I think it was at that point, I don't know if it was being announced. I'm pretty sure it was being announced a year before that point, but he had told me that, hey, there's a new car, the Acura NSX. And I remember when that car came out, it was, we're talking about 1991. It was such a advancement in design for Japanese design, right? For Italian cars, it might have been a bit more subdued, in terms of the exotic look and value. But for the most part, for Japanese kids, I mean, knowing what I know now, to me, I thought it wasn't exotic. I thought it was like, Ferrari's next design. And knowing that when I found out it was an Acura or Honda, it was like, yo, what is happening? But that was right around the time I was kind of coming into the love of cars. I mean, during that time, I had friends who had older brothers who had like 91 Civic hatchback EFs that were like the whole Japanese import scene was just starting to kick off. So when that was happening, of course, I was in 7th grade, 8th grade. By the time I got to 9th grade, Civics had taken on this whole other personality. Mind you, Honda Accords and Integras, Preludes, those were more premium, but most average kids would have like a Civic to start. So at the time when the NSX came out, Supras, RX-7s, these were like cars that were just beyond our understanding. And we had some kids that, were wealthier. I went to a private school, so we had some kids that had RX-7s, but for the most part, nobody was driving the higher end Japanese cars. So when NSX came out, it was always, once again, like, it was never even an idea that like we would own one like anytime soon. So we spent most of our times building like, grassroots cars. So either, you come from the VW background or the Honda background, whatever the case is, that's where most of us spend our time. So we didn't spend a lot of time like researching NSX or 911s. Like it didn't really occur to me or most of the people I knew. So when you say that like, the reviews were coming out, potentially maybe they were getting less interesting as time went on, maybe 3 or 4 years after, that could have been the case, but like I never really looked into it. So I don't know how that kind of transpired over the years. But knowing Honda, they like to, even the S2000, when they first come out, they like to do a really amazing job, get the grand reviews, and then they just kind of don't really upgrade it too much, right? Like the years go on and it's just like very small tweaks, and then they just kill it, right? They're like, oh, it's 9, 10, 15 years. Let's just end it. It's like, what? So that's kind of where like disconnect is for like a lot of Honda fans, at least, is that, if it's a Civic or an Accord, they're going to continue making those cars because that's their bread and butter. But like Honda makes these great cars and they're just kind of like, well, it's not really important for our business. So let's just not do it. And that's just it. You know what I'm saying? So for me,
it was interesting when the new NSX came out, it was like, here it is. And then nothing. Like there was like zero media. It was just like, it was just existed for like a second and then it was just gone.
Well, I think part of that is Honda kind of like American Honda really flopped the marketing of that, right? It took like 6 years for them to finally release the car. And by the time they released it, like nobody cared about it because it just was too long. Like 6 years I remember in 2008, 2009 in the S2000 forums, they were talking about how they were testing the next NSX, which was going to be like a small displacement, high strung V10. And they chopped up an S2000 and they added kind of like these mini doors to throw a V10 in the back, right? To make it like an MR platform. And everybody was super hyped. And they're like, dude, it's going to be incredible. And they were showing off. Well, it's funny, when I was at Tokyo Auto Salon this year, they had the HSC, which is like the Honda GT 500. And I've only seen those in photos back in the late 2000s. And I remember walking around and seeing it at the Yokohama booth, going, oh my God, it's here. It's so badass, And the V10 was supposed to be based off, I think, that chassis. I don't remember a lot of the details of it, but it was supposed to be this really grand gesture of an upgrade. And then they killed it because the economy tanked. And for 2 years, they didn't do anything. And then in 2010, I think they did the whole Jerry Seinfeld, like NSX commercial on the Super Bowl Sunday. And they're like, oh, the new NSX, and 6 years blank. And then it comes out, and by the time it came out, people were kind of bored of it because, once again, it was 6 years later. The design was so different from anything that they had seen before. But then also it was very familiar to the rest of the family line, right? And I think there was a lot of conversation about I mean, it's Acura's Halo car. I don't want it to look like an Accord, and I don't want it to look like a Civic. I want it to look like an NSX, and there was that whole thing. And I don't know. It's an incredible car. I know a couple people who have it, and it's a tremendous car. They love it in every way. But I don't know. The marketing really just made the car just suck, I guess. But I know that maybe in 10 years, people come back around and realize like how great of a car it is, right? And they'll go,
Right.
man, this car really was fantastic and it never really got the light it should have. But I think once again, it just goes back to the whole marketing component of it. And if you think about how the NA1 and NA2 got their limelight at the time, it was a different time. They marketed it much differently. It was more significant at the time. And even though the I don't know if it's called an NA3 or what the new chassis is, but, by the time that came out, I don't know really how much time they were spending on, like, showing that it was an incredible car. I think by the time, once again, like, people were just over it because there was a lot of other cars for the money. And that's another thing too. Like NSX were selling for like 200K, and people were like, 200,000 bucks. What? That's a lot of
What?
money,
Mm-hmm.
And so people were looking at alternatives like GT3s and like McLarens and whatever the case. And people were like, I'm not gonna spend $200,000 on a Japanese car. And I think
So
ultimately,
let's reel this back into the NSX that you own. I don't
yeah.
want to get too far out there because there's a lot of stuff we have to talk about.
Mhm.
Tell me about the ownership adventure of you getting that NSX and why you own that car.
Yeah. So as you guys know, in '91, I saw the NSX, and it was a car that I've always like it's always stuck with me because I feel like that was like the start of like my love for cars. I mean that's the earliest memory that I have of like falling in love with the car. And in 20 maybe around 2011, I was starting to look for an NSX. I felt like it was kind of becoming like in my gravitational pull. And at the time, NSXs were, I mean, that was pretty much the bottom of the market. They were going for like low 30s. You can even find them in mid 20s, even some beat up ones for under 20, for like 19 maybe. Um, and so I was looking, and my budget was around 30K or so. And I started looking, and like with any car that I mean, if you guys ever searched for like a dream car, it's a process. Like you got to
Mm-hmm.
go and just, you're going to scare the whole market, and you realize the ones that exist have some sort of issues and blah, 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 or they're out of your budget. And so I was looking for 3 months at a time. Then you get burnt out because you're looking every single day, right? And then you realize, like, okay, well, I'm never
There's
going to
just
find.
not enough of them for sale to look at for every single
Correct.
day. So you're just
And
obsessing over the stuff that's there.
exactly. Same thing with GT3s or air-cooled cars, whatever it is, anything that's cool. And so it took me 2 years to find my car. Once again, I was going on and off and, saying maybe it's not the right time. And in 2013, I was looking again. And I remember I was so tired of looking for ads and stuff. I had put up a want to buy ad on NSX Prime. And I got two people who hit me up right off the bat. One was a local guy in LA who had a Silverstone O2, and another guy who hit me up. It was a Grand Prix White O2 in Northern California. Mind you, my budget was $30,000 at the time, 35 maybe, and O2s at that time were still going for about 60 to 65 grand. So when they hit me up, I was like, thank you for responding to the ad, but it's just not in my budget. The guy with the Silverstone came back and said, hey, how about somewhere around 50? I could do 50, maybe 47. And I was like, man, I don't think I can make that spread. So we talked a little bit, and then I got the second DM from the guy who was like, hey, I have a Grand Prix White O2 NSX, and I thought it was a scam because in the NSX world, like not just NSX but JDM world, like white is like sometimes the most coveted color, and that has a lot to do with the culture and stuff, and what white symbolizes and whatnot. And
What does it symbolize? I'm not aware.
so from what I know,
Educate me.
white like symbolizes either like death, or even in Korean culture, like when there's funerals, people don't wear black, they wear white. So I think part of it is that the culture, like white was almost like a rebellious color because it kind of symbolized, you know, um, counterculture, I guess. And so, um, at the time when he hit me up, usually white cars are usually sold before, they're ever listed because whoever owns a white NSX usually has like a line of people saying, "If you ever sell, make sure you give me a call." And
Yep.
so he hit me up and said, "Hey, I have this white one. I thought it was a scam, but we were talking back and forth. It seemed kind of legitimate. He was an older Japanese man in Burlingame, and we ended up talking for like 3 weeks. And I wasn't talking to him more or less to buy the car because I just knew that it wasn't gonna be in my budget. But I think his price originally was around right around that 60,000 mark. I had kind of negotiated into the $50,000 range, before I decided to drive up to him. And
What are you driving at that time? Like, what is your car? Like, what is feeding your enthusiasm at the time that you're talking to this guy? Like, what is filling that gap for you?
I had an S2000 that at that point I've had since 2006, so I had it
Okay.
already about 7 years.
Okay.
Um, and the NSX was like my very first major like automotive purchase. Up to that point, like the S2000, I bought it brand new, and it was, at the time I think it was like 34,000 out the door. But the NSX was like my very first like major purchase dream car. And the S2000 could be argued that way as well. But the NSX was something just it was on a different tier. It was just something I dreamed about for a long time. And, just I had to come correct with it. It wasn't something I can easily finance and whatnot. So, it was a car that I've just, I think a lot of Asian guys in SoCal, you know, have just dreamt about it. So right around that time I was looking, and we kind of got to a point where price was kind of within, the realm, even though it was way out of budget. So I started selling like anything and everything that I no longer need, like wheels and my Honda like scooters. And I got to a point where I got really, really close. And so, I went to go see the seller, and it was like one of those. I just got back from Japan. It was probably one of the greatest automotive experiences of my life. Um, but still, I think the top for me was the day that I picked up my NSX, because there was a still high probability that it was still going to be a scam, or the car was going to be jacked up, or there's something that was going to be wrong with it. But the way everything happened, like the guy, honestly, he I think he was feeling me out to see like why I wanted the car, because he could have just listed it and sold it in like 5 minutes. So I think he realized when I was asking a million questions that I was interested in it for the right reasons. And I think he was just trying to make sure it went to a good home.
What,
This
did he have a collection, or was this
no,
kind
so
of like his baby, or what?
yeah, for sure it was his baby. He spent a lot of time and energy into it. When I went to go see him, the first question I had after I did my test drive was, "Do you? I mean, what is the reason you're selling this car?" And he goes, "Man, I really don't want to sell this car, but let me show you why." So on his driveway, there was a car that was covered, and he goes and pulls the car cover off. And lo and behold, it's a so if you don't know about NSXs, the early 91, 92, 93, 94, the first 4 years there were coupes. And coupes are more warranted because they just have more rigidity, and and
Yep.
it's better than a Targa, arguably. So he goes, during Superstorm Sandy, this car was flooded, and he pulls the cover back, and you can see that the paint, everything was stripped out from the car. It was just a bare shell, and you never see NSXs as bare shells, right? So I'm staring at this bare shelled aluminum NSX, and you can see where in different parts of the car, you can see, like when he opened the door, you can see where the salt line was when the car flooded. And he goes, "Dude, my buddy is a car broker, and he was at an auction, and this thing came up, and he bought the car for $5,000. But he
Fuck.
did not have enough money to build that car. So he had to sacrifice his Grand Prix White, GPW NSX, which is very
For the
low
OG.
number. Yeah. And he said, I have to build this coupe because I want to build it like with the 6 speed and 3.2 and all that stuff, but I want the coupe. So
Have you talked to him since? Did he ever finish it?
I have not. I've reached out to him a few times in the last few years, and I never got a response from him. So I'm not
Hmm.
sure. And he's an older gentleman. So, and mind you, I bought the car, 9.5 years ago. So I don't
Yeah.
know. I
Who
don't know what's
knows?
going on with him. So, Yeah, but his name was Ken, and he was real cool dude. His house, he was single. When he invited me into his house, when we were doing a transaction, he had like car parts everywhere. So he was kind of like the single Japanese guy who was living the life. And then he goes on, you see that Civic on the driveway or on the street? So he had like an EG with the K swap in it. So like he had a bunch of like crazy Japanese builds. And he's just like, I was like, what do you do? He's like a software engineer living in Burlingame, and that's what he does. So he's
tell me about this the test drive. Tell me about the test drive.
So I got it here. Let me lead up to the story because this is how crazy my ownership of the NSX is, and this is the reason why I can never sell it. Because when I was first looking at one other time, I had somebody sent me this listing on Facebook, and it was for a red NSX. It was 97, and 97 is significant because that's the start of the NA2s with the bigger motor and the transmission, the 6-speed. I went and I met this guy. He put a listing in all the way in like by the beaches. So I drove like an hour to get there. And this guy makes me wait like an hour. So I'm like, hey, man, where you at? Like, I'm waiting. He goes, okay, I'll be there. Doesn't show up for an hour. And I'm getting really pissed. I'm calling him, texting him. And I told my buddy, I was like, dude, this is not going to happen. I'm just seeing what kind of cars are coming in. I noticed like a blue V6 Mustang come in. And I was like, there's just no way that's got to be him because a guy who owns an NSX doesn't drive a Mustang V6 around. It's just convertible. You know what I'm saying? They're just like two different types of cars. And sure enough, it was the guy. He came in this Mustang and was like, I thought he was homeless, honestly, because he when he was approaching me, he was like kind of hobbling and he was super old and his clothes looked really worn down. And I thought it was a scam. And sure enough, he was like, I was like, so, are you such and such? He goes, yeah. And I was like, where's the car, man? I've been waiting here for an hour. He goes, it's actually down the street. And I was like, what?
Where I'm going to murder you. Yeah, over here.
I called my buddy Greg, who lives in the area. And I was like, dude, I'm over here. I was like, what are you doing? Why don't you come out and take a look at this car with me? He goes, you know what's funny, Drew? He goes, I seen a red NSX parked at this such and such intersection like last week. And so I told the old guy, I was like, where's the car at? And so he tells me the intersection where my buddy saw it. So I was like, okay, I'll meet you over there because this guy is super, super slow. And so I drive over there. Sure enough, the NSX on the side of the road and has cobwebs. It has a big sign on the window that says for sale. And I'm thinking like, yo, this is what the NSX has come to. Like, it's just sitting on the side of the road, just neglected.
Forgotten.
Just,
nobody's calling this man nothing.
Nobody's calling. It was all bad news, right? So I get there. He shows about 10 minutes later, and a couple of my buddies there, my wife's there, and I'm just thinking like, dude, what's going on with this story? And mind you, at the time, the car was for a 1997 was listed for about like $24,000, and that was really cheap. Right. So I knew something was up with it. So he gets there, he hobbles out of the car, his hand shaking. And I'm asking him like, he's trying to open the door and he starts the car. It's got like a funny looking Momo shift knob. The car for the most part looks like it's together, but it's just, I don't know. It just kind of looks like it was neglected. Starts the car, sounds pretty healthy. We walk around, take a look at it, seems okay. So I asked the guy, I was like, hey, can I do a test drive? And he goes, no test drive. And he goes, I can drive you, but you cannot drive the car. And I was like, I don't know if I want to get in a car with a guy.
How's that going to work?
Dirty walk, So I was like, you know what? Forget it. Let's just go. So he gets in the car. Mind you, he's like, he's just shaking like crazy. So I get in the car, and my buddies are looking at me. My wife's looking at me, and I'm just like, oh, man, this is not good.
This is it. Bye, guys. I love you. Goodbye.
Bye.
It's been good.
So it's so funny. Like, this guy can barely, move. He's shaking like crazy. He puts the car in first gear, and as soon as he lets off on the clutch, he just, like, bombs it. And I'm like, oh, shit. I've never been in a Honda that felt that, like, torquey before, right? It just pulled super hard, and I was like, whoa. I had to tell the guy, yo, slow down. Like, what is going on right now? Like, you can barely walk. But as soon as he got in the car, it was like, sometimes you see those people who stutter, and then when they sing, they no longer stutter. Like for him, it was like he could barely walk, but the moment he got into the driver's seat, he was just like, I'm drunk.
Just like stop shaking. You could just drive.
Yeah, he
That's
was just
insane.
good. So I was like asking him questions as we're going around the block. I was like, yo, blah, 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 what's up with this car? And he starts to tell me about the car. He also tells me he's got another NSX at home that he's doing wide body, chameleon color. I was like, what? And then he tells me he has 2 Panteras. He's just telling me all this stuff. And I thought this guy was homeless like 20 minutes ago. And now he's telling me he's got like all these cars, right? So I was like, okay. And so we get back. And I asked him, I was like, how come I can't drive the car? And he goes, I did a test drive with somebody last week and he was racing some other guy. And I was like, okay, that's fair. But I was like, dude, I came out here and I drove an hour out here to Redondo Beach and you made me wait an hour. I was like, I feel like you owe me at least a test drive. And then he goes, okay, fine. I'll give you a test drive. So I get in the car and I push
So who did you race as soon as you got in?
No, I drove the car and immediately I'm like, yo, man, is this what an NSX is? Like it feels amazing. Like I instantly fell in love with it. And that was the first time I ever drove an NSX.
How does this? Okay, so that I want to bear down on that just for a second. Yeah. When an NSX is described to me, I've sat in one. That's it. I've never driven one. When an NSX is described to me, it's always just like, yeah, it's just like a Honda, but like a supercar Honda. And like, I don't really know what that means. Like, what does that mean? I don't get it.
Yeah. So I'm going to this is why I'm telling this story, because I'm going to lead into this is why there's so many discrepancies about the NSX from people who drive it. Okay.
Yep.
So I tell the guy, we get back, I drive it, and I'm just like, okay, I want to buy this car. Like I'm in 100%. He goes, okay, follow me to my house. So he jumps back in his Mustang, hands me the key to the NSX, and was like, just follow me. I'm thinking like, dude, I could just take off. Like, this guy won't catch me or nothing. I'm just bye, right? I'm thinking this guy is really trusting. So we drive about like 5 minutes down the street. We get to his house, and sure enough, like he's got this, like one of those beach homes that's kind of looks very small in the front, but it goes way deep in the back. And I pull up, and sure enough, under some tents, he's got like a guy who's working on. This is at nighttime, by the way. There's a guy he's got this custom wide body NSX, chameleon color, like it's a total 90s vibe. And then I see the Panteras all torn apart, and I'm like, what the heck is going on, dude? So he starts showing me around and stuff, and he goes, okay, I told him I'll be back tomorrow when the bank opens, and then we can finalize this. So I go back home. That night, I start running the VIN number on the internet, which everyone should do. Outside of Carfax, you should still Google a VIN number. And a post came up on NSX Prime from the previous owner. And he was at the racetrack, and he slammed it into the wall at the track. And I got a hold of him. So I told the guy, I was like, hey, I need a few more days. The guy responded to me like 3 days later. And told me that so I found out that when I ran the Carfax, I found out it was salvaged. So part of the reason why it was so cheap. So I got a hold of the guy, and I asked him what happened. He said, I got an accident at the track. And I asked him, would you ever buy the car back? I mean, how significant was the accident? And he said, no, I would never buy the car back because the accident was significant. So I made a pretty hard decision to pass on the car. And so that really like
God, it must have been so awful. You were so close.
I was
right there.
I was, and mind you, at that point, I've already been looking for like a year and a half, 2 years. So I thought I was like gonna get this car, and it was priced really well. But I was like, you know what? I don't want my first NSX to be, or any NSX to be, a salvage title, So I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna pass. My buddy Chad, who owns a Thai restaurant, he's owned one for like 15 plus years. When I told him I was like actively looking, he goes, dude, let me throw an NSX meet for you, and then you can, meet different owners and maybe drive their cars. I was like, okay. So he throws an NSX meet, and a bunch of guys come out, and he's my good buddy now. My buddy Chris was selling his NSX. He had a 91. So he goes, hey man, Drew, look, go drive. He hands me the keys, go drive it, go, have your thing. So he has a 91, which is once again NA1. NA1s go all the way to 1994. And I drove it, and I came back, and he was like, so what'd you think? and I told him, it was very underwhelming. And I told him it felt like driving an AP1. And if you ever driven like Hondas, like even at the S2000 world, AP1s are the early generation and AP2s are the second. But the major upgrade that they do besides the engine displacement is shorter gears. And when you drive a car with shorter gears, if you've never driven an identical car with shorter gears, I would welcome you to do that because it's a completely different driving experience.
That's what happened with me in my 915 gearbox in my car. I had a Mag Case 915 in my car, which is the shortest ratio 915 gearbox from a 73.
Yeah.
Or 72. 72, 73. And I can tell you what, I've got a mid-year gearbox in my car now. And the first time I got in and drove the car, I blew it up in California, put the new transmission in, got in and drove it and was like, oh no. It took me a long time to get over that. A long time. And now I think the gearbox is pretty good. I think it's a decent gearbox. But the acceleration and that you lose and the feeling that you lose out of that short gearbox, man, it took a long time for me to get over that. It's huge.
Yeah, I think I feel like a lot of people haven't experienced driving a car and then driving a car with a much shorter setup or varying setups. But and I think you get to a point now, especially, I mean, when I talk to a lot of people in the Porsche community, their first inclination is spend all their money on an engine upgrade, right? They're like, oh, I want to go 360 to 3.8, man, it's gonna be amazing. But I've driven a 360 to 3.8s was the only upgrade, and I can't even tell it's it's been upgraded. The car feels exactly the same. Like there's a lot of things that you need to upgrade it in combination with so that the experience is different, right? So,
well, we've talked about this. It's the journey you have with your car, right? One of the reasons my car is the way it is because it's taken 10, 11 years of all these different decisions to get it where it is versus just being like, oh, I need to throw a 3.8 in it or a 3.6 or a 3.4 or whatever. And they put it in there because they think that's what they're supposed to do.
Correct.
And the equation doesn't add up to what they expected that it's going to be.
Absolutely.
And it's you got to go through all kinds of different iterations before you finally end up in the right place.
Yeah, I feel like most people who aren't experienced, their first thing is always like, we need more power. Just like in photography, they're like, I need more at least more back in the day. They're like, I need more megapixels. Yeah. Like, bro, megapixels ain't gonna save your crappy photography, man. It's just people don't understand that. They think that horsepower is gonna save their terrible driving, and it's not. There's everything else. And I had to learn that through when I had an S2000, like the F motor. Especially at the time, there wasn't much you can do to it to gain more power. So a lot of people in the S2000 community spend most of their time on gearing or tires or cooling, like basically everything outside of the engine. And I learned a lot through that chassis, and it's really carried me over to a lot of these cars today that I own. But kind of going back to it now, when I drove that NA1, like I came back and I asked myself, man, if the first NSX that I ever drove was an NA1, 100%, I don't think I would own one today because the driving experience was so underwhelming that it just like and it's so funny because I always hear people going, "Oh, NSXs are slow, blah blah. You don't make 300 horses, da 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 da." But once again, it's not about a single component of the car. It's not saying that it's got this amount of horsepower or whatever. It's the overall energy of any car. Like, for example, as you know, like when you drive a vintage car that has 200 horses and weighs 1,800 pounds, that's going to be very thrilling. Like, you don't need to have 700 horsepower to have fun. And even if you did have 700 horsepower in a brand new car, it's not going to feel the same because guess what? That car is going to be well sealed, and you can do 140 and not hear a peep coming through. You know what I'm saying? It's like people are
it's
kind of
the performance trap, man. It's the performance trap. I've already done the closing to this episode. We've already recorded it, but one of the things I talk about is how the why the car was built, when it was built, and who it was built for.
Yeah,
those three things are some of the most important things you can you can have in your mind when you're going to go drive something. When you go and you get in the car, because you can get wrapped up in the performance trap like super fast. I mean, you had a contrasting experience, which led you to the conclusion that you had. But I don't know. I think the reason that you thought the way you did is because you had a contrasting reference point. You had a contrasting reference point of this other car that you drove. So then you're able to decide, well, obviously the one I drive is more boring compared to the other one. But if you just would have went out there and it would have been a NA1, who knows what you would have felt like? Maybe you would have felt that way. Maybe not. I don't
know. Like I've driven enough cars up to that point where I know where there's a certain level of performance that I need. Like like a level, like I don't need a lot of power, but I think the overall ratio of driving a certain car needs to have a certain feel to it. And I knew right off the bat, the moment I drove that NA1, like it had nothing to do with what I drove previously. It just like getting into it, the car's not geared correctly. It's just geared. The gears are way too tall. So
yes, maybe that's because they tuned it and tested it on the Nürburgring.
Yes, correct. I mean, I've had a lot of conversations with R34 owners recently, and I feel like the same thing. Like when I see that car, I'm like, man, is that car really enjoyable? I've had a couple of conversations with people recently where I asked them, I was like, outside of all the hype on the GTR, blah 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 blah, I talked to a guy who's got 550 horses on his. I was like, what do you think about driving this car? Is it really, all that the hype that is led up to be? And he goes, to be honest, nah, it's not, man. He goes, I don't really enjoy driving this car, but it is nostalgic as hell and it is cool looking, so that's why I own it. But it's not really a great driving experience. Funny enough, also heard Lewis, who's Larry Chen's assistant, right on, because Larry just got that R34, and he had like mentioned the pros and cons of the R34. If you see his page, you should go look at it because he does list off some things that are very truthful, and he also does talk about how the gearing is very tall for that car. It was meant for like Price Suzuka racetrack, and so.
Right.
When you take that into consideration and you live in LA or you live in Tokyo and you're just going barely past second gear, like it's not the same experience. And so I think it's very important that when you buy a car that you have a purpose for it, like what about that car do you really enjoy? I do love rolling through gears. So for me, it's got to have a certain level of performance. But that's also the same reason why I never got into an AP1 because, AP1 guys love to go, oh, 9K, 9K, 9K. But if you driven an AP1 to get to 9,000 RPMs, it goes,
takes forever. Yeah.
It's just like, why does it take 2 days to get to 9K? Like, I just don't. So
the gearing thing is so weird, man. Like my Mercedes is terrible to drive right now. Terrible because the gearbox is so long. It's a 4-speed with a diesel rear end. And it was great cruising it across the country, but it is absolutely horrible to drive rolling through the gears. Once you're there, you're in second gear, you're top of second, you can drive around, you can be up there. It's fine. It's a fine car to drive, but man, nothing sucks more than tall gearboxes, dude.
Absolutely.
It is the worst.
Worst. To dial.
So I don't like 930s.
Correct.
I don't like 930s either. That 4-speed gearbox sucks.
Yeah. I think but the thing is, transmissions are so difficult. It's not like you can put together a transmission and go, oh, you know what? Let's make some adjustments. I didn't like it's too tall. No, transmissions get really expensive and they're very difficult to manage. And it's not something like you could just tear apart and just put together. Like transmissions they're transmissions, there's a lot to it technically. So
yeah,
some may even argue they're more even crazier to build than engines, but for me, it's one of those things where you're always at the mercy of somebody who has something and maybe getting to experience it and going, oh shit, like I need that, or I don't need that, or whatever the case is, And so I think it's just, you got to get out there and drive as many cars as you can and be respectful for sure. Like don't go out there and just beat on someone's car and stuff, but if
all season tires.
Right. So yeah, exactly. Right. I mean,
inside joke. That's all right.
Yeah, for sure. But I think, this, it kind of goes back to like my story now where it's like, I was very nervous because by the time I went up north to drive the NSX, one of the things I asked the salvage title guy, I was like, hey, is this car upgraded? Does it have like does it have a bigger engine? Like, what's going on with it? And he goes, not that I know of, it just has an exhaust. So when I went up to go see the O2, I had it off the bat. I asked the guy, Ken, I was like, can I please do a test drive before we even get into conversation? Because if it drove anything like the NA1, I might have passed on it. And so I remember my buddy was in the car with me. I have a video footage somewhere, and we get into we get in, and I get into, we're getting out of the neighborhood, and we get onto the main street, and I look at my buddy because I had already explained to him what's going on. I remember gunning it, and as soon as I gunned it, I was like, yes, 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 and I was like so ecstatic because now I knew that it had something to do with gears, and it was probably an NA2 thing versus an NA1 thing. And so now it's been, 9.5 years. It's like I've driven so many different combinations of 3.2s with 5 speeds and 5 speeds with 3.2s and 6 speeds with 3.0s and all the different variants. And so once again, like, my buddy who was just here picking up some stuff, and he's wanted an NSX forever. And I was like, man, you can still get into them for 40, 50K. And he goes, no, man, I'm going to just go and save up for my dream one. He wants he wants a late one, right? So that's what he's saving up for. So, but most of the people coming to the NSX world, they're for, the first thing I always hear from everybody is like, oh, gotta have the flip ups, bro. It's like everything's flip, 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 flip. But I always
looks better to me.
Well, you know what? Here's the thing.
I like it.
Sure, and I'm not knocking it. I think they look great too. However, this is my experience. This is what I've seen. People come into it, they get the flips because that's the iconic look, and then they start going to NSX meets and blah 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 blah. And within 2 years, they realize that every time they go to NSX meets, there's like a million flip ups. And I'll tell you this, just like in the 911 world, this might ruffle some feathers, but there's a lot of really underwhelming, and there's a lot of terribly fitted or suited cars there, like cars that are modified. They're done really really terribly. They're not really. I've had so many, like, for example, my buddy Aaron, who's got his Nardo 964. He spent so much meticulous time putting that car together. It's like the fitment's amazing, his offsets are perfect, his colors, interior, like he's done such a amazing job putting that car together. And I've had so many people send me photos of them knocking off his car in different countries. And sure enough, they have the same wheels, did the same custom paint and everything. I'm looking at it, I'm like, God, your car looks terrible. And the reason is because the car is not put together as well. The details are not there. And when it comes down to an entire car, when you see a car that's like just amazing to look at, is because every little detail really adds up to this like grand gesture of like, man, this guy really put in the time. And I feel like people who
it's a whole thing. It's a whole piece. It's not like, hey man, I've got $6,000 wheels on this car. What do you think?
Yeah.
It's each piece individually. I know they do. And you can walk through the Lufka parking lot like we did. And it was just like, oh my God, no, over and over and over again. But every once in a while you walk by a car and it's the cars that you look at and you don't know exactly what you like about it right away. Mm-hmm. Until you can walk up and you can start seeing the details and seeing the care put into some decisions and stuff like that. Those are the cars that are really good. It's almost like you don't even know why you like it at first glance, but you can definitely know why you don't like something right away.
Absolutely, 100% what you said. I think for me, 911 world and NSX world is very similar. You have a premium car that's aged very well. But in that light, you also have a lot of people. What I was trying to say is people who, like us, our generation now, right? The Gen Xers, millennials, the Zennials. What I've noticed is that if you come from a world of high school grassroots cars, like if you come from Civics or Rabbits or just something where you tinkered with because you're in high school, you don't have much money.
You're fucking broke.
You're broke, but you want a cool car, so you're doing dumb shit to it. But in that time you're doing that stuff, you're learning a lot about suspension and how to do stuff with your motor and what you don't like, and all this crap is happening. And now that it's been 20 years of us like modifying cars and stuff, and now we get to a point where we have more premium cars, or what's happening now in SoCal is that guys are going back to their grassroots cars, right? They're going back to their Civics and stuff, and they're doing it at a super high level, right? Now they have like 60, 80, $100,000 Civics and CRXs and whatever, because they're buying all of the crazy limited parts and they're just doing their dream build. And so what I'm trying to say is, I think ultimately at the end of the day, a lot of people who have money who buy into these cars that never really modified when they were younger go out and start like, oh, I bought a 911 and I threw on some HREs or whatever. And sure enough, like the car looks terrible because they're like, I'm not going to lower my car. I'm just going to put on HREs. And I'm like, okay, what does that do? Like, just because you put on expensive wheels don't mean that like the car's dope. And so people are in this mindset that, well, it's a 911, that's dope enough. And it's like, well, not really. I mean, you might think it's dope enough, but it really isn't. That's not a reason why your car's dope.
Let's talk about the 911 culture a little bit.
Sure.
So I find it difficult because I bought in a long time ago, and to get my car, I flipped a lot of cars.
Yeah.
I started out with a $250 Rabbit that I dragged out of a field.
Yeah.
And I fixed that thing up, sold it, bought a Rabbit pickup truck, fixed that thing up, sold it, bought a Scirocco, fixed that thing up, sold it, bought an SC, fixed that thing up and sold it and bought my fucking car that I have now. Right. So this was never a write the check kind of car. I never had the money.
Correct.
And I still would never have the money. Even now, even if I were to go back in time with the amount of money I have in my life now, I could maybe go, okay, $20,000 car. Okay, I could maybe figure it out. But even then, it's still a stretch. Right. So I go and I look at all these guys that are, spending my car is probably worth $150,000 plus or minus right now. And I go, how the fuck can I justify to myself and to my family owning this car when it is so like above and beyond what I would be able to afford or even consider affording. So then I decided I'm going to do these episodes. I'm going to say, hey, these are all the other cars that you could buy that are as cool as a 911. And you can get them for half the price, a third the price, a quarter of the price. And they all are great and they all have vibe. And there's a great amount of diversity there. And of course, I love my car and I'm probably not going to sell my car because I fucking love the damn thing so much. But it still makes these wheels turn in your head. And then you kind of look at the phenomenon that's gone on with everything. Like I've said many, many times on here, the social media feedback loop that's fueling everything that's going on for the 911 market. And I'm just kind of wondering what your take is on the driving experience of a 911 and what you're paying to get one. And if there's parity there, if it's worth it or if it's not worth it. And maybe a little bit about what happened and how we got to where we are.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like it's two parts because I feel like the market is what it is in the 911 world, in the air-cooled world, and every other GT world, and NSX world. And I think at first, like, you probably see a lot of stuff happening in the air-cooled world. Like, it probably popped off a little bit before a lot of the other chassis. But we're at a point now where, you start getting certain cars that are kind of untouchable just because of price point. And then people start leaning towards other cars. And now we're at a point where, this market probably pulled up a lot of other markets, because it was kind of so early that it was happening. And now that we're here, like, I feel like everything is kind of inflated, right? Because it's not just air cooled. I feel like the air cooled market's easy to like just finger at, right? And it's like, well,
yeah, it's the whipping boy for sure. Yeah, it's like, holy shit, how is that Beetle selling for $200,000? It's
yeah,
very
you always
easy
hear
to
that,
do
right?
that.
People are like, oh, it's just a VW, and I was like, cool, it's a VW.
Cool your jets there, man.
$20,000 VW now. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I get it. Like, people hate and love for whatever reason. It doesn't really bug me. I got into it almost 8 years ago, in 2015, and it's just one of those things. Like, I mean, a lot of people know my story. Like, it's just a car that I stumbled upon, and circumstantially it was, like a family car. I still call it my family car because it's, it fits my family. Well, granted, my 964 doesn't have back seats no more, but that's originally why I got into them, and it's for me, like, I think part of when everything was slowly starting to bubble at the time, we all got into it because we just, I think, circumstantially fell in love with it for different reasons. Now it's probably easy to, pinpoint to somebody and go, well, you've seen 5 years of social media, like, pumping it, and now of course you're getting in, and that's the reason why you love it. But maybe it's not. Maybe somebody grew up with their best friend's dad owning a 911. They've always wanted one, and this was just the right timing. Whatever the case is. But it's hard to say exactly what. You can say Magnus and Tamir, who made the documentary, was kind of a pop off, but also at the time the economy was also kind of turning around, right? And so people were starting to buy cooler stuff. So like I feel like certain things were like the perfect storm. And then social media was also coming around. So it's like you have all these things and then everything is like pushing it up. And then all of a sudden, like we have what we have today, which is like, things are at the highest level and we're kind of at the cusp of a meltdown potentially, or maybe not. I don't know. But it feels like, it's so easy for everyone to go, well, it is freaking overpriced and everyone's a freaking idiot for buying one. But at the same time, I asked this question. Like, I mean, I just had this question when I was in Japan. My buddy Amir was like, would you pay 100,000 for a 964? And I was like, well, I just did, when I bought my RS America. But here's the thing. I bought it because my previous car was in an accident and was totaled. I got an insurance payout. It was easy for me to make a payment to, to swap out a car. But if I was getting into this market today, would I pay 100,000? I mean, I don't know. Maybe not. But let's say I didn't. Then it goes back to the question, well, what would I buy for 100,000? And because everything has gone up, there's not much you can buy for 100,000, right? And so, like for example,
I don't know, man. There's lots of shit out there.
Well, I mean,
M5s,
for example,
M3s. You can get an NSX. I mean,
okay,
there's
well,
a lot of shit you can get.
But here's the thing, like, okay, let's use an E36 M3 as an example. When I used to have one, I had a S54 E36 in it. I bought that car for 19 grand. Okay, and it was really well made. If you were to find a relatively low mileage, like 60,000 mile, 70,000 mile E36 M3, what is that going for right now? It's going for 40, maybe 40.
I was going to say 40, 50 grand. Yeah.
That car was worth like 15 grand just a few years ago. And so what I'm trying to say is even that market's inflated, right? It's not $100,000, but that car was it was like worth $12,000.
I know, but you're still leaving $50,000 on the table. Like,
Yeah,
is it a $50,000 driving experience to have the 964 instead of the M3? Is it worth 50 grand to just throw that on the table and be like, yeah, man, totally worth it. Feel good. No problem.
I mean, for me,
that's where it lays.
For me, driving both cars, I would say it's definitely worth the delta. But once again, like, I mean, not everyone can swing that, right? I've owned both, and as much as I want to love the E36 M3, it just wasn't for me. And I had one that was hot rodded. So I don't know. I feel like, I guess when we're talking about $100,000, we're talking about $100,000 of the cars in the same class, right? Like an NSX would be a similar car, and late model NSXs are going for 125 plus. 911.
Here's what everybody's doing though. People are like, I have guys coming into my chat or into the comments or whatever, and they're like, man, I really wish I could afford a 911. I'll never own one. And I'm like, well, what do you drive? And they're like, I've got an E30 325 IS.
Okay.
And I just want to go, dude, that car fucking rules.
Yeah.
Like, as a car, that's a great car. Don't be sad that you cannot have a $100,000 car or $150,000 car when you've got a great car that will, if you want, you can have a great experience with that car. People need the want and the desire and the FOMO for not being able to afford something more is truly sad because it prevents them from enjoying the experience that they could be having with what they have. And I really struggle with that. That FOMO that people are having is just, it's depressing for some. And I think it's misplaced.
Well, you got to remember, E325s were like $800 at one point, right? They were like,
I know,
dirt cheap. And even if you had an E325 back then, you were still dreaming of cars that were of upper echelon, right? You would have been like,
sure.
Everybody, I feel like a 911 is a perfect example of a lot of people who are working their way up, is a car that eventually would want to get, right? And it's tough now because you see inflated numbers, but the delta between the cars when they were, not that much and where they're at now is almost kind of the same, because if you were buying an $800 325 and that's why you can afford, and a 964 was worth 20 grand, you're still out of the ballpark anyways. And so now if a 325 is worth 20 grand or 25 grand, it's 4 times the price. It's pretty much the same ratio almost. Granted, the numbers are going to be way more inflated, but it's still going to be out of price for people regardless. So I just think it's easier.
Well, it's a lot easier to hustle together 5 to 10 grand than it is 100. It's way easier to hustle that together.
Oh, we're talking about 20 grand variances because we're talking about $1,000 between it, and a guy who's buying an $800 car. Let's just face it. Like even back then, if you're buying an $800 car, you just didn't really have much money. You're not gonna swing 20 grand out of pocket to buy a car, just on average. So I think I
just don't want people to feel like they're not able to have the experience that they want if they don't have X, right? I don't want people to feel like just because the 911 is the 911 is the social media darling. You're good, dude. It's the social media darling, right? So then everybody wants to be part of that fandom and that social media wealth. And I feel like it's sad that people feel like they can't do the good thing or do the right thing if they don't.
Sorry about that. My podcasting died. I was running off batteries. Can you hear me?
Oh, no. Yeah, I can hear you. You're good.
Okay. Sorry. So, I'm sorry. Can you rephrase that last?
I'm just saying, I wish people were. There's so much FOMO with social media.
Sure.
And the currency of social media and the wealth that's involved with doing the trend that's popular is keeping people from appreciating and enjoying the experience that they're able to have. And I fear that the more expensive things get, people aren't going to be able to have experiences that I want them to have because I've had them and I know how important they are to me. And if people are missing out on that because things are too expensive or because they have too much FOMO, it's truly sad.
Well, I think this is what's going to happen, to be honest. I think this is the case. As things become, and yeah, they're going to have FOMO, but once again, it goes back to the same thing that I was doing when I was in high school. Like the NSX was out of my price range, so I didn't think about it. Right? It wasn't something that
but people are thinking about it now. That's fucking all they can think about. It's in their fucking face all the time. Instagram, bring a trailer, boom, 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 and it's right there all the time. It's not this distant, far away thing that you package away and put in your little book of dreams and stuff it back here for later for yourself. It's now. Everybody feels like they should have it now.
Well, I mean, that's a generational thing, right? That's a cultural thing. Americans always feel like, we need it now, and I deserve it now. Like, no, motherfucker, you don't deserve it now. You fucking get it when you get it. Like, same thing with would I want an NSX in high school? Probably sure, but it wasn't my time. And so what I'm trying to say is, as you get priced out, a whole new culture of things are going to develop within the price range of shit that you can afford. So let's say I can afford, I don't know, let's say a Maxima. Right. And I'm just like, nobody fucking did Maximas before. And now all of a sudden I have a Maxima. Well, guess what? I'm going to make the Maxima as cool as I can. And all of a sudden you're going to find other kids who are like, you know what? I kind of dig your Maxima. I want to build a Maxima. And all of a sudden, just like any grassroots culture, just like guys who fix up Rabbits and Civics. Can you imagine when the hot rod guys were looking down at guys were like, you guys are fucking fixing up your Civic, your freaking commuter car, your 4-cylinder 1.5. Like, what is that? You know what I'm saying? But look what the culture has developed into. It's developed into this massive, insane like culture of cars. We're talking about subcompacts only.
Right.
So that's developed its own like whole other world. So what I'm saying is, sure, these guys are going to be priced out of shit that they can't afford, but they probably would have been able to afford them even if they were at half the cost today. I'm saying, same as you, like, hey, if you can't afford a Maxima, shit, build the best fucking Maxima that you can build. And now all of a sudden, 10 years later, all of a sudden Maximas are cool. And how did that happen? Well, it happened because that's the only shit that you could build. And
holy shit, Maximas are $100,000 and bring a trailer. What the fuck happened?
And now the next generation, I can never afford a Maxima. So that's what I'm trying to say is that kids will find a way to make shit cool for shit that is attainable. That's what grassroots culture is all about. So while everyone's bitching about, they can't afford a freaking Mark IV Supra, GTR, R34 because they're $250,000, who gives a fuck? Move on. Like, find the next thing that you can make cool. And can you imagine in high school when I was in 1994 saying,
all I can afford is this 91 Civic. It's not even an SI, it's a DX. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's all I can afford, and I'm not going to fix that up because that's a piece of shit car. You have guys today looking for 91 Civics, SI or not, to build upon. And we're talking about guys with money. So what I'm saying is, like, all you guys bitching, all you little young ass kids, guess what? Like, sure. Like, if, like, let's say 964, I'm going to use that as an example because everyone knows and associates me with 964s. Let's say an average price of 964s, let's say it's 125, whether that's the market or not, let's say it's 125. If the fucking market came down 50%, and you're one of these kids who's saying and bitching about how you can never afford one, can you afford one at $60,000 today? And mind you, when I say $60,000, I mean $60,000 cash, because a bank is not going to give you $60,000 to loan upon. No, so if you can't even afford it at $60,000, guess what? Move on. It's a pipe dream right now. Doesn't mean in 10 years you might be able to afford one, but that doesn't mean that you need to give up on cars altogether. Go and find that Maxima, whatever the hell it is. Go and find that car and make it as cool as you can. Go and race it and rally it, do all the craziness, have all the great memories. You know what's interesting? A guy just sent me recently, I've been doing a lot of prints for people. A part of this Mustang group, right? They have a bunch of newer Mustangs.
By the way, this is the best concept I've heard of everyone. Not to say that anybody else's contribution wasn't great, because everybody was great, but that concept of building what you can afford is what we all did. Like you said that you did. For me, it was an injection pump on a Rabbit diesel with 38 horsepower. I'm like, this is what I've got to work with. Okay. What can I do here? And I'm like turning the fucking fuel screw up. I'm like, well, I think it's faster. You know, like it doesn't. It's what she gets. All there is. I'm gonna put this chip in my 2-liter shitbox single cam Passat, the fucking Passat, for God's sake. And I'm like, I think I can notice a difference when I put premium in this thing. I think I really can. There's no way I possibly could, but it's all I had, and I didn't really pay that much attention to anything else.
Do you remember this? I remember when I was in high school. I remember when you're driving when it was colder or late at night, you would feel you were like, oh, my car feels quick. And
this is good shit.
But the nuances of that, and that's how you know what? When I think about all the times I've learned about cars, it was every time my car broke down, right? Because my car broke down all the fucking time. And my dad wasn't like, I'm not fixing it for you. You need to fix it yourself. So I had to figure it out. And so I think honestly, to me, and if you look, anybody who's young or broke, listen up very carefully. Like, some of my greatest moments of almost anything in my life, even outside of cars, didn't come from when I had the most amount of money. Some of the greatest moments I've ever had in my life came from when I didn't have a lot of money. You had to get creative. You had to hit up your network. Your friends would come over. They'll help you try to come up with a solution. And you're talking about, if you just had money, you would just go drop it off at the shop. Hey, such and such, fix this. You go and pick it up. You go to the dealership, buy a brand new car. It's not a special experience because it's a lonely experience. When you have something that happens because you're broke and you don't have anything, and you got to reach out to your friends, and it's like, hey man, I saw you working on your car last time. I'm at a point where, like, I'm about to pull my hair out, and I would can you please lend me 30 minutes of your time? And then what happens from there? All of a sudden you build this relationship with somebody who lent out their time with you, and then that becomes 20 years of friendship because that guy was like, dude, yeah, for sure, I'm spending time with my family, but I know what it's like to be in your position, so let me help you. You know what I'm saying? That camaraderie comes from the struggle. Like, every great thing, like, the car experience becomes amplified when you've taken the bus for 20 years. You know what I'm saying? When you had to walk for 20 years. I'm saying that if you come from a life of luxury and you never knew the struggle, what's another new car to you? It doesn't mean shit. So, like, all you guys out here bitching about shit that you can't afford, well, guess what? That's a fucking part of the process. Like, I don't have
any contrast.
It is a contrast.
It's what makes your NSX so special. It's why your NX it's special. It's why your 964 is special, because you have a contrasting point. You have a reference point of what sucked. Yeah. And it's the way it is. I used to do one-wheel peel burnouts in a Rabbit diesel. That's my reference point. All right, so I can look back at that, blowing that thing up in an intersection and having the fire department show up. All that type of shit. That's how I know everything that's going on now is so fucking great. And how lucky and blessed I am to be where I am is because there was so much garbage and broken down shit and rusty fucking crap and busted knuckles and everything else.
Yeah, absolutely. I know you've been through it. I see it, and that's the reason why I'm drawn. Like when I first saw you, like even actually when you and I first met, that's a whole other story. But when you and I first met, like I could already tell that we had a lot of similar traits because I think ultimately at the end of the day, like I knew like, oh, this guy doesn't come from money, but he's like really, he loves cars. And he gave a whole day to me and Tim when we went out there just on a whim. You know what I'm saying? Like to me, once again, like cars bring a lot of people together, but cars don't keep people together. You know what I'm saying? It's really the relationships that you build in times of trouble, in times of turmoil, in times of when you're broke. You know what I'm saying? That's when the real relationships come together. And so when I look back on this stuff, like everyone's bitching about shit that they can't afford, to me, it's just a fucking joke. Because really, at the end of the day, these are your greatest fucking moments. These are your greatest fucking time right now, is going through all of the hurt and telling people like, damn, like I really struggled during that time. Because once again, like if you are, let's say you're 25 and you drive whatever car and it's not the greatest car, and all of a sudden someone just handed you a McLaren 720. Okay, first of all, your circle is going to be getting very twisted because all your friends did, let's say, drive rabbits, and be like, this motherfucker gets a 720 and all of a sudden he doesn't want to hang with us and do guess what? Like all of a sudden he's inputted into a different class level. And now when he shows up to a meet, he's going to get a different type of, response and guys with an older car that's rusted out. You know what I'm saying? Like all of a sudden, like his trajectory changes, but it doesn't mean that it may be better because all of a sudden you might be hanging out with guys outside of his, like, his class, and then all of a sudden like he's trying to hang with them, and it's almost kind of like when
it's unrelatable.
All of a sudden you're no longer relatable, and all of a sudden all the things that you would have learned along the process, you just skip through. And so I think it's very important. Like even like Magnus is also a great example. Like I think what makes Magnus great is that like Magnus didn't go, you know what, one day I'm just gonna fucking go and buy all these fucking air-cooled cars, and I'll pay whatever market value they are, if they're 100, 200, $500,000. He bought them when they were freaking when they weren't worth shit, just because that's what he was into. That's what, and maybe that's the maximum of his budget. Maybe, I don't know, but let's say if $5,000 was the max, he was buying what he could afford. And today it's easy for people to go back and go, whoa, Magnus's car is worth freaking $500,000, and that's $500,000, that's $250,000. He didn't buy them when they were $500,000. He bought them when they're freaking worthless. Just like your Maxima today is probably worth $5,000, and it could be worth $100,000. What I'm saying is, you don't
invest in Maximas, everybody.
Exactly. Hashtag Maxima. I'm just saying, you guys just don't know until you just do something. And then all of a sudden people catch on because they're like, damn, dude, like this guy was doing something way ahead of his time. And now it's special because, you were front running on it. And it's so easy.
If you love it, if you love cars and you love driving and you love the community and you love the friends that you're with when you're doing car stuff, you will find a way to love the car that you have.
Absolutely.
Whatever it is, you will find a way. And if you don't love the car that you have, you'll find a way to get one that you will. Whatever that money is, you'll find a way, and you will love it. And you will build it for yourself, and you'll build it with your buddies, and it'll be the best time of your life, even if it's a total piece of shit. Right. And that's pretty much what it all comes down to.
That's the reason why also during that struggle, when you wanted something for so long, by the time you finally get it, when your time finally comes, that's the reason why it's so fucking special. Yeah. Because you literally just had to wait forever. It just didn't just fall into your lap. Right. And I think that's the thing that a lot of young kids like Gen Zs and, millennials, I mean, millennials are older now, but just, I think for people who are just used to stuff falling into their lap, like how special is it when you just ask daddy for a car? Yo, dad, can you buy me an RS? Oh yeah, sure. Like, yeah, cool. You're the rich kid who drives an RS around. Like,
it's not their fault, but it just is what it is. I have always told people that I think that there's this breadth of happiness that's possible. And I've always, and it sucks for people that aren't able to have it. but you have to be able to have the more contrast you have this way, the more contrast you can have this way, left to right. You know, if the worse things are for you, the more understanding you can, the more joy that you're capable of having. And I've been through some pretty shitty times. And I can tell you right now, when I got in that 911 and I got dropped off at the rail station in Alexander, Virginia, and that dude walked away after I gave him fucking $18,000 in cash, which was every dime I'd ever had. And I drove away. I was literally saying to myself out loud, I can't fucking believe this is happening. I can't fucking believe this is happening. I can't believe this. This is insane. I'm talking to myself in my car because of that contrast, because it's able to be there. The guy that you're talking about that just buys the car, or the rich dude that sees the algorithm on Instagram goes, wow, 911s are really hitting it. I'm going to just go buy one. It ain't it.
Yeah, and unfortunately, once again, and once, like you said, it's not their fault. They're rich, born into that, and they will never really have that experience. But they'll also have other amazing, crazy experiences because that's just what they have access to. So I think that people need to get out of the headspace that like having money is kind of the end all. And we all know that having money can also lead to very lonely times. Just because you have money doesn't mean that like it solves all your problems and you're gonna have the greatest time of your life. It really comes down to a mindset and just knowing that like you can make your life as grand as you want, but people just get into this headspace that you need materialism, you need money to really find happiness. No, motherfucker, like if all you got is $800 and we're talking when your 325 was $800, that's what you got. And you made it as cool as you can. And now look at it. Now it's 20 grand. Now it's 25 grand for 325. Like, this is where we're at now. But people back then, imagine people back then, they were going like, yo, check it, man. My 325 is going to be worth 20 grand in 5-10 years. People didn't know that.
If they were, you were like,
you would have hoarded the shit out of them. You would have hoarded, you would have said fuck up, or you would have hoarded the fuck out of them. So people didn't know. People just did what they did. And I think that's what makes automotive so great, is just that you don't need to have the greatest and the best to have the best experience. And kind of going back to that photo thing I was trying to say earlier, like this guy, he wanted to get a bunch of prints made for this guy who lost his wife. So he's kind of an older guy. He looks like he's probably well in his 70s. And it's like their Mustang group. They have like a new Mustang group. And it's a very diverse group. You have kind of young guys, old guys, females, males, and all that stuff. And I know Mustang guys kind of get a lot of heat, for doing dumb shit. But this group, you can tell it was a very tight group. And, it was amazing to see. I was getting a little emotional when I was doing the prints because, this guy hit me up out of the blue. I was like, hey, Drew, do you mind making posters? Like, I went out and took all these photos at this. It was just like a parking lot meet. And he was like, do you mind just, like he lost his wife. And I think it would be awesome if, he would have these photos of us remembering. I think it was his birthday or something. And they were just celebrating like the day with him. And I'm thinking like, see, this is what fucking it's about. It's not about the cars. Once again, the cars bring people together, but it doesn't keep people together. It's like the camaraderie that you have with each other about like celebrating this guy who lost his wife and his birthday and going on these road trips and, and saying, hey man, we both forgot our wallets and we're on the side of the road and we split a freaking ice cream sandwich together. Like when you go back and think about those memories, when you really think about when you've been with somebody for 20 years, like you're going to have memories like that where you're just like, man, remember that one time? And to me, like there's not a dollar amount that is going to like more money just doesn't make it better. You know what I'm saying? And, funny thing is even when I think about like these rallies or when I think about like my trip to Tokyo recently, when we do these Airbnbs with when we do on like road trips, I like keeping people together. Like, when you go to a hotel, everyone kind of splits up. Everyone goes to their own
good night.
room.
See ya.
And you know what? The best memories are the late night stuff. When everyone returns to their bedrooms, the few guys that kind of go out to the communal area, sit under the stars, have some beers, you start sharing stories. That's when all the good stuff happens. If you literally come onto a rally, like as you know, Chris, and you just like, okay, I'm going to wake up at 6 a.m., I'm going to go to sleep at 9, like, cool, you can do that too. But man, you are really missing out on meeting people and like digging deep into conversations and sitting under the stars talking till 3 a.m. And you're like, dude, we have to wake up in 2 hours and drive another 12 hours. Like, That's what memories those type of memories really make the journey. You know what I'm saying? It's not the fucking, oh, we stayed at this 5-star hotel and we just stayed in our hotel the whole time. It was really awesome. The room service was great. Nah, like what kind of stories are you telling from room service? Like, that's not interesting. Like, I don't want to hear about your room service and
he pulled the thing off and it was a turkey instead of a ham. Oh!
I don't want to hear that shit. Like, I want to hear how you freaking broke your ankle crossing the street and a coyote came and nipped your ear off, took your wallet, and once again, like, you had to beg somebody, and the 8th restaurant you went to was like, here's some scraps, and you were like, dude, that was the best freaking plate I ever had. And I don't know if it was because like I thought I was gonna lose my life or whatever. Like, those memories that you hear from people who are like just having life changes and experiences and like the transitions, and like those are the moments that to me.
I mean, I was thinking about, as you're talking about this, I'm thinking about when I was at the rally last year in Idaho, and it was the night where we all got together and ate under the lights or whatever next to the lake.
Yeah.
And I was walking through the parking lot, and there was 3 or 4 guys out there working on their car, and each one had a little group around them, and they were all working on their car. Some dudes' fuel pumps had failed. Other dudes, their fucking headlights fell off and shit.
Yeah.
And your first thing is to go, oh man, that sucks. And it does, because it costs money and shit sucks. But at the same time, that's where it's at, man. That's where it's at. Your buddy is kneeling in the fucking gravel, trying to figure out what's wrong with your fuel pump. That's it. When the guy looks back, it will not be the scenery that he saw while he was driving on that rally. It's going to be fucking kneeling on the gravel in that fucking parking lot with his buddies. And of course, everything that goes along with it builds the contrast for that experience. It's a whole arc, it's a whole thing. Anyway, dude, it's been good. I gotta let you go. I gotta cut you off. We're like hour and 15 minutes, and there's like 3 or 4 other interviews in this episode. This is gonna be like 4-hour episode, which is totally cool with me. It's each one's been at least 2 to 3 hours, and I can't thank you enough for hanging out. I always enjoy talking to you. Some of the best conversations I've had every time I come out to California are with you late at night. Yeah, sitting there in the dark. So it's definitely true.
We'll see you pretty soon. Hopefully everything gets.
Yeah, man. It's theoretically my car should be done soon-ish. I was told February, which probably means March and April. No fault to anybody, but March or April, I'll probably come out and we'll definitely spend some time together. I want you to drive the car again now that the brakes work nice.
Yeah, that'll be nice.
All right, dude. Take care of yourself. Thanks for coming on and talking about NSX and all this good shit.
Hey, guys, go get that Maxima. Peace out.
Yeah, go get it. All right, next car. Let me get my audio stuff pulled up here. I'm going to play a clip for you, okay?
Oh, okay.
Are you ready?
Yes.
All right.
From ABC, this is World News Tonight with Peter Jennings. Reporting tonight from Berlin.
From the Berlin Wall specifically, take a look at them. They've been there since last night. They are here in the thousands. They are here in the tens of thousands. Occasionally they shout, Die Mauer muss weg, the wall must go. Thousands and thousands of West Germans come to make the point that the wall has suddenly become irrelevant. Something, as you can see, almost to party on. How do you measure such an astonishing moment in history? The East German government said tonight they were going to make more openings in the wall, at least a dozen more. Put bulldozers right through the wall so that more people could cross to the west. The East German communist leadership tonight said there'd be a new election law guaranteeing secret elections which the rest of the world could monitor. And only 24 hours after East Germans were told they could go anywhere, anytime, the Soviet Union said that was a sensible move. Thousands of East Germans came across the border today, perhaps more than 100,000, so many that border police lost count. And at every border crossing, thousands of West Germans there to say welcome. Some of the really good news today was for the East German government. While thousands and thousands came to look, even gape at this showcase of capitalism, the vast majority said they would be going back. The simple act of giving people the freedom to travel may have convinced East Germans they need not take flight whenever the door opens just a fraction. It has been an astonishing day. Hour after hour, all through today, thousands and thousands of West Germans have come to the wall to see for themselves.
Can you imagine this?
To climb up on this hideous structure, to finally look down at what has been no man's land for so long. Finally, after all these years, to say in person what they think of the East German border guards. Or try to make friends.
No translation there.
Suddenly a flashback to what it was like for so long. A young man in the East makes a dash for the wall. They catch him and take him away. Presumably, he should have used a legal border crossing. Only a couple of years ago, he might have been shot.
Yeah.
Not today. Today, it was possible to have a dialogue. Your government seems to be changing every day. Where do you think it's going? That's the government's problem, he says, not mine. Such an astonishing moment in history. Now, what's it feel like to be standing on top of the wall?
It's incredible for me. It's I can't describe really my feelings. It's something unreal for me.
If there is someone who sleeps for 8 weeks and you told him what happened here, he thinks you're crazy. It's unthinkable.
Unthinkable. Tonight at the border crossings, including checkpoint Charlie, which is normally a crossing for non-Germans only, there was still a block-long gauntlet of goodwill. Here, as everywhere else, it is one breathtaking moment after another. The new arrivals in their tiny, smoke-belching cars were greeted like athletes,
all of the Ladas,
patted on the back and cheered forward.
They're pushing that one.
Many of the East Germans were stunned by it all. I've been waiting 28 years for this, he told us. Will you come permanently, we asked. How long will you stay? I haven't much money, he said, but I'll stay till I run out of gas.
All right. So paint a little picture of where we're at, okay?
Yep.
You ever look at your parts on the old German cars that you've got?
Yes.
What do they say?
Made in West Berlin.
That's right.
Or West Germany.
West Germany.
Yes.
So after World War I, Germany had been punished economically.
Right.
And we all know what that gave rise to.
Yeah.
Yeah. So things had to be done a little bit differently. Instead of administrating and policing Germany side by side, as the Allies did in post-war Austria, the decision was made at Potsdam, which is a town near Berlin. It's called the Potsdam Conference, I believe, to divide Germany into 4 distinct occupation zones, one for each Allied nation, including France. The British were assigned the Northwest Quadrant, the French the Southwest, and the Americans the Southeast. Since the Soviet Army already occupied much of Eastern Germany, the Soviet Union was put in charge of the Northeast Quadrant, which included the capital of Berlin. Eventually, as things degraded, there's a lot of history to just gloss over right there.
And I'm trying to remember, I don't know this history that well.
It's different day. We're gonna kind of gloss over a little bit.
I was just kind of thinking, like, I guess I don't even know.
I don't know if everybody wants to learn about this, we can certainly talk about, what it was like and how it infected the car industry.
Like I was thinking about, I knew obviously that the wall fell, blah, 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 but like what actually led to that?
A lot. There's many, many steps. Reagan and Gorbachev and many meetings, and Mr. Gorbachev tear down this wall, and there was a lot of social pressure, a lot of pressure from Western Europe. Eventually, as things degraded, that would turn into East Berlin and West Berlin, the epicenter of the struggle between democracy of the West and the communism of the Soviet Union. In East Berlin, life was different. Rather than BMWs, Mercedes, Volkswagens, and Porsches, you drove a Trabant.
Mm-hmm.
The Trabant was to the east what the VW Beetle was to the west, a vehicle for the masses. Everyone tried to afford a Trabant during the East German times. You had to have yourself put on a list, and you had to wait for the car between 11 and 15 years, one citizen of East Berlin once said. The 11 or 15 years was for those lucky enough to be even living in Berlin, which enjoyed some advantages of places in other parts of East Germany. East Germans would often place an order for a Trabant either when their baby was born or when their first child entered school.
Oh.
This way, by the time the child was a young adult, their car might be ready for delivery. Anyway, in East Germany, you might be driving a Trabant or a bike. In West Germany, you would probably be driving a Volkswagen Golf. In 1990, the VW Golf led with a very imposing sales figure of 330,000 units, or 10.9% share of the entire market.
Wow.
Second place was the Opel Kadett, whatever, looks like a random car to me, and the third was the Passat. To note, in 1990, the VW Beetle sold 96 units for its 45th and last year in German rankings. I really want to do a history on VW Golf. It's very interesting and too deep for the scope of what we have here.
Okay.
Instead, I want to focus on one thing in particular and one very special car. Homologated and raced. It's a total legend amongst the Volkswagen community despite winning nothing.
What? Really?
Nothing at all. It won nothing. Zero
Did
races.
it race, though?
Yes, it did. It won absolutely nothing. This is, of course, is the Volkswagen Golf Rally.
Yes. So this is a Mark II Golf.
Yep. The Golf
with
Rally was built.
Massive box flares.
Big box flares. They're hand-built.
Okay.
Hand-built. They were built to take on the dominant Lancia Delta Integrale.
Group B?
Group A.
Okay.
Volkswagen took a GTI, decreased its displacement by 18 cc's to meet the requirements, gave it a supercharger and an all-wheel drive system from the Golf Synchro, then produced 5,000 road-going examples in order to properly meet FIA homologation regulations. So let's take a second to talk about the supercharger.
Yes.
Tell me about this thing. What's it called?
It's called the G-Ladder, right?
Yes. So I gave you a homework.
Yep. And I'm realizing now I didn't do it.
You didn't do it.
Going just by memory here.
Okay, so you didn't do anything with the supercharger. Okay, so the supercharger is called the G-Ladder and it's super unique.
It's
not a scroll. What would you consider the type of supercharger that the G-Ladder is?
It's really weird. Like it's a spiral. Right?
Yeah.
So if you think of, there's basically, in my mind, two types of superchargers. This doesn't fit into either of them. The first is kind of what you think of as the blower or the roots type, right? And so that's screw, they call it, also a screw type supercharger, whereas interlocking basically lobed screws or these big rods, and they compress air as they spin.
Yep.
And they run at a much higher RPM. They're geared up in order to cram more air in there. The other type is the roots type supercharger, where it's basically a giant like blower.
Right.
It looks like a hairdryer or a turbocharger without the compressor, or I'm sorry, the turbine side. It's just the compressor housing. It's basically a pinwheel that spins super fast and jams air into it.
I already feel bad for my eyes are glazing over. Okay, so it's basically
but this one is neither.
This is the first time I think that it had been used on a car. Previously, it was used in air pumps and industrial applications.
Yeah.
But they, for some reason, one of the things that most people with a G-Ladder car do, like a Corrado or something, or they, every Corrado to me is a parts car for a Mark II or a Rabbit. Corrados suck. They're so ugly in the driving position. I do not like Corrados. Anyway.
You like Scirocco's, though.
I like Mark I Scirocco's. I don't like Mark II Scirocco's. I think they look terrible. They just don't look right.
Okay.
And those smushy little lights and everything. Nah, they're not for me. Anyway, so the first thing you do is you take that G-Ladder off and you put a Bonbrenner on there.
Yes, which is a normal supercharger.
Normal supercharger. And it sounds like a fire engine when you do it. Or you turbocharge it. Because the G-Ladder is horribly unreliable.
Yes.
And expensive to rebuild.
It has these little veins in it that they have seals on them that always go out.
Yeah, but these things did make 150, 160 horsepower somewhere in there. And it is
out of what displacement?
A 1.8. Yeah. It's a 1.8 liter. Whereas the 2 liter, the 16 valve was a 2 liter 9A. It was a dual overhead cam 16 valve that made 134 horsepower.
Okay.
So there's a big reason this thing did not succeed. Italians, you see, have, Lancia. Speaking of Lancia here. Italians, you see, have dark-skinned, skinny brunettes that spend all of their time picking grapes in fields. The Germans, they have pudgy women in lederhosen sucking beer out of boots. The Golf Rally was built to take on the Lancia Delta Integrale, but it was heavier and it felt heavier.
I get it.
It also faced reliability issues. Electrical, transmission, and suspension durability were all problems. Lancia, Ford, Toyota, Subaru, Mitsubishi, and Peugeot all had established teams.
Yeah.
And Volkswagen just comes like waltzing in like, hey guys,
look at this,
how's it going? Can I play? No. You can,
but it didn't work out.
It didn't work out. I mean, we're talking about cars like the Integrale, the Sierra RS Cosworth, Celica GT4, the Impreza, the Galant VR4, and the Peugeot 205, all essentially rally legends.
Yeah.
VW did not build a reliable car, and the word is that they did not do a good job of supporting its privateer teams. Those two things together doomed the Rally Golf's Group A dreams. What could have been was not to be.
But it looks like a rally car, Chris.
So good. It looks so good. And every Volkswagen kid's dream car, and you could have one of these. They're 20 to 40 grand all day long. You could have one of these.
So it's all-wheel drive.
Although now, by all standards, a 16 valve GTI sold for 87.
Right. So this has got to be 150.
Well,
it is ridiculous.
They were never sold here.
Yeah.
So I don't think that there's the nostalgia. There's not enough. So there's not enough.
There's not enough people that know. Yeah.
This goes back to the volume thing I talked about before.
Feedback loop.
There's not enough volume to build the feedback loop.
So it's onto something, yeah.
Okay, so the vibrating, 7 out of 10.
I laugh every time you say vibrating.
7 out of 10.
I just think of the car going.
It's got box flares,
yes.
all-wheel drive,
yes.
homologation special, the pinnacle of a hot hatch icon,
it
VW GTI. So I know somebody that has one of these.
Okay.
Our friend, Matt Crooke.
That's right.
Yes, he's got a black one with a VR6 in it. So we're going to talk to Matt a little bit about the Rally Golf and why it's probably cooler than a 911. I guarantee you, pulling into Cars and Coffee, if that's your thing, a little more action.
Oh yeah,
out of this one,
big time.
Although the other kind of action probably more likely to happen if you have a Porsche as well. All right, let's bring on Matt Crooke. How's it going, man?
Hey, good.
Mr. Matt Crooke, the undeniable authority on rally golfs.
Yeah, maybe just a lover of rally golfs and wanted one forever. I don't know if I'm necessarily the the number one candidate here in the world, but
what other guy that grew up going to doing Volkswagen stuff and going to Waterfest and H2O and SOO and all this other stuff doesn't want a rally golf?
Sure. I mean, I've been to plenty of shows over in Europe, and it was kind of always the prize. It was kind of like, when all my friends made fun of my Volkswagens for being front-wheel drive, there was always the note that, like, they're not all front-wheel drive.
Yeah, you can kill it. They're not all. You get the rally golf, and then everybody would go, well, you can't. They weren't sold here. And be like, but you could get one. You could. And now I finally did get one. So, yeah, I guess that's the thing, right? So I guess in the context of... Did you import it properly? Because it sounds like they're coming for you right now.
I heard this one actually was this was a car that was built by NGP in the mid 2000s, so it was brought in through Canada, I believe, on like some sort of specific show type thing that they did, and then eventually got registered. I mean, it's titled everything as a rally golf with everything.
Because for a while there, I know guys I know a dude who basically imported it to Canada, lied about the VIN number, and then drove it across, and then it's just a golf.
Right. Yeah, I remember that one kid too. Like, this was the craziest thing in the world. I think his name was Kevin or something, but they were coming for him. They were going to come take his rally golf. So
I feel like I remember this.
Yeah, he bought a Mark II shell and took everything off this car, pans, everything, and put them onto a standard golf. So then he literally took a rally golf, skinned it, and put it onto a regular golf. So it's still a rally golf.
Because that's what they did anyway.
Right. But now it's on the correct VIN. That's legal here in the States, which is insane. Yes, it is funny because when you look at the two, everything's stripped off of the thing. They are identical, except for there's a VIN. So then it comes down to ethics of someone saying, was it wrong to swap the VIN number? I mean, really, if it's the same thing, is it? I mean...
technically, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're talking about a homologated car that they made around 5,000 of, in terms of buying one now, because now you can just import it. We're talking about the time when you wanted a rally golf, you had to figure out a way. You had to figure out a way to get one here.
Yeah.
Same thing that dudes were doing with the 959, right? You just wanted it, so you figured out a way.
Well, so that one's a little different, right? That's like saying, when you're that wealthy, I want it. Someone says you can't have it. Well, you're gonna get it. Nobody's doing that with rally. This isn't a rally golf thing with 959s. But you're right. I think there were people with enough money, right? Middle class, rich man, just wanted rally golfs like nobody's business, and they upped the ante. I mean, but I think like certain companies, even back in the day, HPA, things like that, were bringing in interesting cars. Before they were legal, but brought them in legal. And I don't know what loopholes or different things they were, but that was something that NGP did. They brought in those two cars. Mine happens to be a VR6 turbo. So it was swapped.
Is it a synchro still?
Yes. So
how does that, man, is that drivetrain?
Full Pelican diffs. I mean, I don't know. I mean, let's put it, I'm not beating the living piss out of this car. If I have a little too much fun and it breaks, yeah, I'll swap it to Haldex. You know, they make kits to upgrade and things, but I mean, this isn't a car I'm driving 10 tenths. It's just more, I'm having a lot of fun with it, but the windows down, listening to it, just realizing that I'm in a rally golf and cruising and doing my thing is just, it's a lot of fun.
Which seats does yours have in it?
Just the factory, everything in the entire car is 100% factory, except for the engine, you know, drivetrain. Well, not drivetrain, but, you know, powertrain, right? So VR6 turbo, it's a 2.9 liter. It's full, like, forged internals that are, you know, kind of lower compression, and the thing's a beast. I mean, it's a really, really cool car. Apparently, like, I guess the boost turned up. NGP was claiming like 550 wheel horsepower or something, which it's not right now. It's not even close to that. So, I mean, but
do you know anything about the synchro drivetrain? If you don't, that's okay. I'm just curious how it compares to, you know, Quattro. Like, what is it obviously doesn't have locking differentials and stuff, but how does this drivetrain work?
Well, I think it has the Pelican diffs now in the car. So, I mean, it's got obviously limited slip. I'm not going to get super into like the Haldex versus Synchro thing because I don't know all the different details. I just know the Synchro is kind of a rudimentary system in comparison, kind of more.
Right.
I think it's just more differential driven as opposed to like clutch pack or any sort of, you know, I think it just basically the power shifts differently front to rear than it does with a Haldex.
Right, and you can't lock it or anything like that. So it's just kind of like, so how did they really expect to get into Group A and win? Because if you look at the cars that they were, you know, honestly, here's how this is for me. I never knew this was a homologated car till recently. I just was like, wow, look at this sick freaking Golf that they made. Look at this thing. Look what you could do. Wow, it's got side skirts that are welded on and flares, and you can put wheels on it and slam it, and holy fuck, this thing looks sick. And then of course you could take the Rally Golf front end and you could put it on a Jetta and it would look dope, you know. And it was just like all this, like the Volkswagen kid mentality of it. But as I get older, I'm like, I want to know the history of where things came from. And I go, oh, it was supposed to compete in Group A, and it sucked. Like, what why? What was the reason?
I know that they took the car out, and it just didn't perform. I think something happened within the regulations. I think like where they were expecting to be able to do something else, and power wise, they had to kick it down. I know even displacement, they had to bring it down to like less than what the street car was. 1.8. It was like 1.763 as opposed to 1.787 or something. I don't know the exact numbers, but I mean, there was just a lot of different regulations to get into racing and such. And the fact is, I mean, they chose an 8-valve head. Obviously, they chose, you know, a G-ladder charger, which, as everybody knows, a screwball charger just wants to explode.
Especially put the smaller pulley on those things. They're just,
oh yeah,
it's like pulling a pin on a grenade.
So the car just wasn't competitive. I think it had issues, and I think that like they just got in over their head. I mean, I think the car, it was retired a couple times, disqualified once. I think the highest was, I believe, one race they got like third, I think. And they came away with like in 1990 with like 10 points or something in the championship. But the car was never really, just wasn't competitive. And Volkswagen, I guess up until recently, has never really been that competitive, and at least WRC, or I mean, they have obviously have done some rad stuff in various like rallies, those types of things. Volkswagen, I think it was 87 won the championship, which I forget exactly which rally it was.
Well, it doesn't matter. I just think I feel like the Rally Golf is kind of like the predecessor to everything Golf R that we see today.
Totally.
You know what I mean? They take the GTI and they make the most elite, obviously all-wheel drive. I mean, it is the grandfather for my Golf R. Yeah. I mean, it's the predecessor to it all, and I think it set a benchmark for what an elite GTI could be. And I'm glad they went back to it and made the R32 back in the day.
Same. I think it was really special, and I think that, I don't know, it just kind of took that Halo product to the next level. Volkswagen loves doing that. We saw it with the Phaeton, which didn't work as well. But I think in the hot hatch market, that's what Volkswagen had. The GTI has always been the hot hatch. I mean, that was the car to have. The Rally Golf is a bit different. Even the mirror attaches to the sunroof, the headliner section as opposed to the window. There's like all these little things that just are a little bit different, a little bit nicer, a little bit, just a very interesting car, but it's such a fun car. And it's just, people look at you like you're weird because it's like you pull up and it's like a Lancia Delta Integrale, and only the few elite that love the Lancia Delta understand, oh, they love the Lancia Delta, and they know what it is. And then those same people, you pull up in a Rally Golf and they're like, what the hell is that, right? I mean, it's such a rare and such an interesting car. I mean, I genuinely don't even know if there's another one west of the Mississippi.
They're all East Coast for some reason. All the Volkswagen dorks are East Coast.
Yeah, except for me. That's why I had to go. I had to go over to the East Coast to dork out. The West Coast was a little bit limiting. But
so would you? How do you compare pulling into a Cars and Coffee in this versus a 911? Is it? So forget about the 911. Think about the cool factor, the vibe factor. Like, where does this thing compare in terms of compare it to a 911, which doesn't even make sense to compare the two, but that's what we're doing. So we'll try.
But it does. I mean, I could compare 911 to any car in the world, right? I mean,
okay.
I sold my GT3 because I was so excited about my Beetle, right? I mean, in the end, it's obviously a different experience, and the GT3 was fantastic. It's not like I sold the GT3 to buy a Beetle, but it was just at a point in my life where so many other things were exciting me that it was time. I could use the money. Hey, let's sell the car. But I think the Rally Golf, pulling into, it's different. I feel like 10 years ago, like when I bought my first 911, 10 years ago, 11 years ago, I don't even know. Yeah, 11 years now. It was different rolling into a get-together. Then it was like, oh, wow. Like if you knew, you knew. It was people that respected the cars. They were cheap. Why would you want a 911? It costs a lot to fix, and the things, they're just like squished Super Beetles, and they basically are. But, it's a different type of thing. Now you pull in with a 911, and it's like, it's kind of like the stamp, right? Like, oh, you pull in, he's got the cool car. That's really neat. Here it is. It's very
There's nothing to say, nothing to talk about.
No, and it's like, and there's things, and everybody's like, it's like you're almost, I always like competing with the things that people weren't competing with, right? Like I enjoyed pulling up to things. Right now I'm competing with every other 911, right? So it's like you pull up in your 911 and it's like, oh, that's the coolest one, or that's this. I enjoyed, even with my 911 showing up, and there wasn't other young guys driving 911s back then, and it was something that was special, and it was something that was interesting, and there were stories about it. It was fun being different and kind of doing something and finding that amazing car for a cheap price that you felt like, how are these so cheap? These are like the most wonderful thing to drive ever. And then obviously they weren't cheap anymore because they're so wonderful. And I can't fault driving a 911 because it's amazing. But pulling up in the Rally Golf now compared to a 911 is even more different. And obviously the shape is so much different, but it does take a double take, right? People are like, what the heck is that? And then they want to talk to you. They want to ask you questions. And I think in a certain way, as outgoing as I am and extroverted, as I get older, I like being introverted. So it's fun having a car even more so that the three people that do walk up to you and talk to you, like they're people you want to talk to. Right. It's not like 20 people are walking up asking you silly questions about a car that like you're so tired of talking about because so
I think there's this weird thing where if you say, and I've gotten into this in some chat rooms and forums lately, if you say that you're doing something because it's something that other people aren't doing, that it's somehow a negative thing. That you're trying hard, or you're a try harder, you're trying too hard. But it's more than, it's more than that. It's the entire experience of the thing and experiencing maybe something that you haven't heard the story of before, and makes for a more unique experience for yourself.
But that's the way it always was. For me, all my friends are drag racing Civics, and I'm over here in an 8-valve Golf, For me, it was always finding something that was unique and fun and special and kind of told a different type of story. So even now with my 911s, I'm finding ways to tell different stories, whether that's how I'm using it, going on Overcrest, doing these things, aspirational, like doing things like my SC, that's a Group 4, homologated kit and tires and wheel size and, engine power. I mean, trying to build everything I can to experience that Group 4. So, nobody has a Group 4 car here in the US besides one person that I recently just saw. And I think that's fun. So I enjoy doing the things that are different because realistically, I've always done things a little bit different. And I think that's where all of my cars I purchased years ago. I couldn't afford all the cars I have right now. You look at I had 18 cars recently. I just sold a bunch. Now I have 14 cars. But all these cars I've spent nothing to purchase, right? And I maybe have $60,000, $70,000 into all these cars. And all of a sudden, we don't need to talk about what they're worth, but it's like, in certain ways, I'm like, oh, wait, my car is now worth how much?
Does that affect you at all in how you plan to use the car?
Well, sure, because I'm not a millionaire, right? Like, I'm not some guy who just has filthy, money sitting around. So I have to look at these things all of a sudden as assets, especially with kids. And I'm like, well, wait, if this car is now $300,000 that I'm going to finish, which before didn't equate to any sort of dollar amount. I was the kid throwing like $40,000 into a Mark III Golf. Like, it didn't matter, right? But to be honest, back then I would pay it over again because the community and the fun and like the dreams and just the excitement around that was worth every penny put into the car. It's a slightly different play now, obviously, because we're older. So when I bought my 964 wide body car, it was never for investment. It was to throw a bunch of money into to drive my dream car, right? Because I definitely wasn't buying an RS38 because I knew I didn't have $1 million, right? Yeah. So it's Ferrari F40 is the number one, obviously, for myself. Yep. Number two was a Carrera RS38, right? 3.8 RS. And I wasn't getting an F40 unless I bought a Fiero and turned it into something. The beautiful thing about an RS38 is I can buy a Carrera and turn it into a tribute car. It's the same thing, same power, same everything, right? So
that is one of the great things about Porsche is the Lego aspect of it, right? Being able to take almost anything and turn it into anything for better or for worse. A lot of times it's for worse if if people are doing the weird shit, but a lot of times it's for the better.
It is. And I find that it was just so exciting. But all of a sudden, getting back to what we were saying, now all of a sudden, if that car is finished and it's done the way that I want, and it's worth X amount of dollars, I have to look at that and the happiness.
It's hard not to.
And say, okay, well, what does this represent from a quality of life aspect of, buying a certain amount of rental properties, reinvesting in my house that that we live in, buying some more cars, paying off this, finishing these projects, still having hundreds of thousands of dollars in the bank. I mean, all of a sudden I'm like, well, and that's the hard thing is I nerd out on so many different cars, like a full STW E36 I could probably put together, for $15,000 that would look awesome. And I don't care about it going fast, but it could be a rad car that sounds good. And I would just look at it and just be super excited. Right. So for me, 10, 15,000, I could be into something that I'm just so excited about. Right. It doesn't have to.
Yeah. I mean, I'm still doing the spend way too much. I think like Jesse's car, the green Mark I,
right? That
car probably had, I don't know, probably $20,000 into it.
Right.
And that was 15 years ago.
Right.
And that was a lot into essentially a shitbox Mark I.
Sure.
And I'm still doing the same thing with the Mercedes. That car cost me $1,000.
Yep.
And I just put, $20,000 into it. Makes no sense whatsoever.
Oh,
but it's not the point.
We're playing.
The point is just doing I don't think about the money as I'm spending it. I probably should.
Sure.
But I don't. I'm like, oh, this is cool. I'll just buy one of those. Oh, let's bolt this on. Oh, let's grab one of these. And pretty soon it's fucking out of control.
Yeah, of course. You do that. You do one of those. I'll do that 15 times at $1,000 while that adds up.
Yep, exactly.
So I guess when it comes to that, is it worth that money? From a dream standpoint, if I had $3 million in the bank, cash, then sure, that's fine. That's what I want. It's my dream car. And will I still drive it when I'm done with it and enjoy it? Of course. But will I probably sell it? Yeah, just because of what it is. So, I mean, there's some fun taken out of that in a certain way with the cars being that expensive, because all of a sudden my happiness has a price tag on it. My wife doesn't care, and she understands, and she never sits there and counts dollars and says we need to sell cars. If anything, I tell her, hey babe, I found this car, it's amazing. And she says, well, if you think it's a good idea, then maybe you should buy it, right? So I have
well, if this goes sour, it's your fault entirely. For sure.
Yeah, and I haven't lost yet, so she's still on my team. And
so here's the question: do you know the premise of these episodes is that the 911 is overhyped and overpriced? For the driving experience of a 911, for example, is my car like $150,000 driving experience compared to other cars that have been on the list?
I would say it's not overhyped. Because I've had some of the most memorable experiences in a 911 that I just want.
Could they be transferred to a different car though? Like, could you have had whatever experience you had in the 911 that was memorable in something else?
Yeah.
For like your 8-valve GTI that you brought on the rally, for example, like that experience, would it have been that much better if you were in a 911?
No, I had AC. I had all the stuff. So, but no. But look, I'm driving my Audi 4000 Quattro, right? I hope the thing will be done for Overcrest. It will be this year, and the driving experience in that thing at whatever it is, negative 100 horsepower, whatever it is. But the sound is unbelievable, and no, it could be the same, because I still would dream of myself being Walter Roll or, Michel Mouton or whatever in my Audi, and this would be fun. I get to experience this, right? For me, it's just the storytelling. And really, if you can tell yourself that story and you're enjoying this and you can relate it to, for me, various race cars and different things and stories and historical, just awesomeness. I want to experience that, and I want to have fun with it. So I think,
you know what I'm getting at though, right? It's like,
is the dollar amount too much? I think a 911 is way too much at this point. But that's why I said I couldn't buy them. And I wouldn't buy them because I guess it all equates to the money in your bank account, right? I mean, it's like saying, hey, are these houses in Malibu worth that much more money than the ones over the hill? No, it's the same freaking thing, except for you can see the ocean. Another guy on the other side of the hill says, well, I can just drive 10 minutes and enjoy the beach and I don't have to worry about it. Great. But the guy in Malibu, it was way easier for him to purchase that house than it would have been for the guy on the other side to buy that house. I mean, it's all relative, and it gets to the point when Singer uses up all the 964s and there's only so many left. If you want to experience that car because everybody's been talking about it, here's the price tag. Is it worth it? No, there's a million things in life that aren't worth paying what's there, but you're paying for the experience because you want the experience. And realistically, the 911 does deliver that amazing experience. So I can't take that away in regards to what's there. Is it enough of a different experience for the money for me? No. I would buy something else. I would have a rally golf. I would have lots of other things. But I think, it just comes down to the money. Now, I've experienced the 911 over and over and over again, right? It's fantastic, and I really enjoy it. For those that haven't, or those that weren't early like we are, who genuinely are, crazy about the things, Porsche, Audi, Volkswagen. These are our kind of,
Yep.
Mercedes, BMW. I mean, we're European car dorks. I mean, I love American cars too, just as you do. But, and that's another one. If you and I both have been on this plane. We talk about $20,000 you want to throw in. I'm going to go buy, and build a street Trans Am car, from the late 60s, early 70s. And Year One or Classic Industries has everything in stock, can have it tomorrow. It's all $26. Oh, your chassis is rusted. That's fine. They'll give you another one. Like, oh, you want coilovers? That's great, because for $8,000, I don't know why I'm forgetting the name right now. The Roadster Shop will build you a full chassis, coilovers, everything. You don't have to cut anything. Literally bolts right in. You have a full Pro Touring chassis. Then you just bolt up some magnesium mini lights and chuff them under those rolled fenders, a duckbill and a freaking tail in the back, toss some seats in there and a roll bar. And it's the same exact formula as a 911, but you're doing it for way cheaper. And arguably, that's the guy I want to be now. I want to be that guy rolling up who it's like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. Right.
Yeah.
And anything can be that, I think. But for these people that haven't experienced the 911 like we have, there's just not many left. And the people like us who bought them cheap, who really love them.
Sure there are. There's zillions of them. If you want to buy one, you can buy one tomorrow. They're not rare.
No, but
they're not.
No, but they're only rare because people aren't willing to let them go unless they're that price.
Right.
Because I wouldn't sell my, at this point,
yeah.
I love the driving experience. It's worth whatever it is to me now, and everybody else wants one, and they can't, and you can't get them. Well, I have it. Shoot, what do I do? And it can't be like people, especially in Ojai, all of a sudden house prices go up, and they say, well, why are you charging so much for your house? Charge less, give it to someone local. It's like, well, yeah, that sounds nice and everything, but it doesn't work that way. I can't just sell my house for $10 over what I paid to make somebody else happy. I got to look out for myself, and it's the same way. I mean,
the market is where it is, and we'll see where it goes. I think that, I've said a few times now, I don't want to get too redundant, but I think we're at kind of peak classic car hysteria right now. I mean, we just saw an $80,000 Volkswagen Golf. That's fucking insane.
Yeah.
That is, I mean, I love GTIs. I do.
Me too.
I don't $87,000 love a GTI.
No. I mean,
I maybe $8,000 love a GTI.
Well, that's my thing. And I bought my 16 valve GTI, my Montana Green, 3 years ago. And I'm not going to say for how much, but I overpaid.
You probably paid at least $60,000 or $70,000.
Yeah, definitely. Nowhere close to that. But I did overpay because the car was presented. And I told myself, I have the money. And I've always wanted one. And I've never seen another one for sale. Ever. In beautiful condition. So if I want a Montana Green car, 16 valve, I have to buy it right now. So I spent the money, and it was a lot of money.
Well, I guarantee you right now, there's guys out there standing in their garage looking at their Mark II GTI that they've had for 20 years. They're looking at that thing right now going, man, some Zymol would go a long way to polishing up this single stage paint. Let's get this thing going. They've got their bottle of new finish that they've had in the garage for 50 fucking years, and they're ready to go to town on that single stage paint.
Yeah, that was my dad. I mean, it is crazy, but but my only thing is, and I was actually having a conversation with this just before I hopped on here with someone else, right, who I'm building a 911 kind of with and working with him on this project. And we were talking about the value of these cars and where they're headed. But the fact is, like, a 964 it's a $100,000 car now. I just saw a red, G50, Carrera Targa at like $100 and something thousand. Guards red. Like, I don't understand it. It's insane to me. But the fact is, the people in our age group, I'm not saying everybody, but I'm saying the people who are in our age group who are successful and are going to continue to be successful and make the money, even when they're myself, when I'm 90 years old, and if I have a crap ton of cash, I want to drive all the cars I ever wanted to, right? Still. So as the money keeps, you're getting wealthier, you're going to keep buying these cars. I don't know that these cars are necessarily going to take a drop. Obviously, if the bottom falls out and the whole economy falls out, there will be, because people are going to have to sell these cars because they need to pay for other things in their life.
Sure.
But it's a hard one. It's the Model A, the Bel Airs. I mean, the Model A's and Model T's especially, those were people's dream cars, and they nostalgia took over, but now they're all dying. People, that's not the dream car. That's not the car that's crazy expensive. I mean, the fact is, you can buy a complete restored Model A, Model T, whatever, for $30,000 or something. I mean,
yeah,
which is kind of sad, to be honest. And I almost want to rescue them because they're so cool and historical and awesome. But then also, what am I going to do with it? The experience is not at all what I want from a vehicle.
Right.
And the fact is, any American car from the 50s right now isn't really booming. 60s, but 356s are still booming.
Well, they always say the rising tide raises all ships. I think that the 911 has a lot to do with that in the vintage European classic market. Dude, Matt, thank you for coming on and spouting nonsense with me. I appreciate it.
Of course.
Talking rally golf, talking theory. I appreciate it, man. You take care of yourself, and I'll probably talk to you 5 minutes from now anyway.
All right, Chris. We'll talk to you soon. Thank you for having me on. Appreciate it.
You bet.
Thanks.
Yep.
Bye-bye.
All right, Jake.
Yes.
I have found how much I don't know about cars.
Okay.
I'm not like a nerd. Okay, so I'm not like a car nerd. I'm not a nerd. There's dudes that you could be like, tell me about this. And they'll be like, yeah, 128cc minus this with this bolt pattern and unsprung waves. I'm not a nerd.
Okay.
I'm not a history buff. I'm not a nerd. I love history. I love hearing about it, reading about it. Yeah. That's one of the reasons why I love doing this, because I love taking in the information. But I don't store it very well.
True. Okay.
No, it goes in, and then I have it for the podcast, and then 50% of it just gets pooped out the other side. It just doesn't happen.
Yep.
So I found a car that I've always wanted that I know the least about.
Oh.
I've always wanted these, and I was completely wrong about them in almost every way.
Okay, what is it?
Doesn't mean they're not good. Okay, so when I say Alfa Romeo GTV,
yes,
I thought, in a completely uneducated way, that it covered a vast swath of Alfas, like the GTV V6 that Jeremy Clarkson loves, all the way back to the GTV you see at vintage races with twin Webers hanging off the side. I thought that's what a GTV was.
I'm picturing a specific car.
Yes, me too, but that's not correct.
It's not.
No, they're different. So it turns out the GTV I'm talking about, and you're probably thinking of, for this purpose of dethroning the 911, is the Alfa Romeo 105.
Okay.
So that is the name. You have the Alfa Romeo 105, and then there's a bunch of variations of that car. One of them is the GTV. So you have an Alfa Romeo 105 series GTV.
So what does GTV mean?
It means Gran Turismo Veloce.
So is it basically like a trim level?
Essentially, yes, because you had the Mini 1600, you had a 1700, and then you had the, let me continue on.
Okay.
The 105, like many beautiful cars, was designed by Giugiaro. The model line ran from the early 60s to the late 70s. There's so many different variations of this car that you can look at. You've got the ones that we're thinking about with the quad headlights in the front. Then you've got these really cute ones with 2 headlights, and they're super great. They're all beautiful. The late 60s, early 70s was a time when Ferrari and Lamborghini were building fat, thick, V12 powered monsters.
Yeah.
Cars that shocked and swayed heartstrings and wallets. They were like cars designed after consuming an entire bottle of wine versus one designed by tasting a few different kinds than having just one glass of your favorite. The 105 is an Italian car built with restraint. Love, of course. There's Italian romanticism in it, but it certainly isn't built to swoop young, fertile damsels off Vespas. Nevertheless, Italians must race. So the Gran Turismo Veloce was born. For our purposes, let's focus on the GTV 2000. This is the one you see replicated by GTV fans and what you see pictures of the most around the internet and what you see when you are at vintage racing circuits.
Okay.
It's a 2-liter twin cam car with MFI in America or dual Webers.
Yeah.
And it's absolutely fucking gorgeous.
What year?
This is mid to late 70s.
Yep. Okay.
I wanted to leave a lot of extra time to talk to our guests, so I did not dive into the weeds too much.
Okay.
His name is Jethro Bronner, and he's got a great series on YouTube where he disassembles things and restores things, and more often than not, from what I can tell, does not put things back together.
Wait, what?
I know this sounds common, and it is if that's all it was, but it isn't, and he isn't. I think I can relate to his philosophy of driving things for the right reason. I really enjoy it. Let's get to my interview with Jethro. I have a sneaking suspicion talking to him generally will give us a sense of why this car is on the list. Mr. Jethro Bronner, thank you so much for coming on to hang out with me.
No, thank you for inviting me on to talk shit about Porsches.
That's great. That's the best response yet. Oh man, that's really, really good. I in the intro to this episode, I basically admitted that I don't know anything about Alfa Romeos, and I didn't know anything about Alfa Romeos until I went and tried to do some research about them and discovered that I know nothing. So I was looking up the GTV, and I thought GTV was just like, you have the GTV, and then there's a newer GTV, and then there's a GTV with a V6 in it, and Jeremy Clarkson loves it, and blah, blah, blah. But I had never heard of a Alfa 105. Never crossed my mind because I just never looked. So it seems like there's a wonderful world of just all these beautiful Alfas that are out there.
Right. Yeah. The Alfa 105 is just like one of those really interesting cars where I say that there are certain companies who, like, in a moment in time, they get like an all-star team together and they just have like the greatest, like a really great engineer and a really great designer, and they just knock out like a really good product. And I would say that Alfa Romeo in the 1960s and 70s, like they had an all-star team, just like Porsche probably had when they did the 911, and like BMW in the 80s. So I just have a real thing about Alfa Romeos from the 60s and 70s. I think it's like a real sweet spot for any manufacturer. It's a, but yeah, the GTV is so can you've disappeared from screen. I'm not sure if you can still hear me or not.
Yeah, sorry, I lost you there for a second. The internet cut out.
Okay.
So
yeah,
how did the Alfa Romeo journey start for you? How did you get into, what was your first experience like, or how did this start?
So this car behind me, this white car, this is a 916 GTV, and it was made, they sort of built between like 1996 and 2004, I think. And it's not really an Alfa Romeo in like the strictest sense. It's based on the Fiat Tipo 2 platform. But these cars depreciated like crazy. So when I got out of high school, when I was 18 and I had a budget for a first car, I could have this, which was like a 3-liter V6 quad cam, a really, really beautiful engine, great looking car with like a full leather interior, like really, really cool, for the same price as like a secondhand little economy car, because they were so heavily depreciated. And I got into this car, and from there it just kind of was like the slippery slope of Alfa Romeo ownership. And as we all know, the slippery slope is undefeated when it comes to anything. So
28, no, that's for sure. That's for sure. So how did it end up being like the old, like you have a, is it a Giulia that is your daily driver? Is that what that the sedan is? So how did you end up getting into the older cars? If you drive around the new thing, you got the leather interior, you got the V6. Then how do you go, okay, I want something that is even older than this?
Yeah. So what I ended up doing was I sold that white car and I bought these two cars that are on this list. So this top one's a 64 Sprint GT. The bottom one is a 71 2000 105 GTV. And because I just kind of, once I got into the Alfa Romeo scene, I used to see these cars and I thought like, wow, they're really, really cool. And at that time, they were also dirt cheap. So I paid about, I'm trying to think, do the sums in my head, about $1,800 US for the GTV that's under this car here. You can't see it, it's behind the workbench. But it was a running driving car. All it needed was like a battery and a service, and it fired up, and I drove that for a few years. And then I paid about $2,500 for this Giulia Sprint on top. And I sort of switched between these, dailying these for a while. And this was the car that I took to England with me. And I also owned this when I lived in Cape Town. That was my daily driver. And then once I moved back to the East Coast from Cape Town, I bought this from a good friend of mine because I just needed a cheap runabout that was in better shape than this car here. And so I went through like a buying spree, and they were all like really dirt cheap cars. And I didn't expect them to just do what they did. So I know you're going to say that the 911's overpriced and it's a bit overblown, and isn't the Alfa GTV a better prospect? But to be perfectly honest with you, like the Alfa GTV at this point, when I see what they're selling for, I'm in the same boat as you. I think they are getting a bit overpriced. I haven't had a look at the Bring a Trailer sales for GTVs recently, but I'm pretty sure like they're just as ridiculous as not quite on 911
$20,000,
money,
$30,000, $40,000.
Oh, I've seen them go up. Some of them have sold for over $100,000, which to me is just
cars and the rare stuff. Yeah.
No, not even race cars, just road cars, just straight up 1750, 2000 GTVs. And every time one of them sells for like big money, people always send them to me and they're like, isn't this wild? And I was at a trade show in Italy in October last month that did a lot of classic cars, and I saw more 911s there than I've ever seen anywhere, and they were all huge money. And I saw Alfa 105 GTVs just everywhere, and not a single one was like under 30,000 euros. And I just thought, this is bizarre, considering these were just cheap runabout cars that I was buying, for $2,000 here and there because I thought they looked cool. And
right,
it's a bit of a shame that they've I think it's like, oh, it's nice because like your investment appreciates or whatever, but like it's also a bit outrageous, like the money that they're fetching now. I'm not sure if they're $100,000 driving experiences.
As the values go up, all of a sudden, instead of getting a set of Webers, a set with the manifold for the car for $500, it's $1,500 for the whole set because this is the car that they can bolt to. Or, I don't know if you have like the MFI that's on there. Is all of a sudden, if you need parts for your MFI or if it needs to be rebuilt, then the guy that's rebuilding them is like, well, this shit goes on a $50,000 car, so I'm going to jack my prices up because the dudes that are buying $50,000 cars can afford it, which makes it tough for guys that bought the cars for $1,500 to, keep them on the road and drive them. Like, you like to drive things. It's obvious. You like to drive things. You like to take them apart and then think about maybe putting them back together.
Yeah. So I actually, I put a lot of miles on this red Giulia here, affectionately known as Porco Rosso, the red pig, because it is a shitbox, and I'm not gonna, people get upset when I say that. They're like, oh, how could you call this car like the red pig? It's so, it's an Alfa Romeo. You can't say that. I'm like, have you ever driven this thing? It shakes and rattles, and like you cannot believe it leaks dust. It's like, I mean, it's amazing that it still runs as gets as many miles in as it does, but it's fun to drive, but let's like not kid ourselves that it's like a great driving experience. Great engine, handles well, but yeah.
Hold on. I want to almost stop you there and say, what is a great driving experience? Like, what is a great driving experience to you? Because obviously, if you're driving this thing and you're daily driving it and you love it, I mean, your great driving experience is going to be much different than someone else's. But I don't know that I would sell it short like that.
Yeah, well, I think it's like this particular one, like just as it is. I've driven some of these that are like really fantastic driving experiences, but this one is, sometimes a car just becomes, they get ropey to a point where the only thing you can do to make them nice again is to take them down to a bare shell and reassemble them completely, every nut and bolt, because you drive down the road in this and like the amount of rattles and stuff that you get out of it is just it is unbelievable. And there's no shortcut. Like I think Matt Farah says, there's no shortcut to unshitboxing a car, and he's absolutely right about that. But I really love it, and I put a lot of miles on it. And like one of the nice things about it is that this whole platform, like the Giulia, the GTs, that Spider that was on the left behind me, they're all mechanically identical, essentially. They have little differences here and there. Like they have some of them have limited slip differentials or bigger brakes and sort of dual circuit hydraulics and all that kind of stuff. And which is, it does make them a little bit different. But the cool thing is, if you do need to repair one of these cars, it's not going to cost you an arm and a leg. So when you said like your engine rebuild and your 911 was like $30,000, $40,000, I just thought that is hard to hear from coming from like the alpha world. That is one of the great things about these cars, because I mean, like if you need a full new set of pistons and barrels for one of these, if you've like completely trashed that, it's about $400 to $450 for a set, brand new. And a set of main bearings
that's a conventional engine block with a cylinder head and a head gasket is naturally going to be much cheaper to build. It just is. I mean, it doesn't almost doesn't even matter what it is, just because it's so conventional. The problem with the 911 is that it's all modular, and there's no gaskets in between anything. You just use Loctite 571, and it all just smushes together, and you cross your fingers and hope it doesn't leak from some O-rings that are in there. That's it. So everything has to be machined. So I understand a little bit about some of it with the machine work. Obviously, still way too expensive, like ridiculous. But there is a little bit of a difference there between, a conventional cylinder head iron block design.
Yeah. So these are they are. Hold on, let me turn this camera around for you. Wait.
Sure.
Yeah. So this.
So for those of you listening, you could be watching on YouTube or you could be watching on Spotify. You could be seeing this. He's wheeling an engine over here for us to take a look at, I think. think I lost you there for a second.
And don't worry, I will. Sorry, you cut out there for a bit.
A little smoother.
Okay.
Yeah, I have no internet video from you anymore. It says live video will return when the internet improves.
Okay, right. So I've just wheeled in here into the frame. So this is a 2-liter 105 series engine, and it's the same. It's the engine out of the Spider behind me, and this is essentially the same, apart from minor details, as a GTV or a Berliner engine. And one of the great things about it is full aluminium, just with iron sleeves pressed into it. So you never actually have to rebore them if you damage it. You just press the sleeves out and press new ones in, and it's sort of endlessly rebuildable, so long as you don't, catastrophically destroy the block, throw a rod through the side, which doesn't happen that often on these engines. But they are.
So I've never had an engine like that. What do you have to do for the iron sleeves? Does that have to go to a machine shop and be pressed out, like precision pressed out, or how does something like that come apart? I've never taken anything apart like that.
No, it's like I have a little like a little tool that I just made with sort of a thread that you tighten up, and it sort of pulls them out the top of the water jacket. And then when you fit them in, you fit them in with some Loctite around the bottom and some little O-rings, and you just put them in, and you put the head on and leave it overnight to set, and that's it. They're in. So it's a very easy engine to rebuild, a very cheap engine to rebuild. The problem with it, though, and this is a little bit like air-cooled 911 engines, is that to make big horsepower out of something like this, you end up far into the weeds with modifications, and it is really, really expensive. So you can get about 180, 200 horsepower out of one of these 2 liters in sort of race spec, without getting too carried away. You can get about 160 comfortably for a road car out of one of these. But as soon as you start pushing it beyond that, you end up with like massive reliability issues. And a lot of it is because those wet liners are just pressed in. So it's an open deck, they blow head gaskets and stuff if you start trying to get a little bit wild.
Gotcha.
And there are guys that make like a mono sleeve that you press into like the whole water jacket, and that gives you like a closed deck, and you can then push a lot more power. But at that point, it's just like you're just getting way off into the weeds. And I'm sort of a big believer of slow car fast, so just keep it fairly standard and then just drive it really hard.
Yeah, me too. Some of the most enjoyable experiences I've ever had are just in super slow cars. It's just the way it is. So speaking of slow car fast, tell me about your journey across Africa to England. Like what precipitated this? Why did you do this? And how did just tell me the story of how that came to be.
So when I was at university, I was working part-time for an alpha mechanic in the afternoons. And we used to do this thing like on a Friday afternoon where guys would come around the workshop and would all stand around the different classic cars that were there. And we didn't only work on Alfa Romeos. Occasionally we had sort of different things in, and there was like this big 4x4 and that was giving us loads of trouble. And the conversation was, if you had to drive this thing across Africa, drive it to England right now, this 4x4 would give you, would leave you stranded in the desert, an old Alfa would probably get you there better. And like that sentence from my boss just kind of got it going in my mind. And I was like, could you drive an old Alfa to England? And I just kind of got obsessed with the idea. And I spent like a week just thinking about it and like looking on Google Maps and like seeing like where I could go. And eventually I thought, I actually have to do this. And it was right at the time where I decided I didn't want to be a university student anymore. So I dropped out, saved my tuition money, and decided to go on a year-long trip across Africa and Europe in a 50-year-old Alfa. I suppose it's a 60-year-old Alfa now. But to me, that was a much better thing for me than going to university, because like I got sort of job offers and stuff, right after that trip. They said, if you can build an Alfa that can cross, the Sahara Desert solo unassisted, you probably know how to put a car together. So I got some, good job offers, and it was sort of the basis of my independent workshop as well. It's like the reputation that I got from doing that. And but yeah, it was
what kind of troubles did you have? How long did this trip take you, did you say?
It was just shy of a year. It was like 10 months in total.
Oh, so a year.
So
okay, as an American, I look over and I see Africa. and my eyes glaze over with fear, right? Because like from an American standpoint, we can drive anywhere and get out of the car and run around and like have our wallet hanging out of our pocket, and generally nothing's going to happen. And from our perspective, going to Africa just seems like really, really, really hyper dangerous and super scary and intimidating. And I'm just me personally, it's not as big of a deal. I'm just talking about the overall like perception of what I think Americans think of Africa. That's just this terrifying thing to do. But it's something you did for a year. It seems like you probably had some interesting experiences.
Yeah. That reputation's not entirely undeserved. Like, we'll have to be honest about that. There was a thing, I was 22 when I did that. So there was a certain amount of like, sort of undeveloped prefrontal cortex, bad risk assessment going on with that. So like in retrospect, like I thought it was totally normal when I was doing it. And people were like, oh, I can't believe, like, you're doing this alone. And, I thought everyone was just being silly. And I look back at it now, and I think, okay, maybe they had a point. Like, it was quite wild what I was doing. Even hardened sort of people who live in very difficult parts of Africa. Like I met this great family who live out in the sort of the wilds of northern Zambia near the Tanzanian border, and I stayed with them for about a week. And when they heard I was going to Ethiopia, they're like, "Oh, you can't go to Ethiopia. That's too dangerous." And then I met an ex-French foreign legionnaire in Dar es Salaam, and he was like, when he heard I was going to Sudan, he was like, "No, you like don't go to Sudan. That's far too dangerous." But I think I got by with a lot of luck in that. Like in retrospect, like I sort of look at the things that could have gone wrong, and I got by very, very lightly with, I had like, trouble here and there, with sort of corrupt army, like, roadblocks and things like that. But it's, in the great scheme of things, I think I kind of sailed by with like some kind of divine grace through that trip. There's no other way to get through it, actually.
How did the car do?
The car did really, really well. I kind of, I'd rebuilt most of it before in the preceding years. And it was very, I built it to be like essentially standard as well, like to be a 64 Sprint GT. I was like being really, really fussy. Like the older I get, the less fussy I get about like factory original stuff. I like period original stuff, but now I'm like, oh, upgrades here and there, that's all right. But then I was like, no, it must be a factory 1600 Sprint GT. And so it had like the really bad Dunlop brakes and everything on it, which like were terrible because I was in Norway during the winter, sort of towards the end of the trip, and like the road salt just like seized the rear calipers solid. Like I had no handbrake and no rear brakes, driving on like bloody ice and snow. It was like really, really frightening. And I was like, yeah, maybe like an upgraded brakes probably weren't such a bad idea, but I was being like such a purist, and I used to be more of a purist than I am now. The car did really well. I had only one major breakdown, which was not so much a car thing, it was a carburetor thing. Like in one of the brass floats in the DCOE, has under these DCOEs, the brass float cracked, and like so two of the cylinders were like flooding really badly. But I just happened to be in Serramazzoni in Italy, which is about 15 kilometers into the hills above Maranello. And I was like, well, if I drive flat out, the rich running won't matter so much. I'll just drive like a hooligan down to Maranello. And I'm like driving like a crazy person down this hill. There's people driving in Ferraris, like crazy people up. And I get to like the main street, it like cuts out. I leave it on the side of the road, sort of walk up the main street to like the first classic car, sort of service center I can find. And I say, like, do you have floats for Weber DCOEs? And they, yes, we do. And they pull them out from under the counter. It's like, there you go. Problem solved. And I was like, well, if that had happened
to have happened in Sudan, you would have had to have had somebody braze it together for you or something.
Yeah, if that had happened in Sudan, I would have been in really, really big trouble. So that was the thing. I think, being so young as well, like my spare parts collection was not up to scratch, but I did manage to get by just. And I had like some ignition problems and things like that as well. Because I was using, have you ever heard of Evans waterless coolant?
No, but we have stuff like that. We have something called water wetter here. And it's just water like, it's the same type of thing. Works great. It worked great for me in the Mercedes. Kept the thing cool no matter what.
No, it's probably not as like so. This Evans waterless coolant, I'm probably gonna get sued by them for saying this on a public forum, but because like they did this thing with like Jay Leno on Jay Leno's garage, and he was like using it in some of his stuff, and like, oh, it's it's so great, like there's zero corrosion and zero pressure like in your cooling system because it's all glycol. Isn't it great? So I was like, yeah, I'm going through like really hot places, like I'll use this like in my cooling system. But of course, like I hadn't checked like the spec sheet properly. And then I realized like it's only like afterwards I had a look at the spec sheet, and it's like, oh, it's like its K value for thermal conductivity is like half of water. So my cylinder head temperature was just way higher than it should have been on like the whole trip. So it just kept pinging the whole time, and especially on like really cheap like Egyptian fuel at like 40 degrees centigrade, like the car pinged a lot. But it made it without blowing up a piston or anything. So
what do you do for money in this trip? Like how are you paying for fuel? Like how does all these different countries have different currencies, and like how are you navigating that?
Yeah, so I had US dollars with me that I would then buy at each border. I would buy like a sort of a chunk of currency, and stuff wasn't that expensive. Like the fuel cost like throughout most of Africa like isn't actually that bad. And I tended to not use. I didn't use anywhere near as much fuel as I thought it would. Like I think Africa is a big continent, but it's I don't know. I think like just like the kind of driving in that, I just didn't burn as much fuel as I thought I would, and I had like a pretty huge range as well. So,
what was the biggest hardship that you had on the entire journey? Like, what was the hardest thing that you encountered?
The hardest thing that I encountered. Yeah, I had a really rough couple of days in Sudan. To start, the start of my time in Sudan was like really rough, and I was in northern Ethiopia, and Ethiopia is a really difficult place to travel as a solo traveler. If you fly into Ethiopia, and pick up a visa at the border, and you get driven around in a big luxury sort of people mover, minivan with tinted windows, and they take you from hotel to tourist, to like historical site, then Ethiopia is great. But if you are on your own as an obvious foreigner self-driving through that country, it is an incredibly aggressive place. And I was trying to get out of Ethiopia. I'd sort of had it after a couple of days. I was quite exhausted, and I was trying to get to Sudan. And my last day in Ethiopia, they had no fuel available. In the town I was called Gondar. It's really far to the north. And luckily I had a long-range tank in the car. So I just switched over to like the long-range tank that I filled up when I was in Nairobi. And I managed to get to the Sudanese border with my main tank completely empty, and then on my long-range tank, which didn't have any reader on it, so I had no idea how much fuel I actually had in it. But there was this. I crossed the border into Sudan, which was like the last day I was in Ethiopia. I got like I had to pull over like in this little like village where like the traffic got really bad, and I slowed down. I had the windows down because it was really hot, and some teenagers decided they were going to throw stones at my car, and they like cracked the windshield. They like split my ear open. And they thought it was terribly funny. And so I just like got the hell out of there and sort of went to the Sudanese border. And I got through the border into Sudan fairly easily. But as I crossed, there was like this huge storm sort of appeared on the horizon. And turns out it had knocked out all the electricity sort of further into the country. So no fuel stations in Sudan could actually pump any fuel. And I thought, well, I'm not going to stay out here like in the middle of the desert. I'm going to sort of try and get closer to Khartoum. And as I kept driving into the night, like the storm just got worse and worse and worse. And then I ran out of fuel in my long range tank. And I just had a little sort of jerry can to top up. And I ended up having to sleep in the car because the storm was so bad and the floodwaters were sort of like, this high, like everywhere. Because when it rains there in the desert, it just doesn't really run off. It's sort of on the hard packed ground, it kind of like builds up. and I had to sleep in the car, even though it was raining. It was like 45 degrees. There's mosquitoes like coming in through like the windows that I put down to get a little bit of air. And it was just like, yeah, I'm sort of camped in a fuel station in Sudan on my own, sleeping in the car, being eaten alive by mosquitoes. And I had terrible food poisoning from being in Ethiopia. And I remember just thinking, like, how was it I got myself into this situation? And whose idea was this? Oh, it was my idea. I thought this was smart. And it was like a very, very unpleasant, like that was the longest night of my life, I think, was, yeah, camping at a petrol station in Sudan, waiting for the electricity to come back on so I could get some fuel and get out of there. But yeah. And
I imagine you ran into a lot of locals that were probably amazing too, right? I mean, there was probably people that, you know, over the course of the year that were just incredible.
Yeah, I would say like Sudan, its landscape is so inhospitable because it's so hot and so desolate. But it's sort of the people are the exact opposite. Like they're the most hospitable and warm people you'll ever meet, like in your whole life. And I think you have to be to survive, like in that kind of landscape. So, I mean, when I was in Sudan, people, like even when I was just walking, like in Khartoum, like people would stop their cars to get out, to shake my hand, to say "Welcome to Sudan," you know, which was like really, really like incredible. Like they wouldn't take money from me for like I remember I had to like park my car in this paid parking while I was like stocking up on supplies. And when I went to go and pay my ticket, the guy in the kiosk was like, "Oh no, like you're a guest. Like we can't take money from you. Like you it's free for you, you know." And I was like, it's like, you know, they have like this real culture to like for like hospitality towards travelers. So
how is it so much different than neighboring countries? You know, how are these different like blocks of Africa so much different than other ones? It just seems like that would be like, how is that possible?
Yeah, you almost get like a bit of a cultural whiplash going from like one to the other. So like Ethiopia was like very lush and very green, and very like sort of the nature of it was very beautiful, but the people were quite unfriendly in certain places, you know. But and you go to Sudan, and then people are so friendly and so helpful, and then you go into Egypt, and then you get sort of a very it was quite unfriendly again, unfortunately. But I felt like Egypt had there's a secret Egypt that happens behind closed doors that I got glimpses of but never really experienced. And I just thought like Egypt as a solo traveler was a little bit tough because you're just dealing with like the tourist.
What do you mean secret Egypt? Like what did you miss out on, do you think?
Like I met a couple of Egyptians on my trip who were like incredibly hospitable and like really, really lovely. And you just got the sense that like there's this whole social world that happens, you know, in private homes and behind closed doors. That's quite hard if you're a foreigner to tap into. And I'd sort of met Egyptians when I was in like Kenya and Sudan and stuff. And like they were always like really, really lovely. And then once I got into Egypt itself, I was just kind of floating around on the surface, going from like town to town. And I found like that was, and then I was just, you know, dealing with the police and dealing with the military and that all the time. And they made things quite difficult. Like there's a law in Egypt where, or at least in Sharm el-Sheikh, this law exists where you can't take a car into the grounds of a hotel because they were worried about car bombings. And so I had to park my car on the street overnight. And it was my last night in Egypt. And I was in a hotel in Sharm el-Sheikh. And the phone in my room rang at like 1 o'clock in the morning. And the receptionist asked me to come to the lobby to speak to the police. And I get to the lobby, and there are these sort of police officers dressed head to toe in white, wearing aviator sunglasses with flash lenses at 1 o'clock in the morning, you know, sort of sitting there. And they want to talk to the foreigner with the foreign registered car outside. I'm like, are you kidding me? And like, in Egypt, when you drive around, like they check your paperwork, they check your luggage, they check everything, you know, like 5 times a day. It's just like endless roadblocks, endless security checkpoints. And it's just like, and they'll get you out of bed at 1 o'clock in the morning to check it out again. And I just thought,
why?
Absolutely.
Why? What is the reason for all of this?
Yeah, I don't know. I wanted to
Is
ask
it just
them,
a fuck with? Are they just fucking with
I,
you?
I think there's a certain amount of fucking with you, and like the thing is, like at the time, I had an iPod, like an old school iPod Classic, that I was kind of listening to while I was driving, and this at one of the roadblocks, like one of the Egyptian guys, he like found this iPod Classic, and he was like, freaking, like, what is this? What is this? This thing. Like, like I'm not sure how to explain what an iPod is.
How do you
like,
explain what that even is? Like, how do you explain that? It's an iPod.
Yeah.
What is iPod?
Yeah, and it was like, but the funny thing is, like, it's literally as soon as you leave the borders of South Africa, just daily roadblocks are like you will deal with police and roadblocks, multiple times per day. And like when I was in I forgot the name of the town. It's the town nearest Kilimanjaro in Tanzania, and I was in the town for about a week, and I was kind of using the car and driving around and stuff like that. And the same police officer used to pull me over every day to check my paperwork. Like, she would check my passport, she would check my driver's license, she'd check my insurance every single day. And I was just like, none of this has changed since yesterday. Like, I haven't, my driver's license hasn't expired since you spoke to me 24 hours ago. But she would still pull me over every single day. So that's the kind of.
I'm trying to figure out what the motivation is for that. Is it a control move? Is it to make you feel unwelcome?
I don't think it was to make you feel unwelcome. I think there was a certain amount of novelty. I think there was a certain novelty factor for them. This strange foreigner in this funny blue car, covered in stickers. I think maybe there's something a bit different.
Right. What were the roads like? Tell me about the driving experience and the variations of. I mean, you had to have crossed biomes that were different than other biomes, and the roads.
Yeah.
Was it a good driving experience? Because I make the case, one of my favorite places to drive is Nevada. And people always look at me like, you're crazy. Why would you want to drive in Nevada? It's just straight everywhere you go. But there's something to be said for that vanishing point and that open road where you're alone and there's absolutely nothing. And I'm going to guess that you experienced a lot of absolutely nothing when you're driving out there. You talk about the towns and stuff too, but what were the roads? What was the driving experience like out there?
Well, one of the things about driving in Africa, like South Africa is not quite like this, but most of the rest of the continent is. There are not that many alternative routes to get anywhere. So it's like, people would ask me like, oh, how did you navigate? I'm like, well, there's one road going the direction I'm going. And it's like, as long as the mountains are over my left shoulder and the ocean's to the right, like I know I'm on the right track. But so a lot of the roads were just incredibly busy, like all the time. And so that made it a little bit tough. You come across a really great driving road, but there's like trucks and livestock and stuff in the road. And it made it really, really tricky to cover a lot of distance. And what I ended up doing like a lot of the time was if I had a day where I had to really get in like the miles, like really get in a good distance. And I did this when I was in the first time I did this, I was in I was leaving Lusaka in Zambia to go up north to a place called Chiwangandu, which is like this incredible old house in the countryside. And the road from Lusaka going north to Kapiri and Porsche is it's just full of trucks because there's this big Kapiri and Porsche and beyond is like copper mining country. So there's just like these huge trucks going back and forth, and it's really, really dangerous. So I decided I was going to leave Lusaka at like 3:00 in the morning. And so I had everything packed up, and I like packed up, I was like camping at a backpackers, and I got everything packed up and into the car by about 3:30 in the morning. And I just got like my iPod out, and I was listening to this album called Black Light by Groove Armada a lot at this time. And it's like a great driving album. It's like one of the best driving albums ever. And I just got that in, and I hit like these abandoned roads, and like the whole way there were just like trucks pulled over to the sides of the roads with like the drivers sleeping. And I just had a lot of these like really early morning like before the sun comes up drives where you just make like huge miles, and like those are really great. I had a lot of really great drives like that. Had a lot of fun, but the scenery in that's fantastic. A lot of the roads are better than you'd think. Like there's those roads that have like a lot of trucks and stuff on them, they kind of, the roads get run down. So they end up with like where the tires for the trucks actually sink into the road eventually. So they end up with like a big median in the middle. And I would have to kind of drive with like sort of one wheel or two wheels towards the edge of the road and two wheels in the middle. And if I ever dropped into like the actual middle of the road onto those truck tire marks, like my car would just beach. So I just have to keep it over to one side. But as soon as you turn off that road from Kapira and Porsche, and you turn off to like, it's called the Great North Road that goes to Tanzania. And it's about 700 kilometers, I'm not sure what that is in miles, of like the most perfect tarmac and scenery with nothing. Like there's not even a fuel station for like 500 kilometers. And it's just like open driving road, great quality tarmac, amazing scenery, and no one. You can just drive as fast as you like for like hours. And that was really fantastic. I enjoyed that a lot.
So what now? Like you did this a while ago. And I know that for me, doing the exploration and doing all the different things, it really makes me thirst for it, right? I have to find new places and experience new things, because the experience of that was so is always so it just changes me every time a little bit. I experience something and I learn something, and it's very special to me. How do you fill that? I don't know if it's like that for you. If not, maybe it isn't. But how do you fill that gap that was created by this journey? Like, what do you seek out? Like, how do you fill the need for adventure that may have inspired?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't really done much since that. I mean, when I got back from that trip, and I was living in Cape Town, and my family lives on the east coast of South Africa in the Midlands. So I would do about 1,200 mile road trip sort of each way to Cape Town and back in old cars when I was working down there. And that was a lot of fun. South Africa is a great country to drive around in, but I haven't really done like anything that matches the scale of that trip. And I do have like a sort of like an itching for it. And the thing is, I feel like being 22 and doing that trip, like that was kind of the trip that helped me break out of my shell like a little bit. Like, I was always kind of like a bit shy and a bit unsure, like when I was a teenager and stuff like that. And it was really doing that trip and being like in unfamiliar and uncomfortable places and having to kind of rely on yourself for a year at a time. And meeting new people like every day, that really helped me grow up a lot. And I kind of think I'm much better suited to doing a trip like that now. Like, I think I would have a lot more fun now doing that. And so I do.
So what are you waiting for, man? What do you want to do? Where do you want to go?
No, I've got a trip in the US planned for next year. And
where? What can you tell me more?
Yeah. So some of the stuff I can't say exactly the details until I go on the trip. But I was offered a deal of a lifetime on a 67 Duetto Spider, which is, it's like the Spider behind me, but it's the older shape, the round tail. And the car is in California. And part of the deal was that I had to pick it up in person. And I've been putting like the pieces together in my head, and I'm like, get over to California, get this car going, and do a trip across the States and I'd like to do sort of up and down the West Coast to get the car into good shape, and then across the United States to the East Coast, and then ship it from a port on the East Coast.
If there's anything I can do to help you, if there's any roads I can give you, anything, I would love to help. That sounds amazing. I was going to offer you, if you ever come out here, if you want to go on the rally or do something with that, depending on when you're planning, I've always got an open seat next to me. You're welcome to ride with me on the rally if you would like to. I was going to throw that out there to you.
That would be fantastic.
I can't say where the rally is this year, but it's around Rensport time. So if you want to come talk shit about Porsches in person ever or anything, we can make something happen for you. I love your spirit. I love your spirit of adventure. And if I can somehow have that a little bit more of that rub off on me, I'm selfishly inviting you along. Don't have to answer. Don't have to say anything. Just putting it out there. We'd love to have you around.
That would be great. Because like I went to America in 2019, and I got to hang out with like some of the Alpha guys in like the Los Angeles area, and did like a little short 2-day rally, and I had a lot of fun. And one of the guys offered me like one of his cars to drive, and it was like a 65 Giulia TI, and a bunch of the other guys in the rally were like, yeah, drive my car, like no problem. And then I saw what like traffic in California was like, and how these guys drove their cars, and I'm like, no, I'm terrified. I can't drive your cars. Like, and there's like another guy that I know, like, who I just like met through Instagram. Like, he was like, oh, he had like a 68 1750 Duetto. And he was like, oh, just come pick that up and use it while you're in California, and just like take it on a road trip up the coast. And like, this guy didn't know me like for anything. He just was like, yeah, just take my car, like my $50,000 classic car, just like take it. You know, stranger that I met on the internet. I was like, yeah, you Americans are like fantastically enthusiastic and trusting. So I really do want to come back.
Everybody, we all want you to experience something. We can tell that you're somebody. You know, I've watched some of your YouTube channel now. I've seen and heard about your journey. And I think it's evident to everyone that you are a genuine enthusiast, and that you're doing it for the right reason. And people want a part of that, but they also want to they want to feel like they can give you part of what feeds you. You know, it's almost just like having a guest in your home. You know, you can make a great dinner for them and be a good host and invite them in. And I think it's the same way that car enthusiasts are. It's the car enthusiast version of having you over for dinner.
Yeah.
and bringing out the nice bottle of wine from downstairs and opening it for you. You know, it's that kind of thing.
Yeah, I really found, like the Alpha guys in California really went sort of above and beyond to make me feel welcome. I didn't end up driving anyone's cars because like the traffic terrified me. So I'm going to have to ease myself into that. But I thought, when I do this trip, and one of like my biggest regrets about the trip that I did when I was 22 was my skill with a camera, not just for photography, but for videography, was just I was such a beginner, and I had no idea what it would actually take to document something like that. And so I have like my journals from that trip, which I've been thinking about turning into like a Substack about like in a sort of travelogue kind of form. But the trip through America, I really want to film and do like a great sort of American road trip YouTube series out of it. But I still like this year, I have to brush up on my videography skills, because it's one thing to be able to like go and do a trip like that, but to do it in such a way that you can film it and photograph it in a way that makes sense and is enjoyable to follow for others is an entirely different set of skills. So that's what I'm trying to brush up on. And that's the reason why. So like the deal with the Duetto, actually, it all came together in March of 2020, like a week before COVID got out of hand. So it ended up just sort of being pushed back and pushed back and pushed back. But the thing that really has put me off doing it, like, you know, now was like, this is going to cost a lot of money, and like I need to save up some money to do it and get my YouTube channel to a point where it can actually, you know, help cover the costs of doing this trip. But also I need to get my skills and equipment to the level where I can actually go and do this and produce a product that's worth watching.
All right,
gosh, great. Technology is not going to save the world, is it?
Absolutely not. It was funny. You were just talking, then I could see that I saw the lights turn off, and then that was it. Like,
yeah. So that was the power clicking back onto mains from the generator, and I really need to put like a power supply on the Wi-Fi and all that to stop it doing that. But
it's fine. It's fine, dude. I think that's, amazing stories. I think that when I kind of kicked off this interview, for the part that you didn't hear leading up, I was saying, hey, I think you guys will understand why I think the GTV which we didn't talk about the GTV that much, but I think that's okay. I think that the GTV is very well worthy of being on the list, with the type of experiences that you can have with the car and how special it is to you. And I can't thank you enough for coming on to hang out with us, man.
No, it's great to finally kind of chat to you after having followed you on Instagram and listened to the podcast for so long.
It's been fun chatting back and forth. I wasn't shitting you. I absolutely mean it. You should come out and we can drive in the 911. We can do a road trip. We can figure something out. My 911 is completely broken right now, but it won't be forever, I hope. And depending on where it is and when you're here, or maybe when you do your road trip, as you're driving across wherever, I'll meet you in the middle. We'll figure something out. I'd love to meet you, and I don't know. I just think it'd be a good experience.
Yeah, because I'm in sort of I'm not sure if I'm gonna ship that Duetto out of the US, immediately after that trip. Because the thing is, I'm it would be great to to ship it to Europe and do some road trips and stuff around there at some point. But I'm what if I just leave it somewhere in America and then do a Crest rally or something in it at some point. But I have
awesome. Otherwise, there's always South America.
Yeah, I have a very good friend of mine. He's actually the guy who kind of put me onto your podcast and that. Andy Bule from AlphaTauri, and we kept saying that once I'm finished building this GTV on the YouTube channel,
what a beaut!
Maybe ship that to the US somehow, and use it to rally around and do Overcrest or something. But who knows at this point? But I'm gonna, because I'm kind of itching to get back into doing some road trips and things like that. Because
that's what I figured. I looked at the channel, I saw the Africa thing, but I didn't see a lot of other road trips, and I was just like, damn, this dude must be ready to go.
I think it's one of these things where I went through this period in my life where I did a lot of driving, and then I kind of really wanted to get into building a lot of cars and that, and I did, and now I'm kind of getting back into the point where it's actually I want to do some more driving and actually get out of the workshop for a little bit, because it's
you got to build them for a reason, man.
Just after the Overcrest rally last year, so this would have been in September, I think, I'd been watching some guys who did the rally in that little Julia Super. They had the windshield brake on it. And so I watched that with I thought that was incredibly that was really memorable. But I had to go down to Durban, which is about an hour and a half drive for me from where I am here. And it's quite a dangerous drive at the moment. And I was gonna, take a more modern car, and go to this appointment down in Durban. And I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna take the Alpha. I'm just gonna take it and turn this paperwork appointment into a mini rally adventure on my own. And I had the greatest time ever. It was driving this tiny little red Alpha through the streets of Durban, which was a lot of fun. Guys were leaning out their window trying to get me to sell the car to them in the traffic and stuff like that. And I was I definitely don't drive. Everyone locally sees my car all the time. They know I drive a lot, but I haven't done a proper road trip in a long time. So I'm gonna definitely try to get the channel to move in that direction. So
that's what I like to hear. At some point you have to use the tools, right? It's what it's all about. All right, man. It was my pleasure having you on. I will stay in touch, and I can't wait to talk to you again and hopefully meet you in person someday.
Yeah. So we'll leave it here. Thanks for having me on, man. I fantastic to speak to you. So I'll let you go. Cheers, Chris.
All right, I've got a song clip to play. We've had some song clips going, for some of these. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, this is for the next car. All right. What do you think?
Yeah, Spice Girls.
All right, that's not going to work.
What?
I wanted to play that song. I don't know why, but that is not the song we've got. Here's the song for this car.
Okay.
This is much better.
Oh.
Britain.
Yeah.
1965.
Okay.
The year modern Britain was born. Cultural, economic, and political climate shifted and formed the Britain we know today. Think about it.
Okay.
Booby boomers.
Uh-huh.
Baby boomers
Yep.
are coming of age.
Yep.
The men who fought in World War II were now in their 40s, in the prime of their lives. Roman Polanski made some of his most important films for a while, admittedly doing some rapey-ish things on the side. And unlike the latter, the aforementioned was something for regular people.
Okay.
Even comedy was seeping down into the middle and lower classes. The Beatles were hitting their stride, and Beatlemania was on full blast, pumping fanaticism around the Western world. I cannot emphasize enough how important pop culture and its revolution was for Britain, which until then had lived under a dark cloud that had loomed since the Industrial Revolution. Pop culture in Britain then was something for the elite, while shitty television music and movies were for everyone else. Like America, the 60s in England saw huge leaps in civil rights. Britain saw the legalization of abortion and homosexuality, abolishment of capital punishment, and the penalization of racial discrimination. There was also a revolution against transportation. Jake, do you remember how we talked about the railway stuff in Britain?
Yeah.
The whole episode we did about trains here and trains there.
Exactly, and the difference.
America moved away from the rail with the advent of cars and the Great American Highway. In England, people still took the rail from blighted city to blighted city on trains that had been left to rot.
Okay.
Cars were expensive.
True.
The average British citizen brought home 1,500 quid a year. I did a bunch of calculations on all these numbers. It took me forever.
Okay.
In comparison, an average American brought home about twice that much in income.
Oh, okay.
So the average salary, twice as much here. In 1965, the cheapest car sold in America was the Chevy 2 at $1,900, which is around 770 quid. A Mustang cost, with the exchange rate in mind, 960 quid. Both of these would be way too expensive for the average British citizen. Not to mention getting a loan to buy a car in England wasn't even a thing like it is today. In 1965, you could get a car for a super reasonable price. One could even say that it was a mini price compared to the other cars of its day. I posit to you
yes,
that a 1965 Mini Cooper
yes,
is cooler than a 911. And I've brought on my very good friend to talk about it. And again, I didn't go into the weeds because I want to spend more time talking to him.
This is what I mentioned, episode
It
1.
is. I was talking with him last night, texting back and forth, and he said the following in a text message.
Okay.
Quote, if I was somehow only allowed to have one hobby car and someone offered me an F40 in trade for my Mini, I wouldn't do it. Ladies and gentlemen, our final interview, Andrew Ritter. Mr. Andrew Ritter, how's it going, buddy?
Chris, it is good to be back on.
Yeah, and this time talking about something you love, which is talking about 911s.
Unavoidable at this point, right?
As with everybody else, it's about all there is to talk about, it seems like, half the time.
Absolutely. I feel like I should preface it with, I love the 911. I love Porsches. They are on my list of maybe top 10 cars that I love, you know? So it's not out of a distaste for them at all.
Yes, I'm the same way. And obviously, I've said this many times, even though I've taken a lot of grief from people in DMs and everything out with these episodes. You know, it has been kind of the longer they're out, the more grief I take, is I think people are like, hey, you should listen to this. And then someone will send me a DM and be, oh, you're completely wrong, or, oh, you're completely right. But, yeah, the 911 seems to be at the top of everybody's forethought, which is kind of why I wanted to talk about a bunch of other cars. Really, this whole thing is just an excuse to talk about other cars and how cool they are and how they're kind of overlooked. Yeah,
we all love cars in general, so good to talk about.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Mini, you know, it's the last car on the list, and you're the last guest on the list, not because you're the least important, but because you're one of the most important, because of some of the conversations you and I have had about all this stuff in private. And you said something interesting yesterday, or maybe it was the day before yesterday, about how if someone said, hey, you can have my F40, but you have to get rid of your Mini, you wouldn't do it.
Yeah,
Why?
I mean, I'm sure that
you got to explain that a little bit. Like, I get it, but talk to me about that a little.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to come off unbelievable, right? Like, everyone has these agreed upon Halo cars. And the hypothetical situation is if someone gave you an F40 for your Mini and you could only have one, project car or classic car, would I do it? Because in that case, you can't just sell the F40 and buy 500 Minis. You've got to stick to it. And I think that's just because the Mini's my dream car. And when I say that, it's not just like a cute thing to say. It literally is the car that I want above all else. I mean, maybe it's just a personality thing. I think cars are sort of an extension of your style. It's an accessory. And I'm just not the type to roll into Cars and Coffee and step out of an F40. I think it would just be like a weird contrast. And the same goes for a 993 turbo, an E30 M3. You couldn't trade my Mini for any of those if it was my only car. I mean, if I could have 20 cars, a warehouse filled with cool stuff, there's going to be some BMWs in there and some Porsches, hopefully, if I ever had the money and stuff like that. But if I had to pick a car, it's going to be the Mini, and I'm glad to own one. And they're just so enjoyable. It's a magic you probably can't understand fully until you sit behind the wheel of one.
I have driven one, and it was in Pennsylvania. It was a long time ago. I mean, we're talking, man, it's got to be probably 15 years. I drove a Mini before I'd ever even thought about buying a 911. And it was my friend Tom, and he had named the car Hoot. The car's name was Hoot. And obviously the name plays out as if you've ever driven one. It is a absolute fucking hoot to drive a Mini. And I remember obviously I loved the driving experience, right? I hadn't driven enough cars at the time. I was very young. I'd driven mostly Rabbits. And I only know now in hindsight how special it is. Because one of the reasons why the 911 driving experience is so great is because it is so special and it is so unique. And one of the only other cars that I've driven that I can say that about is the Mini. Because you get in it, you start driving, and it is an absolutely unparalleled driving experience. I can't think of anything else that feels like driving a Mini. And it is joyful. It is special. And I just drove around a few country roads and stuff like that, kind of like, darting around. And it was just so fucking fun. It was hilariously fun. And then I don't know if it's just because you feel like you're driving something small, but just the cabin space and the steering wheel is kind of big. And that's what I loved about it, is that it was special. And I didn't know that until hindsight. What is it about the Mini driving experience, or is it the culture or everything? What is it about it that makes it special for you?
There's so much to it. I mean, the driving experience, the fact that most people sum it up by just explaining the size of the smile that comes across your face. Like, you can't be unhappy driving a Mini. It is a blast. And some of that comes from its imperfections and its simplicity. Other parts of it come from the fact that it was born from innovation. They had to do some crazy things to make it as small as possible while still fitting 4 adults and theoretically their luggage. So it's one of the first cars that did the front wheel drive with the engine turned sideways. I mean, nowadays that's par for the course. But they did that to save space. There's no tunnel going through the car because there's no transmission. There's nothing hiding back there. The transmission sits under the engine. And so you feel it's just a unique ergonomic experience. And then the suspension, I mean, it's independent all around. And a lot of people probably don't know it doesn't have your typical coil spring. It's got these rubber bump stops that are progressive, which is crazy.
I don't understand.
For the time
I don't understand. It's almost like is it like an airbag type of situation, or how does this rubber bump stop work? I know, so weird tangent. I'm just curious.
Yeah, they did a like an airbag situation that was hydroelastic, so it was like an airbag filled with liquid, and that came about in the 60s. But it's just this like rubber cone, and as it compresses, because it's a cone, you're compressing more rubber, and there's probably a lot more to it that I don't fully understand, because the crazy thing is it works. you're riding on these like glorified bump stops, and yet it's one of the cars that everyone remarks is one of the best handling cars out there as a classic car. And I think it's worth noting, I wrote down a list here because I'm just a guy, right? Like, what's my opinion about a driving experience matter? But you look at the names that have been, champions of the Mini thing. Like, you've got Enzo Ferrari, who could drive whatever he wants, right? Anything. And he was well known for daily driving a Mini, so much so that they gifted him a second one that was like a car he thoroughly appreciated. You've got all sorts of F1 drivers who, again, could probably drive whatever they wanted. You've got Niki Lauda, you've got James Hunt, Sterling Moss, and they chose to drive the Mini. And these are people that understand driving to a T, and they find joy in the Mini. And then from the cool side of things, independent of the driving characteristics, you've got like Mick Jagger and Steve McQueen and the Beatles, all rich rock stars and such in life, and they pick the Mini, this humble little cheap vehicle. And so I think there's just something to it in its humility that I think makes it really special. It's achievable. The royalty had it, and at the same time, the random everyday person could have one. And I think there's something really special there.
I think you're right, and I think it comes back to also why the Mini existed in the first place. Why was it built? Maybe you can talk on that a little bit, why it was ever even conceived.
Yeah, so I mean, like, you're in the middle of a fuel crisis, and gas prices are going through the roof, and there are other countries creating what was known as a bubble car, and it was doing really well. It was affordable, it was good on gas, and it still fit people to get people around. And so it was born out of necessity and competition.
What was the other car? Would it have been like a Fiat 500 and a Beetle? Would that have been the other cars that somebody would have been?
The Fiat 500 were sort of like the antithesis, right? Or the enemies, so to speak, in this competition of countries. And so Britain understood, like, okay, we need to do something about this. And so they tasked Alekis Zegonius with solving the problem. And so he took the A-Series engine, a small 4-cylinder, sub 1 liter, 850 engine, and turned it sideways, crammed it into a Mini, and made sure 4 people fit, and did so, economically, and did so that people, just everyday people, could buy it and use it to get around. It wasn't until later that anyone had any idea that there was like a sporty characteristic behind it.
So who was the first to notice that there was? Who started taking it racing? Was it Cooper? Because I learned from you and then from reading on the internet, I always look at one, I go, that's a Mini Cooper. But that's wrong, right? Yeah. So how did the Cooper thing, how did that all happen and become sports purpose?
It's crazy. No one knows it, but when the car came out, the car we know as the Mini Cooper, it was the Austin 7 and the Morris Minor, branded under 2 different companies. It had no sort of attachment to what we now know it as. And so then John Cooper was known in Formula racing, right? They were Formula One champions. They were the first people to win a championship with a mid-engine F1 car, which nowadays seems like, yeah, duh, but they were the ones trying it. And so the Mini was just this like econo car, right? It was just affordable. It had a tiny engine, 33 horsepower. It topped out at 75 miles an hour, but he drove it and I think probably felt the handling characteristics and said, hey, there's something to this car. And people were, I mean, he wasn't the only one. People were racing them. But he saw the potential because their Formula Junior cars were running that same A-Series engine. So they sort of saw the potential there. And in what now sounds like a crazy meeting, they sat down and were like, hey, there's potential here as a motorsport vehicle. And the original designer, Alekis Zegonius, was like, no, I didn't design this for motorsport. This is like just a get-around vehicle. But John Cooper was able to convince them to produce sport versions, which gave rise to the Mini Cooper and the Mini Cooper S that are so well known today, coming with like brake discs or disc brakes and larger engines and stuff. And it's what went on to win. I mean, it's got a long list of motorsports. I mean, pales in comparison to Porsche, but for a Mini, I mean, it is impressive.
Well, it's not a sports car. The 911 should, in theory, if you looked at it from somebody that didn't know anything about cars, you'd be like, oh, well, that's a sports car. It should do well. It's not an underdog.
Right. But I mean, the Mini went on. It won, obviously, the Monte Carlo is what it's really well known for in the rally world. But it won the British Rally Championship for like 3 years. It did the Euro Rally Championship and won that for 2 years. And then on the street, not even just rally, they were the British Saloon Car Champions, which later became BTCC that we all know. They won it for years. I mean, 61, 62, 69, into the 70s, until basically they were phased out by larger, faster engines. I mean, the Mini just did great in motorsport.
So when I go on Bring a Trailer and I look at stuff and it's like Mini Cooper S and it's $30,000, but I also see just like I don't even know, like a regular Mini. I'm not even, do you just call it like an Austin Mini? Is that what you call it? Or what do you?
It really depends on the years, right? I mean, they went for so many years that they kind of had all sorts
a
of
non-Cooper. They're way cheaper.
But non-Cooper is just a Mini.
You think that you could just buy one and then just put a bigger engine and disc brakes on it and save yourself $20,000?
Yeah. If you get a Cooper and you pay that pricing, there's nothing wrong with it, but you're doing it for the name. Case in point, the car that I've got is not a Cooper according to the VIN number, but I bought it as a shell, and I was able to buy a 1996 Cooper engine, complete with the carbs and everything, and obviously the Mini engines come with the transmission. Bought the entire thing running for $2,000, and that's just the full Cooper engine. That is, coming from 96, it is the highest horsepower they really kind of strung out of those things. And then disc brakes you can buy brand new for a few $100.
Right.
So in terms of driving performance and fun, it is basically a Cooper, but it just doesn't have the books behind it to give it that, $40,000 Bring a Trailer price.
Right.
But,
right.
Who cares?
All right. Let's talk about a little bit. Obviously, Minis are awesome. We've solidified that. I want to talk a little bit about the 911. I don't know if I want to call it a problem, because I think it's true that I'm kind of singling out the 911 here, because everything's gotten expensive. Minis also expensive. $20,000 for something that is, I don't even know if, like, it's a Cooper I saw the other day. It was like 15 or 20 grand. So everything's gone up, but we want to single out the 911 because I do think that it kind of was the first, right? It was the first to start, the internet feedback loop thing that's going on. What are your thoughts about the 911 and kind of what happened with the prices and how everything kind of happened with the culture?
I think Ron said it on your first episode. There is so much behind it. It just time and place, right? You had Magnus on. He timed it perfectly with that video that all of us watched, and we're like, we need a Porsche. On the same side of things, I mean, you have Rennsport Reunion once every few years in an incredible event that celebrates the mark, and you leave loving everything about it. There's a certain level of celebrity, right? We've got the Jeff Swartz, Pat Longs, Magnus, a long list of really inspiring, impressive, influential people, all of which very much celebrating the Porsche name.
Why do you think no other brands have jumped on that? Because you think that BMW could jump on that tomorrow. They could be on that with their reputation and their heritage. I mean, in terms of celebrity owners, they're out there. They're doing stuff with BMWs, but it just doesn't seem like anybody's like grabbing the reins of the heritage like Porsche is. Why isn't anybody else doing this?
I have no idea. I often wonder the same exact thing, but I also have no idea how natural and organic it is. I mean, I think any of those people I listed and the ones I didn't, I think it's very natural. I think those people are cheering on the brand, not because Porsche came along and said, hey, like, we need your help marketing. I think they just genuinely love the car and happen to be influential people. They're all talented in different forms and fashions. It's just something very special. And so whether or not a company could even harness that on purpose, I don't know. But I definitely think it is part of the 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 hype or the excitement that surrounds the Porsche.
What are your thoughts on social media and how it is affecting car culture in general? I mean, is it for the better? Is it for the worse? Where do you see things going as time goes on here?
I feel like it's got to be double-edged sword, right? I mean, there's a lot of great about social media. You get to interact with great people, see amazing cars, attend events that you could never otherwise attend. But obviously, at the same time, it can be used for the less good, or it can at least inspire less ideal things. There's an inauthenticity to it. You can theoretically tap into a lifestyle on a whim, buy all the right things and pretend to be the person. But I don't. It's a fair balance. But I think overall, it's got to be positive.
I think you're probably right. And next episode, we have Randy Donnenberg on. One of the things that we talk about is how, it kind of sucks that everything's super expensive. But back in the day, it was really hard to find anything. It was really hard to find stuff, find parts, and it was part of that difficulty of finding things and finding cars was why maybe it was a little harder to be cool, because it was more difficult. And for better or for worse, it's a little bit easier to be cool right now, for lack of a better way to put it.
Yeah, I mean, I think I joked on one of the Overcrest comment sections that it's just cool isn't any less cool than it was. It's just cool is inflated because more people have it.
Doesn't that inherently make things less cool? Isn't cool counterculture? Isn't counterculture like part of what cool is?
To some extent, absolutely. I mean, I think it certainly affects the feel of it. It's way cooler back in the day when it was impossible to find cars and only the people that put in legwork were getting the barn finds. Then it was just like, man, that guy really must have put in the work to find that old MG dusty in a barn somewhere and rebuild it. So in a way, yes, it takes away the value, but at the same time, if more people are enjoying these cars and are able to get them running and join you guys on rallies and come out to the shows with all of us, like maybe, it's less cool, but at the same time, maybe it's more fun, right? I think that's it goes back to the Mini. It is, I mean, there were talks about the E28 M5 only being like 2,000 or whatever.
Yep.
And the Mini hit 5.4 million cars in production.
Yeah.
Right? It is the second highest production car, only behind the Beetle. And
why don't I see more of them?
I don't know. Because here's the thing. There's only 2,000 E28 M5s or whatever. Everyone says, oh, well, at least Minis are rare in the US. But they brought 10,000 Minis over to the US. So you just don't see them, I think, because it's not considered one of the cool cars. But I think there's something great about it not being rare. I think the fact that so many people can enjoy it is really special. Not to mention it makes the parts super available and incredibly cheap and makes ownership easy. But I don't know.
I think that's kind of what it comes down to is, it's being able to share. Yes, things are more expensive. Yes, the internet has done X, Y, Z. But when it all comes down to it, if I claim that the Overcrest ethos is to get more people to drive, then all of this is a good thing. And I think that's really important to understand.
I think we could probably go on this for hours, but if you drill down, like, why do we like cars? You can buy them as an investment. There's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, there is. That sucks. You don't have to say that. Yes, that sucks. If you're buying cars for an investment, you're lame. It's it's a machine, not a Picasso.
Right. Do your thing. But the vast majority of us own it to have fun. I don't need to be the fastest person out there. If I did, I'd be buying some electric vehicle that does 0 to 60 in 2 seconds. I'm just looking to have fun behind the wheel of my car. And that is not something that, like, I don't care if I own something other people don't own. Like, I don't need to have the most unique car. I don't need to have one of one or anything, because none of that helps me have fun. I'm just looking to have fun, and if I can do it in a car that costs me $8,000, and I can keep it maintained, then sign me up. I don't need to be the rarest person at the show.
Well, if they're that easy to put together, what's going on over there?
I know, right? I'm begging for all the DMs teasing me. My car hasn't run in years. Maybe I just enjoy working on it too much.
That's what I was going to say. It's more than just the driving, for sure. It's more than just getting out and driving and having a good time. I think the process that you're going through, and I'm watching you, post these pictures with all your perfectly bent little brake lines and everything. I don't know. Seems therapeutic to me.
No, absolutely. I think owning a classic car in general is all about the experience entirely. And so restoring the car, I'm trying to do it somewhat akin to how you would do it back in the day, because a lot of why I like old cars is I sort of envy that time period. And so if you can sit and live that, whether it's working on the car or driving the car, I think it's a win-win.
What's the envy? Where's that come from? What is the envying of that culture? What do you mean when you say that?
Maybe envy is not the perfect term for it, but I think there was something special about how grassroots the sports car world felt back then. You see people showing up in 356s that are just beat, trying to club race with their friends. They're all sitting shirtless in the paddock drinking beers and having fun. Things were imperfect, things were achievable. Race teams were just dudes showing up with a car on the back of a pickup truck, not 5 car haulers backed by the factory with a multi-million-dollar program. There's just something really special about it. And they would sit and just hammer on the cars and then pull them back in the paddock and all just wrench on it with common tools.
Yep.
And just do whatever they could to get it back out there. And I think that's just something, it feels closer to me. I have a hard time getting, into full carbon fiber crazy stuff just because I can't, that's not me. I can't be there. I can't achieve that. But I like the idea of the 60s era of achievable motorsport.
Yeah, I have trouble. I like to live vicariously through other people's experiences and writing and movies and stuff like that. And I like that. But I enjoy watching Formula One sometimes. Like, I enjoy watching some of it.
Sure.
But I still just can't relate in any way with any of the cars that are really raced anymore. It just doesn't. And look, dude, we weren't alive. So we're looking at it from a point of view of like, wow, that looks, we don't really know, but we can surmise that we would have liked it more if we were alive back then. We could surmise that
I like,
like pretend.
I like the view through these rose-colored glasses, man. Like,
exactly.
Even if it's not fully accurate, it seems like a fantastic goal and thing to achieve. So
yeah, man. Well, dude, I really appreciate you hanging out with us and talking Mini. I hope everybody enjoyed the series, and thanks for capping it off with me.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. I'll take any chance to talk with you about these things.
All right, man. See you next time.
Yeah, take care.
All right. Many thanks to Andrew. It's always good to talk to him. One of those guys that gets it.
Yeah.
He gets it. I'm not trading my car for an F40. Fuck that. I love it. I love it so much. I love it so much.
Speaking of trading for any number of these cars, we've talked about 12 cars, Chris.
Did I forget any? Did I leave anything out that you would consider that should be on this list? Given the criteria
right
of pre-OBD,
yeah,
generally,
yeah,
OBD 1 and earlier.
Here's the problem. I have a whole list that I wrote down at home.
Oh, good. Nice.
In my notebook, as I was like, oh, they have that.
Okay.
So I'm trying to remember what's on it. We talked.
What a Luddite. You wrote it down on a notepad?
Oh, I love my notepad.
Okay.
Anyways.
You love your notepad that you don't have. Got it.
Yes. We addressed the Di Tomaso Pantera and Mangusta. That would have been on my list for sure.
No good.
I could do
Do you want me to fight with you about any of these cars or not?
Okay, sure.
Okay,
why?
we already did the De Tomaso one, and it's American engine and an Italian car. That's stupid.
Well, then you're going to love this one next. How about just a 60s Mustang?
Too common. It's too generic.
Really?
Yeah, if I'm going to... So I left American Muscle off this list.
I know you did. Was there a single American car? There wasn't.
No, there's not. Most American cars I would not trade my car for or even consider. It would be like an ancillary car, sure, but I can't really think of anything.
Really?
Nah,
I've always been a Mustang guy, so I could do an old, like 65, even just a notchback Mustang.
I want a
and build it
68
up.
CUDA or a
You love your
like
AMC stuff.
Yeah, that's not an AMC. A CUDA? That's Plymouth.
No, I know, but I meant
also a Javelin.
You're gonna mention Javelin.
The Javelin.
Yeah, you've
I'll
always
take
talked about your Javelin.
Like a bubble flare Javelin done up in Trans Am would be fucking sick.
Yeah,
but it's not. I don't know. I had to focus a little bit.
Right.
I didn't want to be too all over the place.
Okay. Yeah, Mini Cooper is right there.
Dude,
classic Mini.
A Mustang, really?
Yeah.
That's the muscle car you're choosing.
It's
kind of
not
Mustang?
a muscle car. I don't like muscle cars. It's a pony car.
So
it's a sports car.
What? Okay.
Hey, what have you said this entire list? Take it in the context of the period. The Mustang was a sports car.
I don't think so.
It was its own genre. It was the pony car. It started the Firebird. It started the Camaro. Everything
None of those
started
are
with the
sports
Mustang.
cars.
But they weren't muscle cars.
Okay, maybe we need to do an episode about what a muscle car is, because when I think of that stuff, I think of a muscle car.
Okay, well, ask anyone that has like a Dodge Charger from back in the day, a 70 Charger. A Mustang is not the same at all.
They're the same to me.
Okay, well, in context,
how
they
are
are
they different?
not.
Explain. I need to understand.
A Mustang never came with a big block. It wasn't made for just like straight line performance. It was
like a 350 small block can't be a muscle car?
It can, but a Mustang itself or a Camaro aren't usually considered muscle cars. I know we lump them together. Like most people would be like, oh yeah, it's a muscle car. But I just know that in context back in the day, they were pony cars. They are not muscle cars.
They are not sports cars though. If you want
an
an
American
sports
market,
car,
yes.
you went and bought a Alfa Romeo, like a Spider
You're
or a
so
356
like outside the mindset of the American market though. The sports car for an American market would be the Corvette.
Right.
Number one.
Yeah, I guess I could go with that because that was sports purpose. I don't remember the Mustang being like a performance
What do you think
car.
the Boss 302, Mach 1, any of these?
Yeah, but that was 70s. You said 60s Mustang.
Yeah.
There's no Boss 302. That was
No,
like
that came
1973.
later. Yeah, no, originally the Mustang was built off just like a Ford Fairlane chassis.
Yeah, I don't
It's
know.
not especially...
I don't know if I can go sports car with the Mustang. I don't think I can make that leap.
Regardless, that would be on my list.
Okay.
And think of all the money I could use then to make it what I want.
Just a regular one or a fastback?
See, I would just do a notchback, just a regular one.
Oh, man.
I mean, yeah, everyone wants the fastback.
Did I ever tell you about the Mach 1 that I found?
No.
In a barn?
I don't think you did.
So my family, this episode's going to be like 4 hours long. That's fine. My family originated in Kansas.
Right.
Okay, so I was down in Belle Plaine, Kansas, where my grandfather grew up.
Okay.
And we went to his house. Went up, knocked on the door. Hey, mind if we walk around?
Right.
Blah, blah.
Like where he grew up.
The homestead.
Yes.
Okay. Where he grew up and fed pigs every day before school and then went to school smelling like pig shit. With no power, no electricity.
Wow.
Nothing.
Okay.
Okay. So that's where he grew up. So we started wandering around and I go around the corner and there's a yellow with a black stripe.
Yep.
Mach 1 fastback
Awesome.
sitting there.
Yeah.
Holy shit, did I want this thing. And it had been there for a very long time.
Yeah, I bet.
And I remember texting Mike Burrows being like, look at this thing. And he's like, phone number now, bank account, phone number. And I'm like, get in line, buddy. But I walked over to the guy. I'm like, hey, dude, what's up with this Mustang?
Yeah.
What's up? Guys that are going to drive around Belle Plaine, Kansas right now to look for this, you're not going to see it from the road, so don't bother. Stop. Or don't. I guess everybody could look up old Clue, titles and stuff. You could probably find it with this information. But it might be gone by now.
Okay.
God, I should drive down there again.
Well, what did the guy say?
You're like 15th in line.
Oh, really?
Everybody in town.
Yeah.
Everybody in town knows the Mustang, and it's just sitting there. It's sad because the guy doesn't seem like one of those dudes that just has stuff, because he didn't really have anything else.
Right.
He didn't have like a yard full of stuff.
You've talked about this in the past. Like, you have to respect
not that guy.
These people, though, that have their thing, and everyone's like, oh, it's just sitting there rotten.
Yeah, but he didn't seem like a collector of things. A lot of guys that have stuff have a bunch of shit, right? And it's all, there was nothing else. It was just this car that had been there, is covered in bird shit. Covered. Black interior, manual transmission. Yeah. Fuck me, man. I just want to, would it suck to drive all the way? It would suck. It would suck. I was going to say, would it suck to drive all the way down there and have it just not be there? I wonder if you drove all the way down there and you had cash and were like,
here's my briefcase.
Here's my briefcase.
And there's
money.
a trailer right here.
Let's go. I didn't have the money at the time. So
Right.
I wasn't serious.
Or a trailer.
Trailers can be had. I don't know, man. It's almost like that place that we stopped when we were on our way back with your 996 Turbo in that little town. You could peek in the windows, and there was all kinds of vintage motorcycles.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
I do.
Like in the Flint Hills off the freeway, just this little gas
Teeny
station.
little town.
It's like,
Whoa.
holy shit. Like we wandered around town. Hey, who owns this place?
Yep.
What's going on? Everybody's like, I don't really know. I guess it's this guy.
It was the dude's like just hobby shop. It was an old service station.
That's super rad. Anyway, that stuff is still out there. I wonder, how long ago was that? I could look and find out for sure. I could look at my phone right now and be like, it was this day.
You know what's sad is what will happen with that is the guy will...
He'll die and it'll get auctioned off.
Yep, and the kids will just say...
Or
his next of kin will just sell it for scrap.
It's another one of those things like I wrote in one of my articles. It's a promise. It's a promise in a barn is all that is to that guy.
Yeah.
I'm going to finish it later. I'll do it later. We'll restore it later. It's just a promise in a garage. And it's less that you have the car and more that you've got the promise. You've got the promise to hold on
It's
to.
hope.
It's hope.
It's hope, for sure.
Anyway, okay, what else? What
Next
other
on
cars
my
are
list,
you wrong about?
Lotus Cortina.
I'd rather have the Ford Cortina.
Well, that's what it is. It's a Ford Lotus Cortina. Yeah, the white one with the green stripe and the hot motor.
We talked to, you probably didn't listen to it, but we had Greg Kesar on to talk about the Cosworth.
Yeah.
And he had a Cortina.
Yeah.
Said it was awesome.
Oh, I love those things.
Seeing those things that you would see them in the old vintage racing.
Yep.
They're just
just
loading
all out.
up. Just
oh yeah. Yep.
I love those things. They're great cars.
So I would do one of those. I remember the car. Okay. Episode 3. First time I was on air. I was talking.
By the way, did I tell you I released episode 1 to the Drivers Club members in the Discord? Where it's like,
hey guys, I'm Christopher Kluel.
Oh man,
and we're gonna talk about car stuff.
Oh, it's so good.
Car news, car nerd stuff. Yeah, I listened to it.
I'm just gonna pull it up quick. Go ahead. I'll find it real fast.
Anyways, what I was actually talking about buying before I had my orange car, because I found that while we were recording, was a Lotus Elise.
Too new. It doesn't apply.
I know it doesn't, but
and nobody wants one of those.
Lotus Elan is what it's going to say.
They're two like little butter dish cars to me.
What does that even mean?
They don't really have a shape. They just kind of exist. I don't know.
That's a style. And then out of left field completely, because I like them a lot and I could see it being a viable replacement, a Morgan 3-wheeler.
Holy shit, no,
yep.
Dude. A replacement for what?
For a 911, a sports car.
I don't think so, man. No.
I could see that being really cool.
I can't find this episode.
It's in the Discord.
I know. I should probably just click on it there, huh?
That would work.
Yeah, it's not that one. All right. I don't want to open the Discord.
Yeah, I think number 1 would be the Di Tomaso Pantera, though.
Wow.
An early one.
You are so far off the mark.
How?
Okay, so going back to the beginning where it basically someone goes, well, are you going to sell your 911 then?
Yeah. After all this, you did
all
this homework on other things you could have that make more sense.
If you don't, you're a fraud and everything you said doesn't matter.
Yes.
What do you think? How do you feel about that? You think that's true?
No. Because you said from day one, this is in good fun.
Yes.
But it's more an exercise to let people realize, like, look, these things are overpriced right now.
Yes. Well, as is everything.
And it's interesting to think, well, it's not all about the 911s. You could also do the same things we're doing and have similar experience in another car.
So the best experience, what's your best experience you've ever had in a car? What car was it? Where were you? What were you doing? What was the number one experience when you think back and go, it was that? What came to your mind first right now? What was it?
Well, when I was still dating my wife, 4-wheel drifting in an Audi S4 on a dark road while having something done to me.
So that's your memory.
That might be it.
Okay, that's pretty freaking great. That's a great memory. That is less about the car.
Yeah, exactly.
And more, the drifting of it. Was it snowy or something?
No, it was wet and cold, and all of a sudden, all wheels let go, and so I'm counter steering. It's dark, twisty road, and I apply more throttle because you can't
you went
lift.
like this with your hand.
Yeah, that part too. But yeah, no, that was a fun experience. But I think another one would be the 911, like right when I just got it, had shitty tires from like 15 years ago that I should not have driven on.
Yeah.
And it was like right when I got it, and our friend Chad Person is like, hey, let's go for a cruise in the cars. And I was trying to keep up to him in his SC.
Yeah, no, he's got stickies.
The front end started pushing on a corner, and I'm going for a guardrail, and the road's going that way.
Yep.
And I was like, okay, 911, what do you not do?
Lift.
So I didn't lift. I went in more, and it finally gripped at the last second.
You could have lifted a little bit to get the front end.
I know I could have.
Anyway, so yes, that sounds like awesome. Mine are, God, I've done a lot of things.
Yeah.
My number one driving experience is my Pinto.
What? Oh, because with your daughter.
Took the road trip with my daughter.
Yeah.
It was the best tool for that.
Yeah.
I think the car being difficult is what made that special.
Sure.
We got to share some like frustration with the car.
Yep.
Right. And there's a little bit of like martyrdom there. I remember her sitting in the passenger seat and no air conditioning. It was so fucking hot, man.
That's right.
We were like July.
Where were you going?
I was scouting the rally. I scouted the rally in that fucking Pinto.
Oh my God.
Holy shit. God, it took forever. It was so slow. My God. Anyway, so we're just driving up this hill at like 40 miles an hour. Everybody's passing us. We're on the freeway in, I think, North Dakota, in Teddy Roosevelt National Park, South Dakota.
Yeah.
North Dakota, maybe? I don't know.
One
Anyway,
of the Dakotas.
And I buy her an ice cream sandwich, and by the time we got back to the car,
it's just
there was no
milk.
sandwich.
Yeah.
She's just like licking her hands. I have this great photo of her with this ice cream sandwich. And those moments, if you're just in some like minivan, you're going to have an okay time. But it's still, there's some sort of, remember when we had Brandon on and we talked about Type 1 and Type 2 fun?
Yep.
You have to have some of both.
Yeah.
And you're not going to have that in a new car. But what I'm saying is you don't have to have a 911 or you don't have to have X car, fill in the blank,
right,
to have a good experience.
Yeah.
That's why we do the rally the way that we do. We let in all kinds of different cars, all kinds of variations. If it was just a 911 rally, it'd bore me to tears.
Yeah.
I would be happy if 0 911 showed up. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me what cars show up. Obviously, I'm going to say it again. The car does matter, but it is a very gray thing. It is not a specific. What do you mean
gray? Nebulous? Like it's
it's very
okay. It's not a formula, right?
There is no formula. Okay. I mean, maybe there is. Maybe it's like, I think age is a really big part of that formula. Age and character. And what was one thing throughout all of these episodes that I focused on?
Pre-OBD.
Yeah, but it was more than that. When I was talking about the cars, I was talking a lot about the period of time,
right? The history of what they came from.
What it was like to be alive when that car was made. I tried to focus on that multiple different times,
right? So
you could get a picture into what kind of people are driving these cars. Why do these cars exist? What was it like back then to exist? Driving like. The Mini got released in like 1950, I don't know, 59, I'll say. I don't know. I think it's mid-late 50s. It was like, I don't know, 500 quid.
Yeah.
Having a car that you could just use back then to get to and from work instead of riding this fucking train. Imagine the freedom. You okay?
Yeah, I need to plug my computer in, otherwise.
Oh, it's going to die? Yeah. Just imagine the freedom of, if you think about the United States and the freedom that the cars and the interstate provided. Going from that to just being able to only ride a train, I feel like we're going backwards in society right now. We're going back to like the ride the train, ride the public transportation thing.
I know what you mean, and we've talked over and over again about that.
I'm just saying, it's to understand why the Mini is important and why it belongs on the list. You have to understand what it did for the people that were around at the time. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
So that is part of the equation too. Why did the car exist? And if you don't approach things from an angle of why did this car exist? What was it capable at the time? We talked about the Mustang, taking the car in the context of when it was built, why it was built, for whom it was built. Then if you don't do that type of thing, you get caught in the performance trap.
Yeah.
Right? Where all of a sudden all you're talking about is, well,
0 to 60 times, horsepower.
You're the kid in the road and track or the adult in the road and track. You're going, all right, here's a review of X car. I'm going to go 4 or 5 pages in. Oh, there it is. There's the
specs.
The blueprint of the chassis. And you're looking at all the specs. You're like, wow, look at this 0 to 60 time on this compared to that. And people are getting caught up in that with electric cars now, too, and this performance trap. It's no good. Performance trap's no good. There's so much more character to be had in a car. And I think that is the most important thing to seek. And you can have it. And my point about everything, all of this, is that you can have an enriching, positive, amazing experience. You don't have to spend your life savings on a 911 to do it. They cost too much money now. They're too expensive. I bought the Mercedes. It was $1,000.
Yeah.
Amazing experience in that car. Lots of Type 1 fun. Lots of fun that was only fun in hindsight.
Yes.
So the question then becomes, hey, Chris, are you going to sell your car?
Yeah.
Fuck no. I wouldn't sell my car for any one of these cars. I wouldn't do it. But if I didn't already have my car and I was looking, there's no way in the world I would even think about getting a 911 instead of some of these other cars. It's too expensive. And the driving experience, while the driving experience of a 911 is unique.
Yes.
It's specifically unique because of the engine placement, because of the transmission placement. It's just the way it is. It's how it's built. They're quirky because of where everything is. The rest of the car is kind of weird, right?
Yeah.
So it's a weird, quirky driving experience. When I got into, which car was it? When I got into the white 911, I got off the airport with Glenn, my buddy Glenn Cordell, artist, incredible guy. Got off, and I'm walking down the tramway, and I get to the car, and I get in, and I start driving it. Hearing that engine start up in the rear for the first time and experiencing that sound for the first time was truly special.
Yeah.
It was truly special. The second thing I noticed is that there wasn't any oil in it. So then I went, because it was cold, now I know better. I went and dumped 4 quarts of oil, overfilled the oil, smoking all over the place, all these different things.
That's funny.
But the driving experience is extremely unique and extremely special. You, as a buyer, need to experience it and decide for yourself if the money that people are asking, if that driving experience is worth it to you or not. The driving experience, what
not
it's
the cool
like,
factor,
what it is like to drive and own the car. That is what you should be looking at. Is it worth it?
Right.
Not this social media feedback loop shit of, man, I really want to show up to Luftgekühlt with all my bros. Fuck with that shit. Stop. Is the driving experience worth it?
You showed up in the Mercedes and it was
amazing.
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to. It's a very unique driving experience. I would say, because if you look at all these other cars, a lot of them are like front engine, rear wheel drive.
Yeah.
Mid engine, rear wheel drive. They're all very, very similar. You can compare them to other things. You could get this instead of that and have a very similar driving experience.
Right.
Right. You could get into an E28 M5, and then you could get into a 500E, and you could have kind of a similar drivetrain experience, other than one's automatic, one's not.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
You get the point, right?
Right.
The 911
dynamics of it
is unique.
Right.
It is truly special.
There's also not another car on that list that was air-cooled, which is a whole other thing.
Well, what are you going to do, buy a Corvair?
Right.
Give me a break. No. You just have to decide for yourself, take a step back. If you're one of these guys that's looking at bring a trailer and you're just ready to pull the trigger and you're going to buy one of these cars, just stop for a second. Open your mind and look at what other things are out there. Don't spend all of your money on an i11 and then have basically this. Don't bring $100 to an expensive restaurant.
Okay.
Because you're only going to buy a bottle of wine. There's really nothing else left for you.
Yeah.
If that's what you're doing with a 911, you've got the 911. You got to be able to afford to fix it.
Mm-hmm.
I can't, but I'm going to do it anyway. Oh, hey, you're not in. I'll add you back in. Your computer did die, huh?
Apparently.
Yeah. What was I saying? Oh, just guys.
You can't afford to maintain it.
There's so many additional costs with a 911, and because they're expensive, all the parts are expensive, all this stuff adds up. You have to be able to afford to own it. I'm going to suck it up because I've already got the car.
Yeah.
I've already got the car, but if I did not have the car, there is 0% of me that would even consider owning an air-cooled 911 because they are overhyped and overpriced.
Yeah, it's hard to argue with that.
All right, guys. I look forward to your feedback. I'd love to hear. I love chatting with everybody on Instagram about this. It's been mostly interesting, mostly entertaining. Next week, we have Randy Nonnenberg from Bring a Trailer on.
That's right.
And I do pose the question to him. I said, Randy, because he started Bring a Trailer from nothing. It was him blogging about cars. That's it. It was just like, hey, I found this car, put it on this blog. Eventually it became, well, we went through the whole story, but I go to him, I go, Randy, how would the Randy of 2007 feel about what you've created? Ruining it for everyone that is out there for deals. I feel like the Randy that was combing Craigslist looking for deals to show people would be upset with this situation.
Interesting.
And you can hear his question. It's I tried, because he's been on a lot of podcasts, I tried to come from angles that maybe were different.
Yeah.
And I think you guys will enjoy it. Obviously, we've got a news episode in between. And that's it. Wraps this up. This is the most work I've ever put into anything we've done for this podcast. I hope you guys enjoyed it. And remember, guys, if your butt hurt about what I'm saying, you're probably in it for the wrong reason. We'll see you guys next week.
Take care.